And welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I'm Zach Marion. This is Mountain Outpost, and we are here in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. We're getting ready for the Jackpot 100 USATF 100-mile championship. We have a lineup today of all sorts of amazing athletes. We're going to go over that. We're going to talk a little bit about the course. We've got the race starting in about 7 minutes. As you've noticed, it's me, Zach Marion. It's not AJW. It's not Chris Warden. A little bit about what happened overnight is we have had some incredible weather. Just absolutely grounded a couple flights. So we're flying solo today. You're going to get to listen to me for a little bit until Mr. Chris Warden can make his way out here. We're going to have a guest appearance by Jamil Khoury a little bit later, Mr. the King of Chipotle himself. As well as a few others. So it's going to be a really fun day. Thank you so much for joining us. We're excited to have you along. I did not come prepared with a ton of notes, so you're going to get me riffing here for the next few moments. As you can see, the start line there, we've got Jamil and everybody else just scrambling to make things work. We're here in beautiful Cornerstone Park on this USATF course, which is going to be the short course of the Jackpot Ultras. For those of you who are not familiar, the course here has a few different options. We've got an inside track, we've got an outside track. All of them are designed for the different races that take place. So Jackpot Ultras is a multi-day stage timed event. You're going to have 100-mile USATF championship. You're going to have another 100-mile race as well on the long course. You're going to have 100K tomorrow, which we're going to get kicked off here live, brought to you by Mount to Coast. And as you can see, there's the finish line. So the start line. The start line adjusts depending on the race distance because the loops themselves are they're fixed. So you're going to be running whatever that plus whatever distance they're going to start with here to make up for the entirety of the 100-mile race in this instant. Or 100K will start at a different location, and all the different races will be starting. So we've got some beautiful views here for you coming up. We're going to get some drones in the sky. But enough about the course. Let's talk about the talent. Let's talk about what's going on here. Why this today is going to be such a special day. It has the potential of being a very special day. First and foremost, we have Mr. Dakota Jones and Rajpal Panu, our defending 100-mile champion from last year, our USATF champion, who ran an incredible 11:50 and change last year in this USATF 100-mile race. His first 100-mile finish, he attempted the 100-miler the year before. Didn't quite make it to the finish line. Didn't quite make the full 100 miles before his body started acting up. And came back for some redemption last year. Learned a lot. I hear that he is prepared to take a stab at the 100-mile U.S. Official record. So he's going to be going after that. And Mr. Dakota Jones, just a phenomenal athlete in the sport who's conquered so many courses, not only looking at the mountain courses that he's done, the fast courses that he's been able to accomplish, the golden tickets that he's earned. He's done everything, and now he's going to throw his hat in the ring for a 100-mile road championship race. So he is here specifically in the USATF 100-mile championship race because he wants to set a U.S. record. So I think between him and Raj, we're going to have a really fun race up front. That's going to be kind of the talk of the day. And then we have a kind of a few of our favorites here with Sierra DeGroff and Ashley Paulson, both signed up here for the 100-mile championship race. They had a great race last year, kind of pushed each other to some really great times. Hopefully we see more of that. Now, Ashley is just coming off of the double at Black Canyon last weekend, running both the 100K and the 50K the next day. So she's coming off of a 100-mile week. But if anyone can do big volume and still be incredibly successful, it's Ashley Paulson. So we'll be really excited to see what she does there. It's going to be really fun. We've got our live action kicking off here shortly. We do want to say thank you to the city of Henderson, Nevada for giving us a great location to work off of. As you'll see, once our drones get kicked up, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful here. And we also want to say thank you to Mount to Coast for sponsoring this whole weekend of races, but specifically the 100K tomorrow. So we'll talk a little bit more about them tomorrow. But definitely big shout out to them for making this possible. Mount to Coast, if you haven't given them a shot, they are specifically as you can see, Sierra DeGroff there with a pair on her feet right now at the start line. Those ones are specifically meant for these long multi-day races. They got that TPU blend in the midsole that keeps it really reboundy. In fact, Mr. Jamil Khoury used that specifically for most of his miles on the Chipotle miles, the Chipotle segment challenge. So yeah, we've got Rajpal Panu there. We've got Sierra DeGroff. We've got Dakota Jones there in the normal shirt. Our good friend over there to the your far right. Absolutely. He set the age record at Desert Solstice, and his name is just off the tip of my tongue. But yeah, absolutely amazing. And there they go. They're off, starting just a few seconds early. Mr. Ed Eddinghausen, the Jester. Here we go. Again, making their way off from the course here. They're going to loop around, and then they're going to hop onto the short course where they're going to be making laps for the rest of the day there. Raj and Dakota are going to kind of set out there. They're going to make that turn. And if I remember correctly, Raj last year kind of took a mile or so to warm up to get into his rhythm and then took off. I did speak with Raj yesterday. He's feeling super fit, super ready to go. In that typical Raj form, he's kind of got that butt out forward lean, a lot of power in those hips and big long legs to make those strides on, and he finds his rhythm and just hones in. So they go to make that right turn. They're going to find their way onto the course here. So it's going to be kind of a really fun race up front, I believe. I think we're going to see kind of some early hot paces, considering we have two people that have said they want to go for the American record in the 100-mile road distance. I think we are going to see, them push each other after this first mile, get things going. We've got Jamil Khoury there on the follow cam on his bike. Here we go. There it is. Awesome. There we go. Rajpal Dakota Jones right there. And they're going to pass right in front of us here in just a hot second. Rajpal on that with that beautiful, beautiful hair. Hoka blue tank top. You can't miss him. He's got a nice long loping stride. Just kind of, he'll find that rhythm and just go all day. Dakota's got some of them super shoes on. Ready to have himself a heck of a day. I know that, I believe that might be, there we go. It passed right in front of us there. Now this is going to be the official finish line once they do enough laps. This is where they're going to cross for the official 100-mile distance. This is a fun section of the course here. We're going to try to get some eyes on that later. That's going to be our That's basically like pit row. So this is where everybody's crew is going to be hanging out. They're going to be giving us the lowdown on what's happening. We're going to try to get in there and get some dirt, get some juice, bring you guys all the fun, juicy gossip. And I believe that with Dakota and Raj in the Saucony top, the white and black and green tank top, I believe that's Jonah Backstrom. He's in that 50 to 55 age group. At Desert Solstice, he did go for the record on, I believe, the 50K. And we'll see what he's doing today. He might be going for the whole 100. And I'm not sure who that is with him. We're going to get some eyes on that number here in a moment. Yeah, so a little bit of our day to kind of bring you guys in. We set up last night, and as you can see, we've got beautiful, beautiful weather now. But a few hours ago, we were treated to some high winds, enough to rip our studio off the ground and tear a tent in half. And we had some torrential downpours all night long. So it's been fun bringing you guys this. We should see more and more of the some cameras go up to give you guys more shots. I remember last year we only had a couple shots. This year we're bringing you more because you know what? Here at Mountain Outpost, we just want to keep things fun, keep things exciting, and keep bringing you the best of the best. Making their way around here. We've got the rest of the crew showing up. I won't be flying solo for too much longer.
Yeah, I just flew in from Phoenix by way of San Francisco back to Phoenix, and boy, are my arms tired.
Yeah, one heck of a flight, my guy.
Broadcast partner is somewhere in Northern California at this point, I believe.
I was letting everyone know that I went from setting up cameras to a few seconds later here on screen.
Yeah, no, it's been I guess when it rains, it pours.
When it rains, it pours. When it wins hard.
Yeah,
it was definitely a thing.
The conditions caused travel chaos over here in the West Coast, but I am glad to be here.
Yeah, no, Chris, we're glad to. I mean, I'm mostly the viewers are glad to have you because they don't. I've just been ranting for the last little while. I didn't do the homework that you traditionally do because my job is to set up cameras and to make sure that the studio is working, which we got.
But no, I'm super stoked to be here. This is obviously going to be a beautiful day out here. I think that the weather is going to be very favorable to the runners. A couple times in years past, it's been a bit warm out here. It might get a little bit warmer later, but it was nice and comfortable this morning for sure.
Yeah, the only downfall that they're going to get here is, as you can see on the screen to your bottom left there with the flags flapping in the wind, is it is a little breezy. So they are going to hit a bit of a headwind on the back section of the course, and then they will pick up that as a tailwind. The good news is that the headwind is going to be on that lightly downhill section, of course. The tailwind is going to be on the lightly uphill section. Oh. So I think it's going to work in their favor overall. Obviously, it's not ideal to have that in any direction, just because it can mess with your cadence and your rhythms.
Oh, for sure.
We've got that bike cam out there with our runners making. So that's Jonah Backstrom. We've got Dakota Jones. We got Raj Paul, all doing their thing. Raj setting the pace there. High on his toes as Raj Paul usually is.
I will say one of my favorite aspects of Jackpot that I've learned in the years that I've covered this is that the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and Jonah Backstrom is going to run almost the exact same split here at Jackpot.
Yep.
his 3 times running it, as I scramble to pull up my notes here, are quite fascinating. I believe that his delta for the last 3 times running this race is roughly 80 seconds.
That's what we call consistency.
Absolutely.
In the biz. That's what we call consistency.
I know that he had a pretty disappointing desert solstice a couple months ago, and he wants to make good on that for sure.
Yeah, he was open about going after, was it the 100K or 50K age group record?
Yeah, he went after that, and I think that what's happened is that everybody has gotten so good in this sport that the concept of laddering up is much trickier. Like, you can't scoop everything along the way anymore.
Right.
Like, maybe, back in the Giannis days, like where you could hit that, 50-mile, 100K, 100-mile or 12-hour, et cetera, splits, like all in the same run. I think that you really have to specialize and focus when you're running, at this level, because you're just, you're facing competition that's way too stout, and numbers that are just, pretty difficult to sustain. You have to target those numbers nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you have people who are specifically, their training specificity is not just, I want to run a really fast 100-miler and I'll just sweep up everything along the way.
Yeah.
It's, I'm going after this exact specific time split and distance. So you're kind of parceling out these distances now, and we're getting kind of a much different set of specific attacks on each distance and each record.
Exactly.
So just like, Raj, Paul, and Dakota have put in very specific training for this 100 mile. I think that if they wanted the 50K or 50 mile, they would have had to have gone out a little hotter. Now we've got one break off the front here, and Chris, you're sitting right up there along the edge, so you'll be able to see the number far better than me. But let's see who this is. I believe it's 41. That's going to be Jared Gallup, 28 years old. Man, my goodness. He's kind of made a little breakaway there.
So Jared's PR in the 100-mile is 16:22:53, done in Hainsport in 2023. So, coming out a little bit hot early on here. Fun with numbers here. Jonah Backstrom in 2022 at Jackpot ran a 14:10:08. At the age of 49. First of all, dropping 5 hours from the previous year at the age of 49.
Right.
Gives me hope. In 2023, ran 14:11:03. And in 2024, ran 14:11:37. So, from 14:10:08 to 14:11:37, that's an 89-second delta between his three recent performances here at Jackpot.
Yeah, I mean, that's
something we could aspire for in terms of consistency.
Yeah, exactly. That type of consistency is inspiring, because that means that his fitness has been top notch,
as he enters his 50s.
Exactly. And so here comes the physiology in my brain, which we're gonna have some fun with this later today. But I'm thinking that as we age, we know it is a known factor that we slow down, right? Just our so many physiological processes just kind of ease off in the back end of our life. So what's going to happen there is I'm seeing his fitness is increasing as he's aging.
Yeah.
So it comes across as a flat level, but that's the plan there. So he's aging, theoretically getting slower, but also getting faster through his fitness. So that's amazing to see. I absolutely love it. There we go, our crew of 3 dudes there.
I just saw Devon Yanko go by, running alongside a friend of our programs and a friend of our family, Shad Burkholz.
Yep, Shad's out there. So anyone who's enjoyed our live stream coverage, Shad has been absolutely integral to that. He's been at almost every single one of our events. He's one of our camera guys, working with our field crew. So one of the unsung heroes of the live stream, right? We get the FaceTime. Jamil gets the recognition out there, but Shad is one of those guys who has shown up to almost every single one of our events and has absolutely crushed it. Whenever we've had issues out there, he's the first person to dial it in and get it taken care of and bring you guys some views and some amazing places, and willing to live out of his van.
He uses Cocodona coverage as a training block, basically.
Yes.
I remember one year, I believe that the first year that he filmed on the streets of Flagstaff to film the final 2-mile stretch. He did about 75 miles, and then he one-upped himself, I think, by going like 80 plus the following year.
Yeah, no, and he's ready to do it again this year. He's excited.
I will say I'm actually surprised to see a couple of names on this list still. And obviously I just touched down, so I apologize. I'm still playing catch up. And I noticed I did see a jump in because my list did not have Aaron Carrara, so that's one more person we're going to be getting to know here today, hopefully.
Yep.
And I also see Ashley Paulson on the list.
I did not confirm a start with her.
Okay, because I was actually, here's how party paced she was last weekend at Black Canyon. I ran with her for a couple miles. So she was definitely party pacing the 50K. So
yeah, I mean, I think between the 2 days, she absolutely put in a big weekend. Speaking of our ladies, there's our 3 ladies right there with Sierra DeGroff, tall in the middle there with that ponytail just bouncing. She was last year's second place, I believe. Is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, second place. She's put down some pretty incredible times. She's rocking those Mount to Coast shoes.
And Sierra is one of those people who will put it out there. Like when she thinks she can have a good day, she's not afraid to state it. We interviewed her before Javelina last year, and she didn't talk about it explicitly on the air, but she was talking big numbers. Like her PR for the 100-miler is just seconds under the 16-hour mark. I believe that it's like a 15, 59, 55. But she was talking about audio, apparently.
You're in.
Awesome.
We're back. Thank you so much for your patience. We ended up having a little power. I mean, this is just par for the course, Chris. Is it not? Is that just what we've been dealing with for the last 24 hours?
Yeah, the travel issues, the weather. I mean, it's beautiful outside. However, it's really windy, and apparently things are getting kind of jostled around in the studio. So we appreciate your patience with us. And as soon as we're actually on camera right now, so we have to find our P's and Q's.
Yes, yes.
But it is gorgeous out here in Henderson. Thanks to the city of Henderson for hosting the Jackpot USATF 100-mile championships.
Yeah, they've been great to us.
Yeah. Of course, looking at, some of I think that this year the men's field is fascinating at the very top. You've got Raj Panu and Dakota Jones, who have both made declarations that they're shooting for the American 100-mile record.
Right.
And I don't know how much it's been discussed. I apologize. Like, obviously, I got here a few minutes after the fact. But Devon Yanko has made a pretty stout declaration on what her goals are today.
Well, do explain. Do explain for the viewers at home.
I believe I have heard that she is seeking the world record for the 100-mile.
Go, Devon. Speaking of the devil, there she goes right
Looking
past
good.
us.
Being paced by Shad Burke. Well, not paced, but running alongside Shad Burke right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the fun of this course is you do get to, like, as you're, moving back or moving forward, depending on how you look at it throughout the day, you've got the opportunity to run with a lot of other different competitors. And, I think that Raj and Dakota, as long as they are both vying for that record, I think we're going to see them spend quite a bit of time together. And and talking to Dakota and Raj yesterday, Raj feels really good. Dakota feels really fit. He said this is the most fit he's been in a very long time. And very road specific, very like flat, fast specific, which is very interesting.
When a runner such as Dakota Jones says they're feeling as good as they felt in a long time, I tend to take notice because the last time I heard somebody say they felt as good as they've ever felt was last weekend with String Bean.
Right.
So Joe McConaughey, of course, having great success in running down his first golden ticket at Black Canyon. So if that's the kind of day we can expect from Dakota, then we could be witnessing something special here. And it's one of the things I do love. I know that the road and track atmosphere is not necessarily everybody's cup of tea, but I like it because we get, from where we're sitting, we've got visibility on the runners for 85% of the course.
Right.
And also the fact that we're able to witness firsthand, when they're doing something great like that. Like when there's American records or world records at stake. Those are the things that I really love about this format. And I think it's going to be interesting because we have a couple of names that we are not used to having at these events in Dakota and Devon. I mean, these are
Right.
people we're used to seeing at the front of, Western States Field, Haviland 100 Fields, and they have a lot of followers and a lot of fans. So to see them out here, in a completely different environment, is exciting. And for some people, coming to this side of the sport turns out well, and there are other times where it doesn't. I remember, I would say the most interesting trail to road person I've seen is when Jeff Browning ran Desert Solstice, and
Yep.
he said after that it was one of the most painful things that he'd ever done.
It's an entirely different kind of race, right? It does different things to your body. I think Dakota, for example, has shown that he is very, very, very good on mountain courses. His races over on at CCC, Madeira, and some other great historical performances, Transvolcania, come to mind. He did fairly well at Western States for quite a portion of it. So he's definitely got that, but coming to this where it's just consistent turnover, which again, speaking with him, that was kind of one of his thoughts, was just like, man, yeah, that consistent turnover is going to be very different because there is no power hiking. There is no, you can't really change gears a whole lot when you're locked into that, 650 pace average. And, kind of going off of, be a new experience for him, which I love. Rajpal has obviously shown that he's very good here. He knows what he's doing. He's getting better and better every single time he approaches a course. And there's one thing that I personally know Raj. We both live in Denver, and I've spent some time with him. We went and grabbed drinks and talking to him. He's meticulous. He is one of the more meticulous runners that I've ever seen in terms of training and preparing himself in a way of I did this wrong last time, I'm doing this better next time. And even though it's hard to say you did something wrong when you run the fastest 100-mile time of the year last year, and you take home the USATF 100-mile championship, but he's the kind of person to say, that's I can do better. I can get more out of myself. I can get more out of it. And he will do everything he can to squeeze every last ounce out of his fitness on the course today. So that's one thing I do love to see on that end. One person that I want to kind of get back to, we brushed over it a little bit, is Devon Yanko.
Yes.
She is a jack of all trades, to play a pun on Jackpot Ultras. She can do all of it. There's not one thing that she's necessarily not great at.
And it's funny that you mentioned that, because I realized as soon as I said that, I kind of stepped in it, because I felt like I might have been selling Devon short. Obviously we know that she's a world-class 100-mile trail runner, but through impressive marathon results and with wins at various events around the country and events, success at JFK 50,
right?
Which are flat, fast courses. I felt like as soon as I said it, I'm glad that you called me out on it, is the fact that that's somebody who, like you said, has that jack of all trades capability, or Jill of all trades capability, as it were.
Yeah, and it's a matter of you look at her historical record. She's done well at mountain events, she's done well at road events. Where she's done really well on those more faster, flatter courses are courses that are going to mimic this course. So this is a course where I feel like she has shown success in the past. So it should translate very well here. And obviously the day will be what it is, and we'll see what happens. But that's one thing that I do absolutely love. I have a lot of confidence in her, just because she has shown success in this specific arena previously. So that, and let's just, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Let's just call a spade a spade. Her circumstances with her sponsorship with Lulu.
Yeah.
I think that it's not to throw shade on anyone, and we're not coming at any brand specifically, but
True.
This is one of those things in the sport that I think a lot of athletes have gone through at various times, where it is that chip on the shoulder that gives you a little extra, a little more of a reason to run, to prove something, because you can prove it to yourself all day long, but when you want to prove it to other people, sometimes that extrinsic reward in terms of your performance is enough to push you just a little bit harder and make you dig a touch deeper to say, hey, look what you lost out on. This is the kind of athlete I am. You didn't believe in me. I'm going to prove to you that you should have. And, again, it's all brands have to make business decisions. Things happen. It's very unfortunate how it played out with her. However, I think that if you take that frustration and you turn it into a little bit of a rage run, I think we can see her dig deep. And that's one thing I do love about Devon.
Yeah.
Is she does run with a lot of emotion. And so I think we're going to see that today.
And that's one of the things that as I was doing some race prep with Andy Jones-Wilkins with AJW, one of the things we talked about in the lead up to the race in our own jam sessions is the fact that it's going to be fun to see Devon running with a chip on her shoulder and maybe running with a little bit more, maybe anger is not the right word, but
something to prove.
Yeah, absolutely. And to let people know that, she's here to do big things and, that she's still at the pinnacle of the sport, no matter what, what an organization might perceive about her.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it is such a tricky thing when it comes to sponsorships, right? Because it is a game. Like the brand has to be the brand. It has to be a viable brand. It's got to make its investments, and sometimes it doesn't see or it doesn't align with what you are as an athlete, and it's going to have to peel off and go a different way. And it's not always something personal, but I can tell you for that athlete, it's always something personal.
Oh, for sure.
And it does give you a reason to push a little harder. And, again, Devon being someone who runs with a lot of emotion, I think that we're going to see that today. And I would love to see it turn into something, of a moment for her to validate herself.
Yeah.
And to, get that out there and have that performance that she's capable of having.
Yeah. Hey, Trevor, would we be able to get a monitor screen up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good. We're still coming back from our little blip here, but you can see great drone shots here. And this is Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. It's a beautiful course. It's at the base of some mountains to the east, and you can look at night. Actually, last year it was pretty fascinating to see the sphere off in the distance as we were doing our live stream. So, another individual that I'm looking forward to following. Somebody who I've watched race multiple times, and that's Stella Springer. Stella was a member of the 24-hour national team on the last qualifier cycle. This is not going to be a qualifying opportunity for her, but she was part of that amazing Desert Solstice 2024, and she ran a 15:43:06, and that was her PR at the age of 53 or 54.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
And that's one of the things that we're seeing is that, faster is a master. It seems with, runners, Courtney DeWalter approaching the 40-year mark. Camille Herron has passed it. Particularly on the women's side, Devon Yanko is a Masters runner. We're talking about Stella Springer. These runners are able to put up big numbers, even, as they've been in the sport for, 10, 20 years.
As we see the beautiful views of the park here. So as the runners kind of make their way down, this is the downhill stretch that we're looking at right now. You kind of see them wiggle their way up onto that high point. And now they've got this nice long descent that, it feels kind of good. So that's going to be where they're going into the headwind, right? So there you can see Raj, Jonah, and Dakota there, which can I note, look at the very three distinct different types of gait. And they're very, very, very different gait styles. You've got Dakota right in the middle there, who kind of just has your typical long loping stride. You've got Raj, who's got a little bit of a shorter stride length, but longer legs, so it looks deceiving. And he runs very forward leaning with his butt out, so he uses a lot of glute power. And then you got Jonah Backstrom, who's a little bit more of a sloucher, running more in his quads with less hip extension. You can kind of see it doesn't kind of come out the back end there.
And you can't really tell there, but Jonah is an absolute unit. He's like 6'5" or 6'6". Like, he's tall as hell.
All three of these guys are larger than you believe them to be, which is very, interesting to me when you're talking about, 100, these guys going out there and trying to run this 100-mile distance or world or U.S. record. Thank you. I've also been lacking a lot of sleep. But yeah, like all three of them very distinct running styles, but they're all like 6'2", 6 foot to 6'3". Like they're fairly sizable.
Yeah, I think that Jonah actually has the US 50 plus 100 mile record. I'm gonna see if I can pull up those
Give
numbers
that a gander.
here. And I do love the fact that we have basically unfettered access to the course via drone here. Like there are no limitations or anything. Like we're able to keep an eye on everybody on the course.
Yeah, so it's going to be the far south end of the course there. They're going to make that turn.
So as we were mentioning, talking about Devon Yanko potentially going for an American record, which would is the world record. That number is currently 12:42:40, held by Camille Herron.
Right.
If these numbers are accurate on the ATRA website, I don't think they would be, because maybe Stella Springer would have had the 50 to 54 100 mile, because it was previously held by legend Connie Gardner at 16:04, but Stella ran a 15:43 last year at Solstice as a split. So we'll have to keep an eye on those numbers. The 100 mile age group record currently for 40 to 44.
Yeah, I know
that would be Camille's as well.
I know we've got our eyes over here on our lead, our three men that we've been talking about, that we assume are going for this record. But let's not sleep on Jared Gallup over here. He is technically in the lead right now.
That is going to be fascinating to follow, because we tend to maybe short somebody when we're not familiar with them and they show up at a race. Of course, that was to our own detriment potentially last weekend when we had what I would consider an unknown, capture golden ticket. So, but we will be doing our Jared Gallup homework as the day goes on. As I mentioned, his PR is a fairly solid for this level of competition, 16:22 at Hainsport 2023. Beyond that, he ran a 50 miler in San Martin last year, finishing 6:32, but not a lot of competition there. So
that's still the time is like a 6:32:50 is still a pretty good 50 miler, and we obviously don't know a ton on the course, but even though there wasn't a ton of
looks like a rendezvous, which looks like it might have been a flat course, but still, again, that's pretty impressive.
It's taking second place behind Sheldon Watanabe, who ran a 5:54, which is just a ridiculously stupid pace. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal there to run, essentially 2 3-hour marathons, a little faster than 3-hour marathons. In fact, Sheldon's time, 7:05 average, that is exactly a 3-hour marathon right there, 3:05 marathon. So, Jared's shown that he has some wheels. He's 28 years old. He's fairly young. Obviously, he's coming out today with doing his own thing. Now, that youth, is there some naivete there that is going to push him out front? Maybe he just wants to run by himself. It'll be interesting to catch a split and see if he if he's pulling away, or if he's just kind of lightly staying ahead of that pack there, just to kind of do his own thing all day. If anyone's got any information on him, please shout it out in the comments. We'd love to hear it.
So, let's see. Jared Gallup.
A bit of hearsay from Bryn Chalboy is that Ashley Paulson is not running, so she can attend her son's school dance.
That would track. That sounds like an Ashley Paulson thing to do. Like go and do a family event as opposed to spend an afternoon on a 100 miler. No, like I said, also Ashley is still working her way back from a labrum injury. Like, she had a torn labrum late last year. She told me. I don't think that I'm spilling any tea that it wasn't
right. Yeah, she's been pretty open about it.
So like working back from injury. So when like I said, she ran with me at Black Canyon. So like obviously she was party pacing it, but I felt like, you know, when I asked her about this weekend, she seemed very non-committal, and like, well, I'm registered, but ... So probably didn't want to put herself on a course like this because 100 miles on concrete and asphalt is.
There goes Jared past that screen there.
Is gonna
a second ago.
sting.
Here comes our 3 boys.
There we go.
So Jared's not too far ahead. No, sorry, not to cut you off,
No,
Chris,
no,
but Jared
sure.
is just kind of a few strides ahead of those boys. 30 seconds max. So, yeah, let's get that time split when he comes through here, and we'll see if he's just maintaining that, which it seems like you can see him on the other end of the course now. Seems like he has just opened up that quick 30-second gap, and he's just staying there. Which, is that I'm just going to run my own race today? As you can see from that bottom screen there, that it is a little breezy.
Yeah.
A little breezy today.
I'm going to take a quick spin down the race roster. Do we have the for the viewers? We do have the live tracking pin at the top. That'll be exactly what we're following. I won't say that we don't have any more information than the audience because we can see everything going on out here. So that is actually a benefit. And sometimes it creates an interesting dynamic. And as things have progressed over time in terms of coverage, I remember when Arlen Glick ran the 100 miler here a couple years ago, I was actually noticing a weird little hitch in his gait, and I asked his crew about it, and they said, "Oh no, he's fine." And then it turned out afterwards, "Oh no, he was in some semblance of pain." So, yeah, to go down the list of competitors, we've obviously touched upon current leader Jared Gallup, Raj Panu, Dakota Jones, Jonah Backstrom. Cody Poskin rounds out your top 5 for right now, but again, we are about 5 miles into 100, so a long way to go. On the women's side, Devon Yanko is your pace setter. Sierra DeGroff in second. Erin Carrara in third. Now, Erin Carrara is somebody I need to do some reading on because she was a race week registration. So somebody I have not done any homework on. In fourth place, Stephanie Rosebow. Now, Stephanie Rosebow is somebody I did do homework on. And Stephanie doesn't have a lot of results, but some of them are quite interesting. So she won the Saddles 100 in Prescott, which is a pretty gnarly course here late last fall. She was also the top woman finisher and the last person standing out at Across the Years this year with 143 miles, I believe, in that format. She finished third at Bigfoot last year, sixth at Cocodona. So a lot of racing miles under her belt, but we'll see what Stephanie is capable of here on a flat, fast 100-mile course. So,
yeah, it seems like those 3 girls are working together today and kind of they're locking into a pace together.
mm-hmm.
I don't think there was any outward mentions of we're going for a record, so there is no pace to be had if
Yeah.
there's a win that they're going for, which means there's no reason to break away at this point if you're feeling comfortable with those 3 movements.
Our current 5th place in the women's race is Tally Adrian. I hope I'm saying that right. Tally Adrian out of South Dakota. Tally's first PR in the 100-mile is the Lean Horse 2024. I'm not familiar with that course, but it's a 22:19:08. Not a particularly notable time, but she is the youngest runner in this women's race at the age of 24. So, we'll see if youth is served and if she is able to maintain her spot in this race. Stella Springer right behind her in 6th. Leanne Riv in 7th. Jess Mullen in 8th. Jill Hudson in 9th. Jill Hudson does a lot of fixed time racing, I believe, in the Grandmaster category. And 10th is Mandy Miller. I see that that the Jester has dropped into the 300 something or so.
5,692.
if I remember correctly, though, I actually spoke with him at Across the Years. I did a couple miles with him out there, and he kind of gave me the impression that he sees his 100-mile career kind of winding down.
Yeah.
And that this might be either his final 100-miler of note, or maybe his maybe the start of a, quote, farewell to 100-miler tour. I mean, you're talking about a guy who didn't pick up the sport of ultra running until his late 40s and ran his first 100-miler, I believe, at the age of 48. But since then, as he's now in his early 60s, he's 62 and has run over 300 100-milers, holds a couple of Guinness World Records, I believe, among them the most 100-milers run, the most 100-milers run in a year, if he still has that one, as well as most 100-milers won in a single month. I believe he won 400 milers in a month a few years back. So
not at all shocked by that.
yeah. Well, and also the thing about Ed, I actually, quote, raced him. I'll use that term very loosely. But he came out to a race in Arizona at Nardini Manor, and I was so excited to be out there to see him run, because I was telling myself, I can't wait to see what makes the Jester tick. And I would say about 3, 4, or 5 hours into the race, I was not like really feeling like he was pushing the pace. So I basically ran past him and was even a couple laps ahead of him on a short course, a 500-meter course. And the thing about him is that, like, when he settles in and maintains, he settles in and maintains. And I knew I was toast, and he ended up winning the event. I finished third. It was one of my pinnacles of my running career. But I knew I was cooked when I was trailing behind him after he passed me while eating a bowl of chili. And I looked at my watch, and I was doing a 13-minute mile pace. Like, he can walk. Like, he, again, another guy that's like super tall. He's 6'6" or so.
He's got some height to him for sure.
And his walk / power hike stride is absolutely bonkers.
And he's got this sport dialed. He's to a point of, I don't think he's not learning anything new. He's just executing on exactly his plan every single time and just getting it done.
Thank you, Elliot, for the heads up. Lean Horse is a 50-mile out and back, 7,000 feet of gain for the 100. So, pretty stout course. Also, Aaron Barber mentioning in the chat, and I apologize, I should have mentioned this individual sooner, Nathan Brown. So Nathan Brown is somebody who has a pretty limited race history, but ran a 1550 at Coldwater Rumble this year. And if you're familiar with that Coldwater Rumble course, it is not the quickest 100-miler out there. And that number is the third best all-time behind Cat Lowe, Sheepek, and Jeff Browning. So running a 1550 out there and turning it around here about 4 weeks later. So Nathan Brown will be another individual, I believe, out of San Diego, pretty quick runner. And we'll see if the back-to-back 100 thing is going to work for him.
He's got some fun views on the course here. So as the weather goes, we're going to be getting these like 24 to 25, 26 mile an hour gusts, but it should be like a consistent. So if you guys hear that flopping in the background, that is our studio.
It's our tent, like the wall of our tent, literally right behind us.
Yeah, so I mean, as you're seeing, these runners are getting a little bit of a breeze today, and we are kind of sunk down in the park here, so they get a little reprieve, but they do got to run up into it. So it is definitely, they're not going to be. That's the only, in my mind, that's the only thing that's going to keep that 100-mile record in jeopardy today.
Yeah, if the wind hits them at the wrong time for a sustained period, it is going to make like a headwind on this course, with some of the uphills could really be problematic.
Yeah, and as I pointed out earlier, luckily their headwind is going to be on the direction of the downhill portion of the course, with the tailwind helping them up the hill just a little bit. But again, like it is pretty sixes, so I think it could be a pretty even keel there. Hopefully, it doesn't take away too much.
course, we've also got multiple other events going on as well. We have the 100-mile USATF Championship, which is what we're here to cover today. There is a 100-mile short course championship, which is a non-USATF event. There is a 48-hour and then also a 12-hour and 6-hour are tonight as well here. So that's why you see so many more than the 36 or so runners in the 100-mile U.S. Championship.
So I gotta break in here. We do have some fresh, hot info coming in from Stephanie Flippin, who is apparently Jared's coach.
Okay.
And so she's saying that Jared's running very well within himself right now. Former D1 soccer player, which if anybody is familiar with the soccer players, let's just name one right off the cuff here, Grayson Murphy.
Yeah.
Former D1 soccer player who got kind of sick of soccer and decided to randomly sign up for track and field. Just thought she'd give it a shot, and then sets the record at University of Utah in the 5K, indoor and outdoor. So absolutely crushed it. But those soccer players, man, they've got a lot of base endurance, and they also have that sprint speed, and they've developed a lot of that fast twitch fiber, muscle fiber. So, if we see Jared have a good day, I'd be really excited to see what happens from him. And, even Stephanie did say that she's excited for his future in the sport. So, I love it. I love that these kinds of races will bring out a relatively yet known, I don't want to say unknown, but we'll say yet to be known, runner in Jared Gallup. So let's see what he does today. Again, he's just right out there 30 seconds ahead of those guys. He's not gaining. He's not pulling away. He's not slowing down. They're not catching him. He's just put himself there, and he's just going to hone in.
Yeah, of course, you mentioned Stephanie Flippin. She was a competitor in our first year doing the Jackpot live stream in 2023, I think it was, or 2022 rather. And the thing I remember most about that race, other than Camille having the world record that was later, under scrutiny and not sanctioned, is that Stephanie came in third with a 14:34.
Right.
She and Nicole Monette and Camille had such an amazing race that day, and it was a treat to watch all three operate and seem like they really all had it dialed in. I don't know if it was all of their PRs, but it sure felt like that women's race was something special that day.
Yeah.
Hopefully we have something similar here, because we do have that level of talent here in Devon Yanko, Sierra DeGroff, and Stella Springer.
We do. Speaking of, Sierra just ran past us there. It seems like she kind of broke away from that pack of three ladies who will be coming through shortly.
Meanwhile, the men's pack is still tight like glue.
They are just sticking to each other, which, I think it's a smart idea to work together. I think it's a great idea to, especially if they're going to battle these headwinds, maybe each of them kind of take a lead, pull the other ones along, because I think that having someone there ultimately is going to help you have a better performance. So if you're kind of taking turns with that lead there and kind of being that head of the peloton, I think that that's going to work out for all of them if they maintain that. So Jonah Backstrom, Raj, and Dakota all right there with Jared Gallup out front by 30 seconds. He's in the all-black kit, so when you're watching and you see the black half tights and black jersey, that's going to be Jared Gallup. We'll keep pointing him out as we can. And then Sierra DeGroff has got those very vibrant pink shorts with her typical white shirt up top, crop top up top. And she's rocking those Mount Coast shoes.
Yeah, Mount Coast athlete, Air Viper Racing Team as well. And I think that with this being Sierra's first 100-miler since Javelina, I think that she's definitely gonna want to have that redemption run here today. Yeah,
I think she, again, this is more her, not to say that Javelina couldn't be her wheelhouse, but this is where she's proven herself in the past. So to come back somewhere where you're feeling comfortable and you have that confidence of I've been here before and I've done well, generally will lead to a great day. Could lead to a great
local, day. So
yep,
she gets to go home and go to bed as soon as she's done.
Man, what's that like? as I sip down more coffee. Second venti coffee this morning.
Nice.
Chris, I'm going to leave it up to you for a little bit. I'm going to try to go get some more eyes on the field out there and bring some more cameras out. So I'm going to leave it to you for a moment. Let's see if we can't scrounge up some fun guests for you.
Yeah. Holly asking if the live stream is following the 100-mile or if we're continuing for the 48-hour. We are actually only committed to following the 100-mile U.S. Championships tonight. We will also be covering the 100K Mount to Coast race tomorrow as well. So we're not having dedicated coverage of the 48-hour race, but our cameras will be on these athletes in the same way, and you can follow those athletes specifically on the runner tracker. I mean, if something happens, I will say this. One of the things that I like about our ability to pivot on coverage is that if somebody is putting up big numbers, like 200-plus pacing in the 48-hour, yeah, we'll definitely give it an eyeball and give it mention. For instance, as I mentioned, we stick around for the top of the field in this race, but I do remember that a couple years ago we had 5 octogenarians pushing to win the age group record, and possibly set an age group record in the 80 to 84 age group, and that was actually pretty captivating. You might be able to hear some of the geese in the background as well. As you can see, yeah, that Jared Gallup is about 30 seconds ahead of what we expected to be the lead men's peloton here at the Jackpot race. So, I mean, we will be live streaming and having video on the course where the 48-hour runners will be on, but we're not going to be covering that race specifically as a rule. You can see, I know Andre Lee right there in the 100-mile short course race, not in the USATF event. Yeah, the Mount to Coast 100K has a bit of a limited field. I'm not really familiar with a lot of it. It seems like primarily Masters runners in that event this year in the inaugural Mount to Coast 100K. So I don't know. I know we'll be covering the race tomorrow. I believe that I know that Andy Jones-Wilkins will be part of that coverage team, as well as I believe Joe Boucher and Maya Detmer, members of our Mountain Outpost team. Actually, I believe this might be Joe's broadcasting debut this weekend. So shout out to Joe for giving it a try here. And shout out for those of you that are split screening what's going on here and what's going on in New Zealand as well. Of course, for all the runners that are running Tarawera this weekend too. So we're not oblivious to what is going on around the world, and best of luck to those runners that are running the trails. So, but we are here in Henderson, Nevada, in the shadows of the Strip, Las Vegas, at the USATF 100-mile championship. Thanks to the city of Henderson for being so gracious and hosting us in this event. One of my guests that's going to be coming up in a little bit is going to be the founder of this race, Ken Rubley. Ken is what I would refer to as the P.T. Barnum of ultra running in a lot of ways. For those that maybe aren't familiar with his race director exploits, he is the man who sets up the frozen grape aid station at Cocodona, and sends rocket pops and otter pops out to the middle of the desert, sanctioned by the race, of course. But Ken is definitely a great character and a super nice guy, and I know that he's got some things that he would like to share about his experience here at Jackpot. Looks like you can see the lead men, or not the lead men actually, the 2, 3, 4 men coming around the far side of the course. That would be Jonah Backstrom that is Dakota Jones in front, followed by Raj Panu in the blue, and Jonah Backstrom bringing up the rear in that group.
And actually, while we've got a moment, I'll kind of spin around the other events to kind of see what's going on in those. Currently in the 100-mile short course, the non-USATF event, your current leaders are Joshua Rice in the men's race and Eileen Bloom in the women's race. In the 48-hour, your leaders are Derek Anthony on the men's race and Heather Gothard on the women's race. And to reiterate the leaders of the USATF 100-mile championship to this point, we're only about 7 or 8 miles in. Jared Gallup has actually just crossed the 8-mile threshold. You can actually see that 2-3-4 men's group that we're following via drone heading up. They're going to be passing us here very shortly, and then they'll hit that timing strip. They were about 30 seconds or so back of the race leader, Jared Gallup. So you can see there. Yeah, that is Dakota, followed by Raj, and then Jonah. And then that is the start-finish line. And these runners do not switch directions for this event either. So they are making a whole lot of right turns over the course of this. That is our start-finish line area. You can see the finisher chute. It actually is deceptively uphill. You can't really tell from this angle, but they do head uphill as they're heading up to the finish line. Is that okay? So that's actually on the other side of the. Okay, so that's facing west towards the strip. Oh, that's north that way.
It's across. That's facing north.
Okay, it's facing north. I feel like it's northwest. But those runners are. That's basically the other side of the course. You can see. Actually, on the right there was Amy Maurer. Amy Maurer is, I believe, doing the 100-mile or maybe the 48-hour. I'll have to check on that. She was the 6-day American record holder in the, I want to say it was like 460 miles in 6 days, up until that was recently overtaken by Camille Herron last year at the Further event. Also, yeah, this is a big racing weekend. I know that the Raven is going on this weekend in South Carolina. We will not be on the air when that race is really hitting its stride, but I know that is going to be a pretty tightly contested national team qualifier for the 24-hour discipline. So Jared Gallup, again, is your early race leader here as we approach the 1 hour mark. Here, I guess we're actually just at the 1 hour mark. Jared Gallup, Dakota Jones about 30 seconds back, along with Raj Panu and Jonah Backstrom, all basically in a tight wound peloton. Nathan Brown in 5th place. Cody Poskin in 6th. Braden Rogau in 7th. Braden is somebody we haven't mentioned here yet, but Braden's PR is 24:12:19 at Run Rabbit Run 2024. Now that's deceptive because Run Rabbit Run is hard. Run Rabbit Run is run at 9,000, 10,000 plus feet of elevation, so a 24-hour number at Run Rabbit Run is pretty stout. Shad Burkholz in 8th currently. Shad, a member of the Mountain Outpost broadcast team, taking a day off from filming this race to run it. So Hopefully Shad has himself a good day. Mark Marzin in 9th. Mark Marzin's PR in the 100-mile is 17:54.26. Colorado native running Rocky Raccoon in 2023 as his current PR in the 100-mile. And in current 10th place is Eric Smeltzer. Eric Smeltzer, somebody who was a part of these broadcasts as part of that 80-plus team. Ian Madison just recently passed away at the age of 82. Running to the end, Ian, despite his advanced age and being in his 80s, he did compete in four ultras last year, including Jackpot, the Albuquerque 24-hour challenge, Jackrabbit Jubilee, and fittingly enough, his final race was across the years. And he did 100 miles just a few weeks before he passed. It's pretty amazing. So for those who say that they couldn't do this or that their time has passed, Ian Madison, who just recently passed away, just a few weeks before he passed, he did complete a 100-miler race one last time. That who just went by was bib number 37. That was Stephanie Rosebow. As we mentioned, Stephanie has won. She won the Saddles 100 last year at in Prescott, Arizona. Also finished 6th at Cocodona, Prescott local. Doing a little bit something a little bit different this weekend. Flat and fast loops around a beautiful lake here in Henderson, Nevada. Stephanie currently sitting 3rd in the women's race. If I had to make picks, I would probably predict a 1, 2, 3 in the men's race of Raj, Dakota, Jonah. But I fully am ready to admit that I have not seen enough of Jared Gallup and Nathan Brown and Cody Poskin to really, assess them. And I'm always happy to be wrong, especially when people have great days. In the women's race, I do believe that Devon Yanko is the one to beat. I mean, when you put it out there that you're gunning for potential world record time, then frankly, I think that you've put that target on your back. But when you're a competitor at that level, you kind of expect it. I know that Sierra DeGroff is super stoked to be racing Devon here today, and that's one of the things that is cool about Sierra is that she has worked herself up as a competitor in these events. 6-7 years ago, she was about a 24 hour 100 miler and has worked herself to the point where she is now a sub 1600 mile runner. So when you look at somebody's ultra sign up score, you have to kind of look down the standings a little bit, so to speak, which is something I'm sure that she's, she loves is the fact that she went from being a solid mid-pack runner to somebody who is competing, at a very high level. I also expect to see Stella Springer here at the end as well in the 100-miler. We just saw Stella at Desert Solstice less than, I guess it was 2 months ago, where she ran a 15:43 100-miler, which I do believe is the new 50 to 54 age group standard in American running, the previous record being about a 16 flat. I will see if I can get confirmation on that. If she did, it's still probably pending ratification at this point. But Stella Springer, another fantastic runner that is out here at Jackpot. So we've got some pretty stout competitors here this year. We go a little bit deeper in the field this year than in years past. We mentioned. Yeah, sure. What's his? Okay. Cool. Yeah. We're going to welcome in our first guest of the day.
There you are. Speak
There
right
we
into
go.
that.
And
Howdy.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm Trishul Churns.
Yes.
And I come from the East Coast.
Oh,
and
you're-
I'm also the ultra running director for Mount Coast, which is your title sponsor.
Okay, so that's fascinating that you mentioned that because I'm familiar with your name through Gomu.
That's correct.
Yes. So,
So GOMU is the global organization of multi-day ultra runners, and I'm the founder
Okay.
and the president. And we have world championships, and our last world championship at the EMU in that's the in Belafon Fjord, Hungary. There was a world record for 6 days by Matthew Bone from Belgium, and he did 649 miles and broke the legendary Yanis Koros's I guess he did 644.
Yeah.
And I was there from start to finish, and we had one in that race for Gomu. We had one woman went over 500 miles. And so for our next championship, which is going to be in France, we have from America Meg Eckhart. Maybe she'll be the first woman to do 606. I have faith in her, and she's a Mount Coast athlete. And then, of course, we have Irina Masanova. And Irina is a Russian that lives in Cyprus who has done, I think, about 153 for 24 and 271 for 48.
Trishul, with it seems like Gomu has become more into the spotlight recently, due to basically what amounts to an all-out assault on multi-day records lately. Do you think it's because people are getting faster, or that people are simply realizing that these records, some of them, like in the case of Giannis records, have been holding up for decades, and it's time for somebody to take a stout crack at them?
Well, I think that it's just good promotion. You know, Gomu is trying to promote it.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get the best. I know a lot of runners in Europe, and I know a lot of runners all around the world. And, I get in touch with them. Hey, do you want to go against the best in the world? So I'm trying to get all the best in the world to come together in one spot and give it a go. And, it's happening. We had a 48-hour. And Camille Herron's record was broken there from Stina Rex. It was the greatest 48-hour in history. And we had, I think, 3 women went over 400K, which is about over 250 miles, which is incredible. So there was very capable runners today that they just have to be made aware of it. And I'm glad that we're able to usher it in.
Yeah, I feel like, and I've had discussions with Jamil Curry about this, on a casual basis, and it feels like there's almost like a, maybe a potentially burgeoning boom of pedestrianism. Like the notion, I don't think we'll ever return to the days of
the old
full,
pedestrians.
Yeah, full, arenas of people, but at the same time, whenever these numbers that have been held, for decades, I think that causes people to raise eyebrows and then take looks. And obviously, when you talk about, whether it be Camille or Steen or Matthew running these numbers, it causes other people to take a look and say, hey, I wonder if I could do that, and that's one of the things that's amazing about, I feel like a lot of these people who are specializing in 100Ks and 100 milers simply just need to take a crack at it and see what they can do.
That's what I did when I started. I started and I said, can I do 400 miles? I started in 1983. My first multi-day was a New York Roadrunners Club 6-day race. And when I did, I said, can I do 406? And I did at 445. And then I said, is it possible to get to 500? And I did. And so people, they're curious, not just how they can only go so fast.
Yeah.
So how far can I go? And it's like the 3,100 mile race. People said, well, I've done, a 6-day race. Can I actually do that in a time event? And so it's when people are made aware of this, especially through the internet, then there's a lot of people find out about it and they want to give it a go. That's why Meg did 524 for
at the Dome.
At the Dome.
Yeah.
And then she's now thinking, it's possible to do 606.
I will say that watching Meg Eckert last year was a treat. Like, she did everything there was to do, whether it be 6 days in the dome. She was also doing mountain races and acquitting herself very well there. I think that Meg Eckert is somebody who is at or near the very top of the sport right now, as it stands, whether you're talking about anything from 100K and up, really, which also gives me a nice little pivot here.
Right.
You're not just here to celebrate the multi-day efforts, but specifically Mount to Coast is sponsoring an event this weekend. Can you talk about that?
Okay, so this weekend it's at the Jackpot right here, and I'm happy to partner, or Mount to Coast is happy to partner with Aravipa, simply because they are the best in the country. In my eyes, they do such a fantastic job, and when we did across the years, it's professional through and through. And now we're also the official shoe of Badwater, and we are the presenting partner with Badwater and Chris and company there, plus with their Cape Fear and Salton Sea, events. And Mount to Coast, what they're interested in is just getting the shoes on ultra runners' feet that need that type of brand,
Yeah.
And so the company itself, which is based in Hong Kong, all they care about is a good product on the runner's feet. And I can say for myself that I took a pair, when I first got introduced to the company, and I was doing a 6-day race, 3 days at the fair, a 6-day event, and in that event I put the shoes right out of the box on my feet. 414 miles of power walking later, they felt great. Big toe box. They have the dual lacing system. And what was so cool, and here's the point, is the durability. 1,000 miles later, the shoes are doing great. And I have them here, and so I believe in the company because it's a great brand. It's a great shoe.
Of course, and they're basically just still in their very nascent stages in terms of like signing athletes and stuff. But I feel like there have been a couple of instances in the last 2 months that Mount to Coast can definitely hang their hat on. First of all, your first 100-mile challenge was at Across the Years,
right?
And it was won by a Mount to Coast athlete overall.
Yeah, it was 100K. Actually, we have 100. Yeah.
So
it's
Sarah,
who's here and
Yeah.
who's I think she's trying to do sub 14 and a half, and we'll see if she can.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to hear that that's her goal.
No. So we in that race we had Ben Blankenship, which is an Olympian who's now turned to ultras, the trails, and he did 2, but he had a rough day. It was hot, and it's a learning experience, and he needed some electrolytes, and he didn't have them, and so he could only go so far.
Yeah.
And Nick Curry, they were battling it out, and Sierra hung around, and nothing gives me greater joy to see the female gender win. I love them when they win races outright.
Absolutely. That was a fantastic thing to see. The other thing I want to talk about is the fact that, of course, for those who have been under a rock for the last few weeks, Jamil Curry did something absolutely ridiculous last month in the quote Chipotle segment in Tempe, Arizona.
Love it.
And I was actually surprised. I did not know this. I spent some time with him out there, did some laps with him.
Yeah, cool.
But he went through all the different shoes that he used and everything like that. And of course, what was it that he found that he got more mileage out of than any other? It was the Mount to Coast.
Yeah, and Mount to Coast is for everyone to know. It you get your money's worth. You get the best bang for your buck because it lasts. And I put 1,000 miles on it, and a lot of runners say, "Wow!" And is it for everyone? No, that's why there's chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream, but for the ones that are looking for, a wide toe box or a shoe that has nice spring that will last, and the shoes are still alive after, 1,000 miles. They're not like dead shoes. All of a sudden, the shoes become dead. They're done. So I'm waiting to see what the expiration date of this of the shoes I originally started out with.
Yeah, and that's what kind of amazed me, because when Jamil was going through and auditing his mileage, he said he put roughly 400 to 450 miles on his Mount to Coasts in just a couple of weeks
Right.
when he was out there. So,
Right.
he was doing, 50, 80, 120 mile days, and he
Right.
was using the Mount to Coast. Which model was that, I believe?
I think he probably did the H1s.
H1, yeah, that's what it was.
H1s, right. But the R1s are the racing shoe, but they're fantastic. I love them. They're their signature shoe, but they're going to be coming out with a trail shoe called the T1s, which a lot of people are looking and are just drooling. But they're coming out. I think the launch date is like in July, and and they're fantastic. And we have the shoes. We have a little booth here, and we have demo shoes for the runners that are out here to try them. And we did the same thing across the years, and a lot of people, some of the runners stopped and said, "Let me try your shoes," and they bought a pair afterwards. So.
Have you been? Are you in retail markets at this point with Mount
Yeah,
to Coast
yes,
yet, or?
yeah. So our country manager's a guy named Doug,
Okay.
and he's trying to. Right now, a lot of it's online, but
Okay.
we're trying to get it into the retail stores. It takes a little time.
Sure, yeah.
And you get how it works. You get the sales reps, and then they take it and put it into get them into the stores themselves. So we're trying to get to about 300. Stores by the end of the year, by the 2025. So they'll be around the country. But if people can't get them in the stores, you just go online and they can get it shipped right to you. So
Yeah, no, that's actually pretty amazing because Mount to Coast seemed like it just popped up one day. I was first aware of them maybe late last year. How long have they I guess when did they actually first
Start.
establish their footprint in the U.S.?
Okay, so they all started out with this guy named Yeti who worked for Brooks, and he had a lot of innovative ideas. And he moved, I think, back to Hong Kong, and then he had some great ideas. It was 2 years in the making. They had a lab, and they did all these special tests. He tried them out, and our official date was maybe 7 months ago, where we made the U.S. launch.
Okay.
And but it is taken off, and we're doing very well for our first under a year.
Yeah, that actually, when you said you've already actually been able to penetrate some brick and mortar operations,
Right.
that actually kind of caught me off guard because I didn't realize that within a year or basically within 6 months' time
Right.
you've been able to do that. That is not an easy thing to do in
No,
this,
it's
in this
not.
business.
And I mean, there's big companies like Nike or Adidas or Puma or whatever it may be, Hoka, and we're trying. People are looking at us too, and we want to put it beside them and say, this brand, this new startup brand, we have this great product. And by having this great product, here's an opportunity for you guys to get a quality shoe. And there's no gimmicks. It's all well tested. And, they work. I'm a living example. The 67-year-old dude who's been doing ultras for 46 years, whether it's the 3,100 mile race or a 50K race. So 5,000K or 50K. And, I've done them all. And, I love the shoes. The shoes sold themselves to me. I didn't need any salesperson to, but it was the shoes. They spoke, and I heard them, and now they're on my feet.
No, I think, and I think that's pretty fantastic when you look at the immediate returns that you're getting. Obviously, in terms of getting them into the stores, investing in athletes, up and coming athletes like Sierra, or athletes who had a breakout year like Meg Eckert,
Right.
stuff like that. That's those are obviously some good people to have involved with your brand at this point.
Or Cole Crosby, who was
yes.
Cole, my good buddy Cole, who when I first met Cole, I remember in the Tesla Hertz, which is on the East Coast, they put on a 150-mile race, which he was in. I was in the 100-mile race, and he won it. And he made it look easy. And then I think he won the Cowboy 200. And so he wanted to give the roads a go. And he's basically a trail runner. But but what's cool about Cole is, he's a 2:31 marathoner, but he did it en route to the Comset Park 50K. So I think he did 3:03. But what's cool about Cole is he said, "Can I get over 150?" And they put on his Mount to Coast shoes. and he did 152 and won the event.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So Cole is an up-and-coming runner. So we're looking at a lot of other runners, and they're really drooling at the. They're drooling and saying, "Hey, we'd like to be part of the brand," and why not? I look at them and I say, "What have you done?" And we'll see if you can fit into the partner with the company.
Yeah, I admit I didn't get a chance to demo them at Across the Years. I was out there and doing the 6-day, but I was more focused on. I was also crewing my son to his first 100 miler.
Cool.
But I do plan on going out for my own run today, and I'm going to have to try and demo. it there.
We have them right here. For go to the guy, demo them out, and it doesn't cost a penny.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then if you like them, you like them. If you don't, they don't. And or you don't. And it's just let the shoes speak to you, and see if it resonates.
With regard to Mount to Coast and your athlete portfolio, we talked about Megan, we talked about Cole, we talked about Sierra. Is there anybody that this is somebody I got to keep an eye on? Who are you looking at possibly having a breakout year in your athlete team for 2025? If there's somebody that we haven't mentioned yet.
Okay, so we have an international squad too.
Okay.
So Matthew Bone is our athlete, and he's he is our athlete, and on one that you haven't heard of, but you might have heard of, is Bartosz Fidali. Now, Bartosz Fidali is from Poland. He was third at the backyards. He wants to win it. Here's a guy that could break Kuros's record, as same with Matthew Bone. And so we have some international people. And then Irina Masanova. I'm very curious, will she or Meg be the first woman to go 606?
Okay.
I think Camille Herring gave it a go at Lululemon, and she fell short for her quest, but she set the women's world record. So, but I'm a big fan of Meg, and I want to see what she can do, or Irina can do, and other people that are in the brand. Whether it's Ben, Cole, and I'm also in the brand, and I represent all the old dudes that who do. I'll be doing like 25 ultras this year.
Oh wow!
Yeah, no, I do a lot of them.
Yeah.
My quest is, I did well in ultras through the years, but can I get and now be prolific and run? I like to go over 800 ultras. So right now I'm at 300, and this will be 379 in the 100K, and so I have to do about. At 67, I have to do about 25 a year for the next 20 years. But can I do it? I have the dream, Can I? So I'm trying to be prolific, and it also represents the company well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but
as long as you hold up and the shoes are holding up,
that's
that
it.
looks good.
That's a good thing. And we have a small crew. Victoria Brown.
Yes.
There's our next person. So Victoria Brown, she's
very familiar with her. Yeah.
Yes, and she's a fantastic talent. So we have Victoria, Meg, and Sierra, and they're going to be representing us at Badwater, and we're going to be making a little movie. So
nice.
Yeah.
Love to keep an eye out for that.
But Victoria is she's my vice president at Gomu. But what makes her fantastic is she's very good at the multi-days, so she's a 7-time Gomu world champion. So, and, Victoria is, I think she's done her 100 and under, like 14:57. And this weekend, she's going to be running the Raven 24-hour and see if she can get a PR. And I think that she's, with her golden smile, she'll charm everyone with her smile and her athletic prowess.
Also, one of the more fascinating life stories of anybody in this space.
Yeah.
I mean, she's lived a life, and she's a former professional poker player.
That's right. That's so cool.
She's got she's a very fascinating person. I've interviewed her a couple times, and I do actually, I keep in contact with her online and
cool.
stuff like that. So Victoria Brown, best of luck to her and everybody else out at the Raven this weekend.
Right. Yeah. No, the
well.
Raven is. Yeah, they have some good runners there, and
I know Bob Hearn is out there.
Yeah.
A couple other people.
Right.
Mandy Holmes, I believe.
Right, yes, and Bob Hearn is also with Gomo. He's our record
keeper. Yeah,
that's right, and he's very meticulous. And we ratify the records that the IAU decided not to. And so the 1,000K or 1,000 mile or the 3,100 and all the non-standard splits. And if anybody wants to look at who is Gomu, we're at gomu.org.
Also, actually, I kind of piggybacking on that a little bit. With regards to like IAU and USATF not recognizing certain disciplines, like I think the one that comes to mind to me is the 72 hour.
Right.
Are you recognizing the 72 hour?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we have the 10-day.
Yes.
And I'm the old marks were the 2-day and 6-day. I'm more fascinated. Let's bring it into the modern times. Let's make it the 3-day and the 10-day. And people will think, oh, the 10-day, can I get it done in 10 days, 100K a day, or the 3-day? And we're going to be having first time a Gomu 3-day World Championship in Hungary in 2026.
Okay.
So we put on two World Championships a year. We have the 6-day, the longer one, and the 2-day. But I really want to get the 3-day and 10-day interest, and a lot of runners in Europe are very, very interested in doing that. And so we recognize as the standard distances 2-day, 6-day, 3-day, 10-day, 1,000 mile, 1,000K, and 3,100 miles, because the 3,100 mile is the longest certified race in the world. I've done it 3 times. It's held in New York, and a lot of people might not be aware of it, but there's some fantastic results that have come out of there. And it's eat, sleep, and run. And it's can I cover it under 50 days? Can I do 100K a day for 50 days? Yeah. So there's so many different formats and disciplines out there, and I think it's fascinating. What people are fascinated. How far can I go? And they have a lot to choose from.
I think that the reason why the 72 hour is so fascinating to me, and that's why I asked about that specifically, is that number one, it seemed like it was like recognized until it wasn't. And I don't know the dynamics behind that. I'm not like that in tune with the governing bodies. But to me, the 72 hour is the first fixed time where sleep has to happen.
Correct.
You can if you're an elite athlete, you might be able to edge out a 48 hour with maybe minimal napping or something like that, like maybe a couple of quick
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
I remember, like for example, Phil McCarthy when he did the American record at 3 days at the fair, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. He had I think 3 or 4 20-minute naps, and that's it. And a lot of guys look at the 24-hour. And they of course, to get high numbers, you don't sleep at all. But in the now the 48 hours looked at is extended 24 hours.
Yeah,
it really is, because if you snooze, you lose.
Yeah. Well, and I think in particular the 48 hour, it seemed like the women's number has just like exploded.
Yeah, it did.
In that, I mean, it seemed like it was. I want to say it was around the 240, 250 range, maybe a couple years ago, and now it's pushing
270s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So last year, I think there was, or the year before, there was Camille made a big breakthrough, and then Stina transcended.
Yeah.
And just like at that World Championships, it was probably the greatest 48 hour in history. And Bartos won it with like 277. So these are big numbers. These are not only Mountain Coast athletes, one of the best in the world, but getting back to you with the women, it's just in my 46 years of ultra running, it's so fantastic to watch how women's ultra running has exploded over all these years, and it brings tears to my eyes. I want them to do so well, and it's fantastic to watch it from Marcy Schwalm, who was the first woman under at Lake Warmug, actually, where she did 50 miles in under 6 hours, and now it's much more routine.
Also, I think that what we learn as we observe this sport is that at 100 miles and beyond, the quote male speed advantage tends to be winnowed
Absolutely.
away, and it wouldn't be an overly shocking thing for me to see a woman take on like a 2-day, 3-day, or 6-day world record, grab at that point. I think that is entirely within the realm of possibility. We could see it within our lifetimes.
I hope so.
Yeah.
As I said, nothing gives me greater joy to see a woman win and beat the men. I just love it. I
Yeah.
love it. Through the centuries, women have gotten, there's second-class citizens in so many countries. Well, women rule, always have, always will, ultimately. And, it gets exciting to see how close can they get to the men's records. Now, the men's records are not easy.
Yeah.
If you really think about it, in the 6-day, that's 649 miles.
Yeah.
Can a woman, next step, can a woman do, 606? I'm really, I think it's going to happen.
It is, 649 is huge, but at that point, it's less than 10%
Correct.
delta there.
Right.
Like, that's actually something, if you look at it, if you compare, Sorokin versus Camille in the 100-mile, that's about a double-digit delta.
Right.
But when you're talking 649 versus 605, 606, there's
no, it absolutely can happen. Especially if some of these faster African runners, some of these women, they all of a sudden, or men, I'm very curious to see how they do. There's in Kenya alone, this is very interesting. There must be at least 50 women that can run under. They don't even make the team. They can't get out of their country. Can go under 2:30 for the marathon. 50.
That's wild.
It's wild. And there's also, let's bring some of those runners out, and that's what even Mount Coast. My objective is, let's get some of these fast runners. Let's sign them up, give them the opportunity, and let's see what they can do. They just need a little bit of help, and that I would love to see. Well, even in here's the fascinating, the American record. Some of the or to me even the Canadian record, Victoria Brown.
Yeah.
She has the overall men's and women's record because I once had the 48-hour record. I did 221 miles. Then I think a guy, Dave Proctor. Proctor did I think 222, and then a guy I can't remember his first name. His last name's Hughes. He did 228. Then Victoria came along and she just did 251. There's an example.
Yeah.
Or even with Camille. She took the American record. I think she has the overall
she does.
48-hour record. So is there women out there that can do these longer ones? Absolutely. And the bridge gets smaller and smaller. Sandy Barwick, for example, in the 1,000-mile distance from New Zealand, and Ziggy Bauer, who had the record. There's only 2 hours difference in 1,000 miles. So she did 12 days 14. Ziggy had 12 days 12. So yes, the longer it is.
Yeah, the only 10-day that I've ever witnessed was out at Across the Years a few years ago
Right.
when we did it for. I think that there were 2 iterations. Annabelle Hepworth ran a number
Fantastic.
like 770 or something
Right.
like that.
Yes.
Like that's absolutely unbelievable. Like that's 78 miles a day for over a week.
She's the real deal and very steady. I think where it's very fascinating is in the 3,100-mile race, because many of those fantastic female athletes, they end up like 3rd, 4th in that field of 12, but their numbers are just outrageous.
Yeah.
They're averaging maybe 70 miles a day for over 50 days or 45 days. The women's record for the 3,100-mile race now is 45 days. And it's a big number from a woman from, I believe, Taiwan. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's one race that I've heard of and I hear about when it's going on.
Yeah.
But the only thing that I know is that one of the regulars at Across the Years, Bibi, Bujargal Biamba from Mongolia.
Bujagal.
Bujagal, thank
from
you.
Mongolia. Bujagal.
Yeah,
We call him Bud.
Yeah, and he's like 5'2", and he just like moves nonstop. And like I watched him operate out at Across the Years a few years ago, and just like I did a little bit of digging about him, and I realized he'd run the 3100.
Yes,
you know.
no, this year he did the 3100, but he's a very good 6-day runner.
Yeah.
He's done over 900K for 6 days.
Yeah.
He came ahead of the legendary Joe Fegis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is something that not a lot of people can
Not
say.
a lot of people can say no. Joe is a fantastic runner. You know, when I was at the Dome in I think 2019, it was fantastic to watch Joe and Mr. Hearn himself and duke it out. And there was Dave Johnson, and they all were within 10 miles of each other. And
Yeah.
but Joe, to beat Joe is very, very tough.
Yeah, Joe and went head to head with Giannis.
Yes.
and came away. Well, I think it was like about 12 years ago or so now.
Yeah,
across
yes.
the years. you
Yes,
know.
yes.
So
I think Joe did 5:55.
Yeah,
and Giannis was 5:51,
which is absolutely insane to have
Yeah.
two people hit 550 in a
Yeah.
6-day race.
Yeah, and but the multi-day arena is many people are now fascinated by it, and it's fantastic here at Jackpot just to see people giving a go 48 hours.
With your association with Gomu,
Right.
are you seeing numbers over the years? Like, are there more events and more participants, or is it kind of steady? Or like, what are you seeing? Like, are you having to monitor more events as a body, or are things just kind of like basically like on the like kind of inching forward?
Things are moving forward. They're not inching forward. There's more and more events that are coming up. So yes, especially in Europe,
Okay.
they have.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, here in America, the golden time was, I think, in the 80s when I was running at my best, and it was really fascinating. People like Don Choi or myself or Stu Middleman and so forth, and there was quite a few multi-day events, and then they've always been there, but I think a lot of the big and more events are in Europe, but I would love to see more in America. And thank you, Vipa, for putting on their 6-day race, because they do such a high quality job. And when I was there this year, I did the 200-mile race, and fantastic job. I was so impressed, and they picked a great location, and it was all I can say is our Vipa does just a fantastic job. All the food's there. You don't have to worry. You don't need a helper. You can do it all on your own.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And that was the first time at the new venue at Peoria Sports Complex.
Right.
You're literally running through a spring training baseball stadium, which is kind of an interesting touch.
Oh, it was fantastic. It
Plenty
really
of bathrooms. Like
That's what I loved about it. Nothing wrong with the porta sands, but I prefer a flush toilet.
I agree. I'm right there with you. That's one of the that was probably the biggest game changer for me as a participant out there, was the fact that rather than like the porta potties, I mean, they were available, like if you needed one, but the fact that you had indoor plumbing, it was just such a godsend.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, these things are valuable, and it's. But there was such at these type of events here. There's a great kitchen. I think Jamil's mom is in charge of it, and she does a great job. And all the courses are picked. Like this course out here, it looks. It has a nice touch with all the mountains in the background. I'm looking at them now and just saying, "Wow!" And it's a beautiful site here.
Yeah, it's pretty picturesque. I'm a huge fan of coming up here to Henderson every year for Jackpot. So,
Right.
But Trishul, did I say that right correctly?
Yeah, Trishul.
Trishul, sorry. Thanks for coming on with
Yeah.
me. I really appreciate it. I was like, I had seen you around, but I didn't and I know who you are by reputation and
Okay,
by
thank
things
you.
online. And so, like, when they said who you are, I was like, oh, I know who this is. So, I think that you've definitely, I didn't realize that you were involved in, I knew your association with Gomu, but, now with Mount to Coast,
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a whole lot of activity going on in this space, and looking forward to seeing more of it.
Right, and for me, it's such a joy to just participate. I used to run to compete on some level. Now I run to complete, and but it's so much fun through the years just to watch the progression of, for me, really the progression of technology. Especially, we used to have cotton shirts, and now there's
Yeah.
wick-away stuff. And to see the the advancement of women's ultra running, it's such a joy to witness that. And we're going to see what happens here, and hopefully my Mountain Coast athletes are going to do really well here. So, like
Awesome.
Sierra. And thank you for having me on.
Hey, no, thanks for joining me. It was a pleasure. And yeah, obviously learning about what Mount Coast is doing in this space and their explosion here in the United States was something I was, admiring and following over the past few months. And also, like the fact, as I mentioned, that Gomu had become, I guess, much more visible with the outright assault on multi-day records that had been happening over the last few years.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting this year, as I said, with Gomu, and the 48-hour that's going to be in Poland. It's going to be a barn burner. There's some, there's going to be a big assault on Yanis's record. There's one guy, Podrosky, Andre Podrosky, one of the few men. Only 3 men have gone over 300K in 24 hours, and that is Sorokin, Yanis, and himself. And he's given assault on it, and so it's going to be exciting. And we're going to make sure that everything's going to be online, so people want to follow it. And they're going to be definitely a lot of there'll be tracking and everything. But if anybody wants to know about the World Championships, go to gomu.org.
Awesome.
It's all there.
Awesome.
But thank you.
No, thank you very much. And it'll be fun to follow these runners for the rest of the day. Hey, Trevor, I think we're going to take a quick break here. We'll run some ads to pay the bills, and we'll join you on the flip side here at the Jackpot Ultras presented by Mountain Outpost and the City of Henderson, Nevada, and Mount Coast.
Thank you. Thank you, my
Once again, we just saw actually Raj Panu and Dakota Jones go by 1 and 2. Thanks to Trishul Cherna for joining us, the head of GOMU. And here we have Devon Yanko, your women's race leader. We'll do a quick check on where everybody's at right now, but I wanted to thank Trishul for joining me here. Obviously, with GOMU, the Global Organization of Multi-Day Runners, Ultra Runners, as well as with Mount to Coast, who are sponsoring the 100K and have really arrived on the U.S. scene in a big way. A couple of their athletes doing big things. We mentioned Sierra DeGroff out here competing in the women's USATF 100 miler, previous winner of this event. Also mentioned Meg Eckert as well. But let's go down the line here. So the group of 3 men, so Jared Gallup is still in the lead, but previously the group of 3 men that was Raj Panu, Dakota Jones, and Jonah Backstrom has actually kind of morphed into a group of 3 that includes Jared. So Jared Gallup is currently basically leading that men's peloton right now. That was Stella Springer that you just saw going by your screen. Stella, USATF. U.S. 100-mile national team member, rather. So Jared Gallup, Raj Panu, Dakota Jones, all within seconds of one another at about the 17-mile mark at last check. Jonah Backstrom about 90 seconds back of them. Cody Poskin in 5th, about 3.5 minutes back. Nathan Brown about 5 minutes back of the lead. Braden Ragau in 7th, about a lap back. Shad Burkholz in 8th, Mark Marzin in 9th, and Eric Smeltzer in 10th. So the 1 through 10 is still the same as it was last we checked. It's just a little bit of shuffling of the chairs. On the women's race, Devon Yanko, as we mentioned, taking a shot at the 100-mile world record here. We'll see if Devon is able to sustain. Currently in 1st, Sierra DeGroff in 2nd, about 3 minutes back. Stephanie Rosebow about 5 minutes back in 3rd. Taylor Adrian in 4th. Erin Carrara in 5th. Stella Springer in 6th. Leanne Riv in 7th. Jess Mullen in 8th. Jill Hudson 9th. And Mandy Miller in 10th. So again, the top 10 for the men and the top 10 for the women still in the same spots they were. Notable names that opted not to start the race this year include Ashley Paulson. Ashley was on the starter list, but I had a feeling after seeing her out at Black Canyon last weekend that she was probably not going to be racing today. Still recovering from a torn labrum. Still did 150K out on the Black Canyon course last weekend, but also Dan McHugh, a multi-time Desert Solstice runner, very solid 100-miler, sub 15-hour result here a couple years ago. So Dan is not here as well. So our field is actually about 33 people starting the race in the 100-mile, the USATF 100-mile rather. Other notable names in the 100-miler include Ed the Jester Eddinghausen. Ed is, probably about 320 100-milers deep into his career at this point. And also Edward Rousseau. Ed Rousseau is one of our octogenarians at 85 years young, going out to try and complete yet another 100-miler. Ed has finished multiple 100-milers out here at Jackpot. So So Raj and Dakota have both stated publicly their desire to try and attack the men's American 100-miler record, which is currently held by Zach Bitter, 11 hours, 19 minutes, 13 seconds. Raj ran a shade under 12 hours here last year. And Dakota's PR in the 100-miler, I believe, is just under 13 hours. Let me confirm that. Yeah, I was there. Raj Panu's PR, I was actually here for both of these. Raj Panu's PR was last year at Jackpot 11:58:01. I believe that was his 100-mile debut. And then Dakota's PR is 12:58:02, and that was done on trail at Javelina last year, or 2022 rather. We do have people in other disciplines as well out here. As we mentioned, the 48-hour is going on right now, as well as the short track 100-mile. In the 48-hour, your current leaders are Robert Church and Heather Gothard. And in the 100-mile short course, your leaders are Joshua Rice and Eileen Bloom. But we are here specifically today to be covering the 100-mile USATF Championship. And yeah, the lead men's pack now is still fairly tightly knit. You see Sierra DeGroff just went by on the screen there in the white and pink. That's on the far side of the course, as I was told, looking north. I thought it was looking west, but I still think it's northwest maybe. That's the direction I look at when I'm looking towards the strip. And the strip is west-northwest of here.
It is facing, the camera is facing northwest.
Okay. As you can see, there is a little bit of undulation on this course. These runners are coming off of what is probably the high point in terms of vert on the course. And this is also not a closed course. Like some of the people that you might see on camera might simply just be out for a morning stroll, especially those going the other direction. I hope. I am Chris Warden, and this is the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel, and this is the Jackpot Ultras USATF 100-Mile Championship, coming to you live from Henderson, Nevada, in the shadow of the Las Vegas Strip. It is a cool visual here at night when the sun goes down and you can look over towards the strip and you can see all of the large hotels, the Sphere. It's kind of a fun backdrop to see when you're watching a race. You can see some 48-hour runners out there. I believe there is only one or two individuals making their 100-mile debut today. Let me take a quick shot at that. I believe David Holt, 65 years young, out of Prescott, Arizona, is making it. Oh, and also Charles Cotton, 44 years old, out of Mission Viejo, California. I believe those two are both making their debut 100-milers. See the great drone shots. That is actually overlooking. We are in the Mountain Outpost tent that you see at the top of the screen. We just saw Jonah Backstrom go by from left to right. And, of course, we can always use more doggy cam in our lives. I do believe we'll be expecting a special guest here coming up in just a little bit as well. So that was actually in the black singlet that we just saw go by. That was Jared Gallup, our men's leader. And you can see Dakota Jones and Raj Panu past the individual in the red. It's currently 59 degrees here in Henderson, Nevada. Strong winds out of the east-northeast. 19 miles an hour, with gusts, I would assume, a little bit stronger than that. The skies are clear, but there was rain here yesterday in the Las Vegas Henderson area because it affected traffic and travel quite drastically for those who were trying to get to the airport here. I had a bit of an adventure to get here, but I am glad I am here because I love covering races for Mountain Outpost. Nice shot of the finisher chute as the runners head up. I believe that right there is Jill Hudson going past the aid station. Runner in the Grandmasters age bracket of the Jackpot 100-mile USATF Championship. Wow, I think that the chat has gotten just as fast as the runners out here on course. I'm looking back and I see Jake Jackson, Zach Bitter, and Taggart Van Etten hanging out watching things today. Shout out to you guys for all for tuning in, as we are now following women's second place runner Sierra DeGroff through the pit row. Member of the Air Viper racing team and also represents Mount to Coast. Won the Mount to Coast 100K, the inaugural Mount to Coast 100K at across the years back in December. And shooting for a fast 100-miler. I believe that her goal that I heard was a 14:30 or better. Her current PR is 15:59, so that would be a significant improvement. But Sierra has worked very hard to drop her times over the past few years. As I mentioned earlier, for those just tuning in, used to be about a solid mid-pack, 23, 24-hour 100-miler, and has worked to turn herself into someone who can compete at the highest levels of American road ultra running. Of course, we mentioned the men are going after Zach Bitter's 11:19 run. And we'll be following that. We're obviously a long way off. The men are currently pulling in a 6:32 pace at the front, 6:33-ish for Jared and Raj and Dakota. And they're out to a lead on fourth place Jonah Backstrom. Meanwhile, Devon Yanko leading the women's race at about a 7:49 pace to this point. I believe that in order to run 11:19, you have to, correct me if I'm wrong, you very experienced, intelligent people in the chat. I believe that the pace for 11:19 is 6:47. Yeah, 6:48 would be what Zach Bitter's pace was. And the world record on the women's side, held by Camille Herron, is roughly a 7:37 pace. And those are the numbers that our lead men and women are trying to pursue here today. Yeah, Steve, it is definitely a beautiful day to race out here today. The temperatures are quite comfortable, but the wind, I mean, as of right now, the wind is serving as an uphill tailwind per Zach Marion was out on the course, and that's what his assessment was, but that can change on a dime. Looks like we've got eyes on Sierra de Groff again, our current women's second place runner. As you can see, the metro areas of Henderson and Las Vegas in the background. This is Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. It's about a 10-minute drive from the airport, so not too far at all. Nice atmosphere with the Quarry Lake here. So Jared, Raj, and Dakota are currently yeah, 6:46 pace, so they're right on paces right now, or a couple seconds ahead. And Devon Yanko currently holding a 7:49 pace, which is about 10 seconds slower than Camille Herron's American record pace. I think I saw somebody earlier asking about the we were talking about Camille having the 100-mile women's record, both American and world record. What the men's record is, which I still can't believe this is real, but Sorokin's 100-mile is 10 hours, 51 minutes, 39 seconds. As we mentioned, okay, there's our men's leader, or actually our men's 2 and M3. That's Raj Panu and Dakota Jones. Of course, Dakota has been around the scene for about 15 years at this point. Once went by the nickname, I guess still technically goes by the nickname Young Money, but would it still be Young Money? I mean, at what point do you stop calling somebody young something? I mean, Dakota's what, 33? So I guess still technically he's young. He's 34. Yeah, we'll still call him Young Money. But once he hits like 39, 40, we're going to strip the young moniker and just call him Money. Raj Panu, Dakota coming from the trail and ultra world, like for what he's more known is with impressive performances at Hard Rock and taking Killian and Journet and Francois Dane to the limit a couple years ago at Hard Rock, whereas Raj is basically flat speed. Put together some amazing runs over recent years. As we mentioned, ran an 11:58 here last year, breaking 12 hours. One of just a handful of Americans to do that. He also has what was it? Yeah, Tunnel Hill. He ran a 5:02 50-miler and actually ended up finishing second because Charlie Lawrence ran a 4:48. And, of course, that 4:48 is, I believe, still the world record. But, Raj Panu. And you can run a 5:02 50-miler. It's all about speed. Raj had... he also ran out at Javelina last year, finishing fourth with a 13:16:30, which, by all accounts, was actually maybe a little bit disappointing. He looked like he was working really hard out there. He has the course record for the 100K out there with a 7:15:53 trail 100K. You look at some of his results, and they're just absolutely staggering. He's had a 6-hour finish at JFK 50. We mentioned the Javelina 100K course record holder, the Jackpot Ultras course record holder here. And we'll see if he is able to mount a challenge. He or Dakota is able to mount a challenge to Zach's current American record at 11:19. And Zach brings up, and thank you, Zach, for being in the chat. Appreciate you sharing your knowledge and experience. And one of the things that I think is very crucial to a world record pursuit in some cases, or an American record pursuit in some cases, as it is here, not just being fast, but having somebody there with you to push you. That's where you if you're maybe not at your absolute primed best, maybe having somebody else on the course pushing you is going to push, make you do things you maybe weren't thinking were possible. But yeah, we're definitely going to be following Raj and Dakota, as well as following Devon Yanko in particular. And typically the podium for the men and women are usually wrapped up by about the 16-hour mark, which would be midnight local time. course, ultra running fans of longtime ultra running fans will recognize this individual here. That is Ed the Jester Eddinghausen. Ed has been, to this point, the most prolific 100-mile runner. I lose track of how many 100-milers he's done. I believe that it's about 320, perhaps. And he used to, I don't know if he can still anymore, but he used to keep all of his buckles on a keychain kind of thing, like a key ring. And I will say that key ring is the heaviest key ring I've ever tried to lift in my entire life. He had my son try and lift it, and we thought it was a joke. It was just probably several years ago. And I was laughing at my son struggling to lift this key ring, and then Ed looks at me and is like, okay, Dad, now you try. And it was not easy. Ed has a lot of hardware. Right there we just saw bib number 29. That was Shad Burkholz. As we mentioned, Shad is usually on the other side of the camera. Oh, we can see Dakota and Raj. Not sure who was with them. I think that wasn't Jared. That's Jonah Backstrom there, moving left to right. Jonah has had some pretty good results out here at Jackpot. I believe is the current American record holder for the 50-plus 100-mile. So, as well as the 50K. I believe he set the 50K at Desert Solstice and called it a day at that point. But so Jonah finished second last year to Raj, finishing in 14:11:37. The prior year he finished in 14:11:03, winning it outright. And the prior year to that he finished fourth with a 14:10:08. So his last three runs at Jackpot have been between 14:10:08 and 14:11:37. So you're talking a 90-second delta for for three different 100-milers out here for Jonah Backstrom. So perhaps we can consider it to be one of life's certainties that Jonah Backstrom is going to finish this race between 14:10 and 14:12. Always a pleasure to cover the Jackpot. I actually really do enjoy covering these fixed time ultras. They are not the most dynamically explosive, exciting events that we cover, but I feel that there's a fun storyline to follow with all of these events, especially with one where you've got multiple people calling their shots. And it's been a while since we've had this many people calling their shots. 3 different people talking about taking down records. Well, we'll see if it happens. Shout out to Mount to Coast. I didn't realize this, but they have made their shoes available for runners running these races to demo this weekend. So, nothing like dropping into a brand new pair of shoes for a multi-day race. You can give them a try. I'll probably actually give them a shot when I go out for my personal run later today. The wind is starting to pick up out here in a major way. I hear a drone taking off in the background. As you can see, Jonah Backstrom coming up, the 2023 Jackpot winner. I just saw Jared Gallup go by. He's currently holding a 6:34 pace, so inching a little bit faster in his last couple laps. See Shad Burkholz there. Also see Ed the Jester Eddinghausen. I think one of the nice features of this race also is, with it being a small loop for the USATF 100-mile championships, you can carry as little gear as you're comfortable carrying. I do see a couple people with packs, but a lot of runners are basically just carrying a single bottle or a flask, and having their crews set them up with hydration and with nutrition, so they don't have to do a lot of work or make a lot of decisions themselves. They just have to concentrate on running. The lead men are approaching the quarter way done mark, I guess. And yeah, Jared, Raj, and Dakota are all basically, as you can see, running right together. Jared is actually up ahead of them. Try and see who that was with them. I think that was Cody Poskin or Nathan Brown. Nice shot of the men's lead pack on the far side of the course. They're going up a slight uphill. And when it turns right onto that road, it levels off a little bit. I noticed that they have flags out there this year. I know that in years past, if they did not have flags out there, that runners might take that corner a little bit sharp. I'm actually impressed we're able to have our drones out there with as windy as it's gotten out here. I assume that that is the jam cam, potentially. Yeah, I could see the wind definitely playing into it if no records come down today. It is definitely a consideration. Some runners actually still have gloves on, even though the temperature is registering in the mid-50s. And I think that it has to be wind-related. There's that men's lead group. So the fourth individual running alongside them is not on the same lap. It seems like they might be drafting a little bit. We'll see if we can get eyes on who that is the next time they come around. They're over on, that is the low point of the course as you go on the sidewalk / spillway on the southeast side of the course. It's almost all paved except for a little stretch right here, I guess before and after the spillway. But it's pretty flat. Pretty packed down dirt. So yeah, now we've got a gang of 4. And yeah, there are a couple of different courses that these runners are needing to follow. Shout out Devon Yanko, I just saw her go by, leading the women's race. So the fourth member of that group was Nathan Brown. So Nathan is currently running 5th, is a lap behind, but I guess kind of drafting behind the men's lead pack. That's a beautiful shot right there of Cornerstone Park. The runners are coming at the camera here. You can see the lake. Up there's Ed the Jester Eddinghausen. Has more experience in this sport than anybody at this point. See, that is Jess Mullen on the far right there. Jess is inside of the top 10. We'll give a top 10 recap as of right now, as the men have hit the quarter of the way done mark. What? Actually, that is Devon Yanko on the right there in the black on black. Actually, we'll start with the women then. Devon Yanko, who we just saw on camera, currently leading the women's race. Sierra DeGroff in second. Stephanie Rosebow in third. Stella Springer in fourth. Erin Carrara in fifth. Taylor Adrian in sixth. Leanne Riv in seventh. Jess Mullen eighth. Jill Hudson ninth. Mandy Miller in 10th. On the men's side, Jared Gallup still in the lead. Been leading from the outset. However, basically as part of a lead pack with 1 second separating first and third. Jared Gallup, Dakota Jones, Raj Panu. 2023 winner Jonah Backstrom in fourth. Nathan Brown in fifth. Cody Poskin in sixth. Braden Rogau in seventh. Shad Burkholz in eighth. Mark Marzin in ninth. And Eric Smeltzer in 10th. So not a lot of movement in terms of in and out of the top 10. But I believe that's... Looks like we had Stella Springer at the bottom of the shot there. And as is the tradition here at Jackpot, we do have a handful of octogenarians here this year. We actually have six men competing for the 80 and up age group. 85-year-old Edward Rousseau, 82-year-old David Blaylock, 81-year-old Martin Fritzhand, 86-year-old Jim Barnes, 82-year-old Todd Lee, and 80-year-old Frank Ingalls. So yes, 6 men in the field are 80 years of age or older, so no excuses, people. You can see that is the men's lead pack right there. That is Raj Panu now in front, followed by, that would be Dakota Jones and Nathan Brown and Jonah Backstrom on the left. Nathan Brown is actually a lap behind the other 3. And we've got Devon Yanko, the women's leader, coming up on the men's lead pack. Devon stating that she is going for the American and world 100-mile record. Devon's current PR in the 100-miler is 14:23:13, which was Umstead in 2022. So if she were to improve upon that, it would be a significant PR in order to hit the world record. So we'll see if that happens. We'll follow along. Obviously, we're very early in the day, and as we can attest, as it's only happened a couple of times in our coverage of events, it's not easy to hit a world record mark. So we'll see if it happens.
Got some eyes on Devon Yanko there, doing her thing. Making some, I mean, you don't want to say quick work of the course because it is just a loop, but she's out doing her thing and looking smooth and strong as Devon Yanko normally does. Huge shout out to our volunteer out there, hopping on the bike, giving a ride. Should see Devon Yanko pass by us here shortly. Looks like she's got her sights on that men's pack out there running in the lead. There she goes. You got that mountain outpost tent right in the back there. Yeah, she looked great when she went by. Again, this is Zach Marion filling in for Chris Warden for a hot second. Looking good. Another beautiful afternoon here in Henderson, Nevada, watching the Jackpot Ultras. This is the USATF 100-mile championship. We've got many runners on the course today, so not just the 100-mile championship. So you're going to see a lot of bibs, a lot of runners. But we've got our eyes set on specifically Sierra DeGraff, who you just saw passing in the pink shorts and the white top, and our men's pack, which is going to consist of Dakota Jones, Rajpal Panu, and a young gun, Jared, out there trying to make his name here in the sport. Going to push really hard. It's going to be awesome to see what he can do. I think that there's a lot to be said about the, the naivete of like you're throwing out there for your first 100-mile hard effort like this. I think that you typically will be able to dig a little deeper than when you've been to that well once or twice and you know what you got to do. Runners looking good out there. This camera here, you can kind of see one of the intricacies of this course where you have runners going in two different directions, because we do have the short course and the long course out here. Short course is for the USATF races, and the long course is going to be for the other distances and the other timed events that we have. So there's a lot more turning for them, so they're not just constantly making those right-hand turns. There we go with our drone coverage on our men's pack there. Making some good work on this course. Rajpal in the blue. You've got Dakota Jones in that multicolored normal top. That all black in the bottom left of your screen, kind of chasing. That's going to be Jared. And it looks like they had another runner latch onto them. We're going to see how that goes. Maybe enjoying some miles. That's kind of one of the fun things about this course is you are going to, you have the opportunity to run around so many other runners where you're never alone out there. Even though you might be running your own race, you're never alone. You're going to have people cheering you on the whole time. You're going to have some familiar faces, throughout your time out here. Looks like they're all kind of chatting back and forth. This is honestly for me, the hardest part of the course, this little section, this little right-hand turn. It is slightly uphill. Saw Raj take a little bit of a tumble there. Caught a toe, it looks like. Dakota's stride just looks so smooth and even. And Raj, even though it doesn't look like he's got that smooth stride, that is Raj's stride. That is his normal, and it is a very, very strong, very fast normal. Last year's time, 11:50 and change here on the course to take the USATF championship. He was on par with that 100-mile U.S. record, but he kind of fell off those last 25 miles and just went for the sub-12. Had a fantastic day on a hotter year than it is this year. So he's got some cooler temperatures. He's also got some wind to deal with today. So, you gotta give a little, take a little. This guy's got this nice little Peloton doing some work there. Shout out to our drone pilot, Mr. Mike McTeer, doing some amazing job with that drone. Yeah, this is quite a great course considering you've got just a little bit of uphill and a little bit of downhill. I think it allows you to change up the muscle groups just enough to where nothing gets overly fatigued, overly worked. You're able to kind of distribute the intensity on the body a little bit better than if this were a purely flat course. Jonah Backstrom just passing the start line here, or I guess the finish line. Yeah, look at that drone work. Yeah, this is kind of the fun of the course is, again, now you're seeing some of those long coursers turn around. This is the one section where they're coming back towards the USATF runners in their counterclockwise or clockwise turns the whole time. They kind of have this one section where they go counterclockwise just for a little short section, but it gives them an opportunity to see the leaders, cheer them on. And you can see, as I mentioned, that slight uphill. This is where they go. They got a little bit of an uphill here. You can see the jester, Mr. Ed Eddinghausen, doing his thing. He's got some few hundred miles under his belt over the years. Fun to see him on the course. We're going to keep eyes on these runners, both the men's and the women's here. So stay tuned, keep watching. We've got a lot of fun action to be had left today.
Once again, everybody, thanks for joining us here at the fabulous Jackpot Ultras. I'm Chris Warden, and this is the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Shout out to our sponsors, Mount to Coast, the city of Henderson, Nevada. It is a visually beautiful day out here, but I will say that the wind has made things quite interesting, both in terms of the race and in terms of our broadcast. We have had gotten knocked off the air by the wind one time. And last I checked, the wind was blowing out of the northeast at 19 miles an hour, but it feels like it's probably a little bit more than that. The gusts definitely more. You can see that is Jonah Backstrom on the right-hand side of your screen right there. Jonah won this race in the men's race in 2023. Jonah is currently in 4th place in the men's race. In the women's race, your second place woman is right here. That is Sierra DeGroff in the white and red. Following right behind her, that is Shad Burkholz in the green, Stella Springer in the blue. Stella is currently running 4th in the women's race. I'm not familiar with all of the runners that you're going to see because there are multiple distances and disciplines going on. There's a 48-hour race as well as a what they're calling the short track 100-miler. So that right there is Sierra in the lower right, followed by Shad and on the left and Stella on the right. Stella Springer represented the Team USA in the 24-hour World Championships in 2023. As of right now, we mentioned Stella Springer. Stella is not currently in position on the 24-hour national team for 2025. That number has become very stout. Of course, this is a big weekend for racing both in the U.S. and abroad. In terms of fixed time flat ground racing, you've got Jackpot here where the 100-mile championship is. You have the Raven in South Carolina coming up tomorrow where the field is pretty robust for a 24-hour American race. You also have, obviously, Tarawera, golden ticket race for Western states going on across the globe on the trails of New Zealand. So, several events to be paying attention to this weekend. I'm not sure if, I know that there's obviously going to be coverage of Tarawera. I'm not sure if there's anybody doing anything with the Raven. Perhaps somebody will be tweeting out there or maybe posting to socials. That would be nice. I know that Tracy Outlaw is usually the person who's on top of that kind of thing. So Tracy, if you're out there, give me a heads up. Let me know. I just saw a ultra running Hall of Famer in my eyes. Davy Crockett just went by here locally. Davy Crockett, the keeper of the records in American ultra running. Has written several books on the sport and the discipline, and an avid runner himself, having run over 100 milers. That's the far side of the course from where we're at. Let's see if we can identify some of the USATF runners as they go by. Oh, we're pivoting to a different vantage point. A little bit earlier in the loop. Of course, this is a USATF sanctioned event, so the runners all have to be USATF members. Shout out Aid Station Fireball. Hope your travels went well this week. Hope you're home or getting home safe and sound. Keeping tabs on paces. Let's take a look here. So Raj and Dakota are now alone atop the leaderboard. Jared Gallup has fallen off their pace just a little, but not too much. Looks like a couple minutes back, perhaps took a bit of a stop. That right there is Cody Poskin. Cody in the Hawaiian shirt. As I'm making notes for myself. Sorry to hear that you're at Sky Harbor with a 2-hour delay. Had some travel delays here myself. I had a 12:57 p.m. flight yesterday that was supposed to fly out of Sky Harbor for a 1 p.m. landing here in Vegas, you cross a time zone, so you gain an hour, and the flight's only about an hour. However, I landed in Vegas 10 minutes before the race started. As you can see, one of our race leaders, Raj Panu, right there. Raj won this event last year, breaking 12 hours, finishing in about 11:58. Raj and Dakota had been side by side for the entirety of the race. I don't know if Dakota took a quick pit stop of some kind. Off to his left, that's Jonah Backstrom in the white and black. So the last two winners of the jackpot right here, Jonah Backstrom and Raj Panu. Jonah finished second last year to Raj as well. So two guys who are quite familiar with this race. Jonah ran a 14:11 here last year, and Raj ran in 11:58:01. As we mentioned, Jonah's delta at this race is absolutely staggering the last 3 years. In 2022, he finished in 14:10:08. And 2023, when he won, he finished in 14:11:03. And last year, when he finished second, he finished 14:11:37. So an 89-second delta over the course of 3 different 100-milers. Phil Young, shout out to Phil Young in the chat. Phil, you need to come out and run some West Coast stuff like this, like Jackpot or Solstice. We need to see what you can do out here. Phil, the pride of Davenport, Iowa, when it comes to ultra running. Apparently, Dakota is right beside Raj, just being obscured by Raj's flowing locks. That would make sense because when it comes to the hair game, there's Raj, Tim Tollefson, and then there's everybody else. Now, Phil, anybody that can drop a 13-hour 100-miler is definitely somebody on my radar that I'd love to see do a one of these races for sure. We'd love to see you out here. So you go toe-to-toe with Raj. Phil, have you raced Raj at Tunnel Hill or anything like that? Just out of curiosity. Of course, Raj ran a 5:02 at Tunnel Hill 50-miler last year, or 2 years ago, and came in second to Charlie Lawrence's world record, 450, was it 458? Sub 5-hour 50-miler. Just unheard of. Raj looks pretty good out there. Of course, Raj is a school teacher in his daytime life. Had a great interview with Raj at Haveling 100. He let us know that his students don't even know he runs. He is Mr. Panu during the hours of 8 and 4. But out here, he is Lightning Raj. It's one of the things I love about these fixed time ultra events like Jackpot. You can see Dakota Jones right there. Dakota Jones, so basically about a handful of seconds back from Raj right now. Dakota's PR is a 12:58 that he ran at Javelina a couple years ago. We just saw Jonah Backstrom go by, currently sitting fourth. Another runner that we actually hadn't talked about it yet, Lincoln Turman, one of the youngest runners on the field, just went by. Lincoln, 25 years young. There are a handful of under 30 runners here, but not many. Jared Gallup is 28. Nathan Brown, 26. Taylor Adrian is 24. Lincoln Turman, 25. Cody Poskin, the Hawaiian shirted Cody Poskin, the youngest runner here at 23 years old. And I believe this is only Cody's second 100-miler attempt, as his first one was Leadville, which is pretty wild. We just saw another person go by, David Harris. David Harris, one of the people who I believe is in their debut. Oh, no, that was David Holt. Sorry, David Harris. So David Harris's PR is was out here at Jackpot. It was 20. He ran a 20:46 at Jackpot 2020 at the age of 65. 65 years old and breaking 21 hours in a 100-miler. That's amazing. So, people asking about the aid station stops in a race such as this, and this is just my observation. Now, granted, I've covered how many? 7 desert solstices, 3 jackpots, and a partridge in a pear tree at this point. Probably covered more fixed time races than anybody. But the one thing that I've noticed is that when you have these fixed time races where you see your crew every 10 minutes or less, it's basically just, shout out what you need one lap, get it the next lap, and travel light for those who are looking to compete at the highest levels at this event. Obviously, like people that might be doing the 48-hour or that are self-supported might be wearing hydration packs or carrying, multiple bottles. But with a lot of the elites, they might even have their hands empty for some of their loops, or carrying a simple soft flask, or maybe a single hydration bottle. But you also, even if you don't have a crew here, you have access to the main aid station, which I can proudly say that Aravaipa does a bang-up job at these events. I got myself a nice little breakfast/lunch a little bit ago, having myself a couple of bean roll-ups, which are not the same as a burrito, Brett Hornig, as well as some chips and a little something to drink as well. That's the start-finish line. It's on a slight incline as the runners approach it. Yeah, Brett, talking about anytime it's windy in Vegas, you get 1.5 to 5 hour delays. I can testify to that. It will wreak havoc on your travel if you are subject to that. Actually, can we go back to the finish line there really quick, Trevor? One of the runners I want to spotlight here. We're not going to be able to probably see him finish, at least today. Maybe he'll finish tomorrow during the 100K coverage. But coming up here on the right-hand side of your screen will be Edward Rousseau. So Edward is 85 years old and has been out at Jackpot at least the last few years, but comes out here and competes. Obviously not not coming in at the front of the pack or anything like that, but it's always great to see Ed Rousseau out here. And as I mentioned, we have 6 octogenarians in the field this year. Basically, almost 20% of the field is 80 or above, which I think is pretty cool. There is our women's second place right now, Sierra DeGroff, Mount Coast runner and Aravaipa racing team member. Sierra has had some success out here at this event. She finished third in 2024 in the women's race, won the race in the women's race in 2023. Had a bit of a rough Haviland 100 this past October, coming in just over 24 hours, but acquitted herself very well at the Across the Years Mount to Coast 100K, winning that overall, and a field that included Nick Curry and Ben Blankenship, the Olympian Ben Blankenship. Sierra winning that race outright. Absolutely fantastic job by her, finishing in a 9:06 for the 100K at Across the Years. But out here running the 100-miler, USATF 100-miler today. Brooke in the chat, thank you very much for correcting me on Cody Poskin. Let me see, I've got his race resume. Okay, so yeah, 19:28:46 is his PR at Leadville, which it tells you what kind of races he runs if he's PRing at Leadville, finishing 11th there. He did win Mountain Massive. You are correct, or Mid-State Massive rather, 19:47:08 in 2023. Ran Black Canyon last year and finished in 9:09 in the 100K at Black Canyon in 2024. And was actually out at Dirt Circus, another race that Mountain Outpost covered last year, in the 10K Dirt Circus event, which was the shortest live stream we've ever done. That was a lot of fun, though. It was interesting to be done with a broadcast just as we were warming up. But yeah, that is Cody Poskin, our youngest member of the field. You can see Ed the Jester Eddinghausen coming through, being followed by, you can see Dakota Jones now ahead of Raj by a couple steps. And for frame of reference, Raj and Dakota are just about at the 50K mark. They're currently, Raj and Dakota are at 29.8 miles in 3 hours, 21 minutes, 43 seconds, keeping about a 6:38, 6:39 pace. The pace that Zach Bitter ran for his American record, which both have declared they're pursuing, was 6:48 for his total 100 mile. I don't have the splits in front of me, but that is the magic number that they are targeting, both of them. Zach Bitter's American standard at 11:19:13, which is a 6:48 mile for 100 of them. Devon Yanko in the women's race has also made the declaration that she was going to go for the American/world record, as they're one and the same, currently held by Camille Herron. And that actually took place at Tunnel Hill back in 2017 at 12:42:40, which is a 7:38 per mile pace. Jake Jackson, these type of races, and if anybody knows how to navigate fixed times and tracks, Jake Jackson, U.S. 24-hour national team member, winner at Desert Solstice, I believe, Jake, you've won this race as well. These type of races, if you're sneaky enough, never have to stop except for a bathroom break. Oh, I'm sorry. You should never have to stop except for a bathroom break, and even that is avoidable if you're sneaky enough. If you know, you know. Somebody asking about where's Sally. I believe they're probably referring to Sally McRae. Sally ran this race in 2023, I believe. I think finished 4th. Yeah, Sally McRae ran this in 2023, finished 9th overall, 4th in the women's race with a 17:42.23. I believe that she called it Cocodona training. No, Sally didn't run this race last year. She ran it in 2023. That's I'm positive of. I was hedging my guess on Cocodona, but yeah, that was 2023 as well. She ran states last year. That was her probably highest profile event. That's Stella Springer right there in the Team USA shirt. Of course, Stella represented Team USA in the 24-hour World Championships back in 2023. On the right-hand side, that's Jill Benson. On the left, Sierra DeGroff. Or Jill Hudson, rather. Jill Hudson having moved up to 9th in the women's race. Sierra still holding strong in 2nd. Your current top 10 looks like this. Dakota Jones, Raj Panu have both hit the 50K mark. They're in 1st and 2nd. Jared Gallup in 3rd. Jonah Bastrom 4th. Cody Poskin 5th. Nathan Brown in 6th. Braden Rogau in 7th. Mark Marzin in 8th. Shad Burkholz in 9th. And Eric Smeltzer in 10th. So it looks like Mark and Shad have flip-flopped there. Looks like Cody has moved up ahead of Nathan Brown. In the women's race, Devon Yanko in 1st. Sierra DeGroff in 2nd. Stephanie Rosebow in 3rd. Stella Springer in 4th. Erin Carrara in 5th. Taylor Adrian in 6th. Leanne Riv in 7th. Jess Mullen 8th. Jill Hudson 9th. And Mandy Miller rounding out the top 10. In the octogenarian race, we've got Frank Ingalls leading it out, Edward Rousseau, Jim Barnes, David Blaylock, and Todd Lee. Yeah, we have 5 men in the 80 and up category at this year's event. I believe that in the white actually was Stephanie Rosebow. I love how many cameras we have on course right now. We've got several static cams such as these. We have bikes and drones alternating with coverage. And it is a little bit chillier than I expected it to be today. I am wearing a jacket at this point. What's funny is that actually the morning was warmer than it's been in years past. Like, we've had some years here where it was downright chilly. But it warmed up, whereas it started out a little bit warmer this morning. I assume probably because of the this is definitely a cooler. Hey, buddy. You can see our bike cam. We have a drone cam on our bike cam, and is that bike cam following Dakota? Is that who they're on?
That's the other guy that was up with Dakota. I can't remember his name.
Oh,
It's not Jared.
it's Nathan Brown.
That's it.
Currently M6. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh. We'll talk about my stories from last night at a future time, but we are currently joined by a couple of guests here. One of them I am very familiar with. The other I am not, but I'm sure I'm going to be familiar with in short order here. With me here at the desk is the founder and creator of the Jackpot Ultras, somebody who I was so amazed the first time I saw him out here with the energy and the vigor with which that he directed this race, and that is Ken Rupley. Ken, welcome to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's surreal. It was 12 years ago on the 15th that we started, and actually the park had opened, and we started the race 1 week after the park opened, and we show up for the race, and they just flooded the lake, so the footbridge out there was part of the course. Well, it was underwater, and it stayed underwater for 7 years. So that first night before the race, all the dirt trails you see out here, we were cutting in the middle of the night because I'm like, holy crap, we don't have a course. So yeah, and now you come back, and there was not a single building around the lake, and everywhere you look, there's buildings now, and yeah, it's surreal that what it's grown into.
Oh, this is all new construction, like
yeah,
all of the
it,
apartments
man.
and condos?
Yeah, everything.
Oh,
None
wow.
of it was here. None of it was here. And, it was an old rock quarry way back when.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember I was working in the casino business, and I'm seeing this rock pit, and they're turning it into a park, and I was talking to the mayor. I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a park there. I'm like, hey, no kidding, huh? Next thing you know, here we are, 12 years later. And, we started at this little loop, and the idea was, I've been on a 10-year taper, so I'm about to come off of it, but I'm like, oh, this is cool. I can run around with friends, and I can at least see them,
Mm-hmm.
So that was the idea, that anyone could run here. And then I did 6 days in the Dome way back when. Zach Bitter and Tracy Falbo, and she did 2:48, and I was just man crush galore on Zach. And I mean, it was like playing basketball with Michael Jordan. Every 2 seconds they're like, hey Ken. I'm like, stop talking, you just keep running.
You're gonna embarrass him. He's in the chat right now.
Oh yeah, well, it was cool as heck, because I mean, he was killing it, and I had to go to the bathroom 9 times, I think, and that's why he didn't crush it completely. But then the coolest part was when he finished, he was working the aid station. I mean, it was that kind of thing. Joe Fiji's had put it together and got a bunch of us to come out, and coming out of that, I'm like, this was like playing basketball with Michael Jordan. I really was like that for me. So then next thing you know, I'm thinking about Jackpot, and I knew Joe Fiji's and got a hold of John Olson. I'm like, when they came to us about doing USATF, I'm like, nah. When Nippert wanted to do it, I'm like, nah, it's not what we're about. But then I'm like, wait a minute. Anyone can run with these rock stars, and if we get them out here, I mean, how cool is that? I mean, you got what, 6 80-year-olds killing it out there.
Yeah.
Then you got fucking sorry, bad word, beep it. But then you got Raj out there. I mean, it's just incredible. And then I never thought it would turn into having this huge community of visually impaired people out there.
Yeah.
And that's where my buddy Ed's going to come in here. It was maybe 2019, cleaning up after Jackpot. Everyone's gone, and I'm brushing chalk off the sidewalk. I'm like, I'm never doing this effing race again. And these 2 Jackpot people come running up, and I'm like, what the hell are you running for? You just ran 100 miles. Oh, we're running with Pedro here. He can't see. I'm like, huh? And then I started talking to him. Someone took a picture, and I'm like, so you guys just come out here and run, and then there's sighted people who help you? Yeah. I go, dude, if you ever want to run an ultra, you call me.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough, like 2 years later, you got Terry Rupp and Pedro do ultras. And now, thanks to my buddy Ed's leadership with Achilles has always trained here, their Las Vegas chapter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's growing bigger and bigger and bigger. And now, with Ed and Marie's leadership of Achilles, they have 3 group runs, and there'll be 30 folks from that community here tomorrow, 7 runners who are visually impaired. And I'm like, Jesus, everyone in the world can be on the same course. And, and again, it's, to me, I'm still in awe when I see them running. You got Dakota out there, and, I remember you've had Connie Gardner run here. You've had, Ann Trayson. That was the best story. So I get a text one time, or an email, saying a few years back and going, hey, is it okay if I can hike the course? And I'm looking at the name, and I look at my wife. I'm like, holy shit, I think that's Ann Trayson. I'm like, yes, you can. I have some clients. She shows up in costume, just...
Was it a unicorn onesie?
Yes.
I've seen her in that.
My son's cross-country team was working the aid station in the middle of the night, this way back when, and I'm like, and he goes to each of his friends, he goes, you each have to do a lap with Ann. You just have to. And, so it's been cool to watch it grow up, and then, the way the Curry family stepped in and took it, and, people don't understand that family and how this happened was... everyone's like, oh, it was last minute they took over. I was literally leaving the hospital in August of that year. My wife was in there, and I sent Jamil a text. She didn't even know this. And I go, can you meet? It's ASAP. It's about Steph. He goes, where are you? I'll come right now. I'm at my home. 20 minutes later, door knocks. Opens the door. He's like, is Steph okay? Gives me a hug. I go, yes, come in and sit down. He sits down. I go, would your family take Jackpot? And I kind of teared up, and he goes, Ken, it would be the biggest honor. Let me talk to my family. Next thing you know, Patty and Peter are having dinner at our house less than a week later. Nick came down from Telluride to our cabin in Colorado, and the family stepped in because it had gotten time for us. We do this for charity, and Steph's got, health challenges, and it was just time to walk away. We couldn't grow it anymore, so it was either going to be shut down or the Curry family. There was nothing else.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the family delivers, and I just think it's important that people know that that's the kind of family they are. They just stepped in instantaneously and said, we're going to make it work, and it's worked.
Well, and I know that, one of the things that I noticed right off the bat, this is my, I believe, 4th year covering this race at this point, that you lean into the fact that you're in the shadow of the strip. And the first thing I noticed is, Elvis and the Cadillac and the Showgirls. I mean, was that something that you were that you did from jump, or is that something like, oh, let's kind of lean into it a little bit?
No, dude, day one. So I used to be run Green Valley Ranch Casino, so I was I've been in the business for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we have party pits where we hire, scantily clad dealers. We have, people on poles and all that in the environment, and so no, year one it was like, oh, let's get an Elvis, let's do something, and trying to have the music, because I mean, dude, it's a rock quarry, you're going around in a circle, I mean, you gotta do, I don't care, you gotta do something. And so no, that's been kind of the plan. And also too, believe it or not, people don't know, President's Weekend's the best weekend for casinos all year.
Really?
Yeah, because people on the East Coast are sick of the weather. And it's easy to say, hey, honey, come on out. I'm going to spend, 24 hours doing this race, but then we're going to tear up the town. And so that never happens, but the spouses can go have fun and everything.
Sure.
But no, I wanted to get Ed involved
Yeah.
here and talk about really, Achilles, like I said, has been here since the beginning, and met him that way. And I got to do the story out of how we met. It was three years ago. I'm dead tired, shockingly, in the middle of the race. I go to lay down on a picnic bench. I see this dude sitting by himself. I'm like, I'm an old guy. I'll talk to him. We start talking. Next thing you know, 6 months later, we're on TV promoting advocacy for the blind, and he's become very much one of my best friends in the last 3 years. And what he's done to bring people out, because what you're doing, it's friendship and fellowship when you're out here. You just happen to be running and walking around a lake. And I wanted to come and just remind people that how the city of Henderson and this park, what a cool place it is to where, the Zach Bitters and the Dakotas and the Eds and you and I and Fast Eddie can all be hanging out at the same time. But Ed.
Yeah, Ed, can you grab the microphone and can you talk about your experience with Achilles and what it's meant to you and how it's influenced your life?
Yes, absolutely. Well, first of all, my name is Ed Robichaud, and I'm co-director of the Las Vegas chapter of Achilles here. Achilles International is all over the world, and this park here especially is very dear to our hearts because we've been coming here since the foundation of this local chapter, which is probably 7 or 8 years old now, and every Sunday we're out here. And so to have Jackpot Ultra in the same place is where we train. It's just phenomenal energy and really good. But anyways, there was a transition a few months, probably 6-7 months ago, and Marie and I took it over. And since then, we've grown significantly, and it's been just so amazing to have all the positive folks, selflessness. The way we're set up here is we're visually impaired, obviously. Disabilities of any sort is open, but right now we kind of are just visually impaired folks as far as the disabled. So we have guides that help us, and we've gone from just a small community to a really, really large one. And what it's meant for me personally, being visually impaired, and especially in the beginning, early on there, when I first started getting really bad with my sight, I had to give up my license and didn't work anymore, et cetera, et cetera. So the depression that was setting in and stuff like that. It was a friend in Achilles at the time that came to our community at Blind Connect, where I was in a peer support group, and she said, "Oh, we got this group. It's called Achilles, and why don't you give it a try?" So I recognized and I realized that, to get out of this funk that I was in, if it's going to be, it's up to me. So I said, why not? So I came out here, and the rest is history. The rest is history.
And now the dude doesn't even have time. I'm like, can you fit me in your schedule? Now he's got so much going. But it's fantastic what, like he said, what they've done. And, what he mentioned, there's this place, Blind Connect, where I'll just kind of say they help transition you when you're going to go blind. Most people aren't born blind. Like, he drove a car. I mean, and a lot of people go blind very slowly. And it's this little place, almost like a movie set, how to get around sidewalks. And 90 days, you're going to learn to live your life where you can't see. And I went with him this is how I got passion. It's a little teeny house called Angela's house. It looks like a little mock. It looks like Brady Bunch kitchen, right? We walk in. This woman, completely blind, was teaching these 3 women with blindfolds on how to cut vegetables. I'm like, how is that happening? and I had known at that point, went around the room. They were all kind of in their later 60s. Well, I started going blind slowly, get to the 3rd woman. And I said, how about yourself? She's like, I went to bed 3 months ago with 20/20 vision and woke up completely blind. And I was like, I'm speechless, terrified. She goes, yeah, I'm a widow on Social Security in Reno, so I'm down here for 90 days trying to learn how to be blind. I'm like, you went to bed seeing perfectly and woke up totally blind. Yes, that's when I had passion. Mm-hmm. That's when I told Ed, I go, you know what? Vegas is a small town, and we need to kind of get out the word that this could happen to anyone. I mean, that's just, it's still terrifying thinking about it. But, so coming out and wanted to really just thank Ed for what he's done, and also the Curry family for really coming in and doing what I knew that they would do. I mean, I've been... Jameel and Nick Curry timed my very first blue race almost 15 years ago. That's how long I've watched this family grow up. Heck, he borrowed my outdoor movie screen at Javelina that is a little blow-up thing. Just think where we're at now with Jameel and the family. So really, I wanted to come out and really thank Ed and the family. And actually, we're gonna do a little. Was gonna convince Jamil to come out here in a second because I want to make a little gesture to the Curry family and Ed. Yeah,
I think we can
so
go grab Jamil for you.
he's come.
so.
Well, I already talked to him ahead of time, so I'm pretending like he doesn't know that he has to come here. And I was a little late because I had like 20 minutes talking to him, and I was like, talk about man crush. I was like, that guy, his vision, what he's done with the live stream, and I mean, Jackpot was the first non-Aravaipa customer a few years ago.
That's
and
right.
Now we got the film coming out, and as folks might not know, I do mile 11 at Cocodona. I was the grape guy last year. We were ice cream. This year at mile 11, we're going to have a snow machine, and it's going to be snowman theme, and it's going to be cool. So there's Mr. Curry. So I told folks how you took the race. I called you on the phone when Steph was in the hospital. Get over here. You're like my kid I don't have. But everyone knows that it was literally, I called you, or sent you a text, and I said, I need to see you ASAP. It's about Steph. You said, I'll meet you right now. Where are you? Half hour later, you're knocking at the door. Is she okay? Yes. Gave me a hug. You came in. We sat down. I think I literally looked at you and go, we want you to take Jackpot. It's time. Would your family do it? And your response was, I always wanted him to be in Vegas, by the way, everyone, because we needed more of this in Vegas. And he said, I'd be honored. Let me talk with my family. And just to give you guys an idea of this family, within a week, Peter and Patty's parents were having dinner at our house. And about a week after that, Nick came down from Telluride and had dinner with my wife and I at our cabin. And on very, very, very short notice, they stepped in. And I had made a lot of promises to the community here. And Jamil and his family came through like really we all know Jamil is just the best thing for ultra running, but to know what this family really means. And so today, my family and I are making a $5,000 donation to Blind Connect in honor of your family and your team in Aravaipa and Ed. Blind Connect, like I said, it's a little place. It basically teaches you how to, if you're going to be blind, you're going to have to go learn. It's terrifying, but it's very inspiring. What
it is it's an Independence Living Skill Training Center. It's inside the RTC Mobility Training Center, and it's a 1,000 some odd square foot house, literally inside the RTC Mobility Training building. And we have classes, usually about 3 or 4 people to keep it intimate at a time. And it's 5 weeks and 3 days a week. And folks come in and they get trained and learn how to use a white cane, some mobility training, things like learning how to cook and
cut
Braille.
vegetables blind.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Braille, learning how to do Braille, the alphabet, and how to read, and then a lot of phone technology, because for visually impaired folks, it's really, 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 really helpful to have the technology that's out there. I always say to people, if you're going to lose your sight, now at this age and time, it's a really good time to do it, because there's so much available. If you're willing, to learn and to understand. And anyway, so that's what Blind Connect is all about.
And remember, every Sunday, Ed's out here leading the Achilles group on their runs. Sunday mornings at, 7:30? Some god-awful hour.
7 o'clock.
As I mentioned earlier, Ed and I met by chance here, become great friends. But there is the section of the letter and the check that I'm going to hand Ed to Blind Connect about the Aravaipa. I said, when it came time for my wife and I to exit Jackpot for personal reasons, Aravaipa was the only company we trusted enough to not only produce Jackpot, but also continue the event's enthusiastic support for the blind community. Owned by the Curry family and led by Jamil Curry, Aravaipa is the premier name in endurance event production. Fortunately, the family embraced taking over Jackpot, and as we expected, they've done a fantastic job serving the community runners who are blind. In fact, the largest team of blind runners will be competing this weekend. This donation is my family's simple way of supporting Blind Connect and thanking Ed and the Curry family for keeping the magic of Jackpot alive. So, with that said,
thank you for your generosity.
I gave him my Jackpot suit, but this was my official dealer's vest from year 1, and it is now going to you.
I gotta put it on.
You got, come
awesome.
on, dude. Any event, so thank you everyone for listening. And again, if you live here locally, get out to this place on the weekends because it's a lot of inspiration to hang out with the Achilles group. And Cocodona, Mile 11, Snow Machine, Snowman. Yeah, it's going to be fun. But
So-
any event, thank you, man.
Hey,
It's
thanks, Ken.
beyond
Thank you so much.
everything. And
And
Ed,
thank you for your
everything you're doing.
generosity,
Actually,
Ken.
Ed, before we pivot, Ed, if people are interested in helping Achilles International, I assume that there are resources that they can contact or look into if they are interested in either just supporting or becoming a guide even?
Yes, you can go on the website, Las Vegas Achilles, or AchillesInternational.org. And if somebody's interested in volunteering, becoming a guide, we're always welcoming guides. All you got to do is go onto the website, or you'll get our email, and you can always email our office here. And then personally, they can get in touch with me, and I'll give you all the ins and outs. But it's 7 a.m. here every Sunday morning. Also, we have a training out at the lakes in Summerlin on Saturdays at 7 a.m. And then we're also Wednesdays in the Central Valley doing our thing out there. So there's plenty of opportunity. We cover the whole valley. And we're always welcoming new athletes, too. And it does not just have to be limited to visually impaired. Yeah. It seems like that's where it is right now, and that's very good, and that's fine. But we're open to anybody that's disabled or wants to volunteer just to get out here. I mean, the advantages of coming out here, not only getting the exercise physically, but the mental health benefits and the community. We have such a beautiful, beautiful
Well, you know what
community.
we'll do, Ed? When I do the Cocodona Snowman Station at Mile 11, you're going to come out, dude. You're going to be slinging.
Cool.
We're gonna
that
do
would be
Snow
wonderful.
Machine.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll either see us there or I plan to go to Sundance Film Festival in a year to see this new Cocodona movie that's going to win. Like, I booked my room, man, end of January. So, anyway, we look forward. I'm going to try to get Ed out to the middle of the desert. And, again, can't thank the team enough, Aravaipa, for doing exactly what we knew
Yes.
you would probably do. And I didn't plan to come here. Steph and I are going to come back in a big, fun way next year in costume and character. But I just wanted to quickly stop in and, again, express sincere gratitude to you, your family, Chris, everyone here, and Ed, and keeping the magic alive. So,
Thank you, Ken.
all right.
Thank you, Ken.
Well, Ken,
Thank you.
you're absolutely
Thank you.
fantastic.
Thank you.
Ed,
Snowman.
nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, thanks to Ken Rubeli and his family for the generous $5,000 donation to help adaptive athletics in the name of Aravaipa Running. That's when I first came out to Jackpot, when Ken was still the race director. One of the things I loved about it was his energy and his vibrance and his little bit of kookiness. He was riding around the course on a bicycle that had an ice cream machine along with it. I mean, this is a guy who is, every bit the showman and the enthusiastic person. Like, it's not a bit. It's who he is. So, thank you to Ken for creating this wonderful Jackpot Ultras. And, of course, Aravaipa was obviously honored and thrilled to take it over when Ken felt it was time to concentrate on different things in his life. But, Ken is always welcome. Obviously, we see him out here at Jackpot. And for those who either run Jake Jackson or watch the Cocodona live stream, the frozen grape station and the popsicle station that Ken Rubeli mans is the stuff of legend. It's one of my favorite aspects of covering Cocodona is seeing Ken at mile 11 or mile 12, thereabouts, a couple hours into the race, and Ken goes and he hauls out a truckload of water, a Starlink, whether it be frozen grapes or popsicles, something to help to cool runners off over the course of the first really brutal miles of Cocodona. So when you tune into Cocodona that Monday morning, Ken will be one of the people who is part of our coverage and part of the community. And one of my favorite things about Ken is that he'll stop and he'll talk to us and he'll entertain us. But when he's done talking, he'll just basically tell us, all right, I'm done. I'm going I'm going to turn you guys down and turn the music up because, of course, we don't want to get hit with any licensing fees or anything like that. But I will say, Ken Rubley is truly one of the fascinating personalities in this sport and in this space. I referred to him earlier as a kind of a P.T. Barnum character, and that's just the way he is. A very fascinating guy, very wonderful supporter of the running community. So, Randy Cafaro, exactly, the P.T. Barnum of races. Carlos asking about whether or not Jackpot is open to people from outside of the U.S. The answer is absolutely. You just, in order to compete in the 100-mile USATF, you have to be a USATF member. And I don't think that necessarily means you have to be an American citizen. I don't think, because we do have a couple of international runners. Now, maybe they're expats, but yeah, I don't think you have to be an American citizen to run the 100-mile USATF. And also, even if you just wanted to run the Jackpot course and run one of the other distances or fixed time situations, you're always more than welcome to do that as well. And it is a beautiful day out. Do a quick temp check here, see what the weather app says. I mean, it might say 62, but it feels cooler. The wind is definitely taking its toll on those of us trying to stay warm. I mean, I'm wearing a jacket and it's 62 degrees. That's not normal for me. As we take a look at the far side of the course. Yeah, Ken Rubley is definitely one of the entertaining good guys in the sport. Your current leaderboard in the men's race of the 100-mile USATF Championships, Raj Panu has established a small lead over Dakota Jones. It looks like Dakota might have taken a stop there. Raj is about 70 seconds ahead of Dakota. Jonah Backstrom in third, Cody Poskin in fourth, Jared Gallup in fifth. Jared led some of the earlier stretches of this race, but that is Jared right there, I believe. Yeah. Nathan Brown in sixth, Braden Rogau in seventh, Mark Martin in eighth, Shad Burkholz in ninth, and Eric Smeltzer in 10th. So not a ton of changes in the bottom half of the top five, but in the top half, Jonah Backstrom moving up to third and Jared Gallup down to fifth is a little bit of shifting. Currently, Raj is running about a 6:47, 6:48 pace, which would put him right in line with Zach Bitter's American standard, but it's pretty early to be even with that overall race pace. In the women's race, Devon Yanko still in first, Sierra DeGroff second, Stella Springer making moves up to third place. I am not surprised at that. As I mentioned, Stella Springer, a member of the 24-hour national team for the United States in the 2023 World Championships. Stephanie Rosebow in fourth, Erin Carrara in fifth, Leanne Riv in sixth, Taylor Adrian in seventh, Jess Mullen in eighth, Mandy Miller in ninth, and Jill Hudson rounding out the top 10 in the women's race. Yeah, once again, thank you to Jackpot founder Ken Rubley for swinging by the studio and sharing with us, his stories of this race and getting to introduce Ed from the local chapter of Achilles International, an organization that provides services for adaptive athletes, in particular guide runners for athletes that are doing distance events. Sometimes you'll see runners, if you're doing a marathon or a road race, where you'll see somebody tethered to another runner via maybe a 2-foot long tether, and it's pretty amazing to see. I have a friend of mine who did some guide running for a woman who was competing at the highest levels of adaptive athletics, and it took him everything he had to keep up with her for some of her events, because she was a specialist in the 400 and he was more of a half marathoner. So, shout out to Achilles International and to Ken for making that generous $5,000 donation to help blind runners. Yeah, this is still so windy. We have a curtain behind us that is become more of a pillow. It says winds out of the northeast at 14 miles an hour. I'll take the over on that. I'm not sure. But that was Dakota Jones in the... Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh, minute 56 back. Okay, so Dakota about 2 minutes back of Raj at this point, and they're about, 35 miles in? Let's see. Oh, 36. So a little over a third of the way into Jackpot, as we see current F2 Sierra DeGroff. Sierra having been slowly inching the gap up on Devon Yanko, actually, now that I look at it. So yeah, Sierra about 8 minutes back. Stella Springer in third, Stephanie Rosebaugh in fourth, and Erin Carrara rounding out the top five. As I mentioned, we have Erin Carrara was a late entry to this race, so I want to see what I can find out about her, because I have absolutely nothing. I see that her PR for the 100 mile is a 21:51:59 at the Hainsport Endurance Run in Hainsport, New Jersey. And that was back in 2020, so it's been a little while since she's registered a 100 miler. That right there was Jared Gallup, your current M5, fifth overall. Jared was leading the race fairly early on, but as we tend to find out, running is tricky sometimes. Dakota Jones right there. Of course, Dakota runs for normal. Interesting. Thank you very much, Trevor. So, looks like Raj might be extending his lead a little bit on Dakota. It was 1:56 when they were across the lake, but now it's 2:15. So we just saw another runner go by. That was Cody Poskin. Cody actually moving into third now. That would be, I think that would be a bit of a surprise if Cody Poskin were to maintain a top 3 position for this race. I believe that my prediction before the day was Panu, Jones, Backstrom for the men. For the women, my expectation was Yanko, DeGroff, and Springer. And so far, the women's race has held to that. The men's, Cody currently holding third. Cody, once again, the youngest athlete in this event at the age of 23. That is Jill Hudson right there, I believe currently F10. Was followed by Lincoln Turman. Lincoln Turman currently holding 11th place in the men's race, who we just saw. A frazzle meter on Raj and Dakota. I think it's probably a little bit too early for frazzle meters, but you never know. We'll keep an eye out. How windy is it? Can someone describe it and be poetic? There once was a wind in Nevada. So strong it blew off my hatta. Went to chase it down, but then with a frown, it flew off and something, something, something. Oh, I was almost there. It's almost there. Folks, this is free. But we have a lot of fun here. When you cover, like we covered Black Canyon last weekend, and Black Canyon is an amazing race to cover. It was super competitive, super exciting, and I'm not saying that this isn't, but it's just a different type of atmosphere. We have, we have a lot more time to follow these runners. We get a lot more camera time on these runners. Like that's one of the things that I'm super excited about. Like we get a lot of time to hang out with people like Dakota and Raj and Devon and Stella, get to see them operate, get to see see them tick. And one of the things that I loved about the first year covering Jackpot was that we had Arlen Glick out there, and I had never really watched Arlen Glick run extensively before that. Looks like we have Devon Yanko, our current F1, on our bike cam. As we saw somebody asking about what the bibs that say open on them, that means that you're competing in the USATF Open Division. The numbered bibs that show like 40 to 44, 45 to 49, etc., are the age group competitors. Thank you for the kind words for those of you. That right there is our current F6, Taylor Adrian, one of the younger competitors in the field that just went by us. I also like covering races that are on a Friday because I just feel like it's easier to follow for people who, maybe in the office or working and can genuinely just put in an earbud and have us on in the background, tune in occasionally. I mean, I know how there were a lot of people when we covered Hard Rock a few years ago, and we got to see Dakota operate. So just happy to be out here. It is me, Mercedes. Hope you're having a fun weekend. I believe you're in New Zealand right now, is that correct? Did you run the 50K? Beautiful day, but yeah, as you can see in the trees in the background in this shot right here, especially the tree on the right, the wind is whipping around a little bit, and it's definitely something these runners are going to have to contend with. There's Jonah Backstrom, Sierra DeGroff. F1 and 2 are, I do believe, on the same lap, yeah. No, they can't be that close. Maybe they're a lap off then. Yeah. Yeah, so Sierra is basically, looks like, yeah, a lap, maybe even 2 back at this point. Yeah, it doesn't look like Devon's chip registered last time around. Something's a little bit wonky with the tracker. We'll see if we can get our tech team on it. Yeah, there's a little bit of a hitch in the runner tracker on the beginning of the women's race. Shout out to Davy Crockett. We just saw Davy Crockett go by, the keeper of the records in the ultra running space in American ultra running. I believe that was David Blaylock that just went by. Shout out to David. Currently holding 4th place in the 80 plus bracket. There's Stella Springer, followed by Jared Gallup. I'm sorry, that wasn't Jared Gallup. That was Braden Rogau. Sorry. There's Dakota. Who is that right behind Dakota? It's bib number 13. That's Braden Rogau. That was Leanne Riv that just went by. I believe Leanne was the international runner I was speaking of a little bit earlier. You can see those flags. I just noticed that the flags are just kind of whipping out on the course right now. I believe that the 80 plus category, somebody's asking about what the record is. I believe that the 100-mile for 80 to 84 is 32 hours, 32:09:27. That seems high. I feel like we bettered that, and maybe it's pending ratification. Let me see if I can. Because our 2023 race had several guys going after it. Yeah, so I believe that David Blaylock, maybe it's a road versus trail thing. Let's see. Yeah, David Blaylock ran a 29:47:29. Which for me would be my second best 100-miler ever. That's wild. Getting it done at the age of 80. Shout out David Blaylock. Yeah, we do see a lot of the same, octogenarian guys over and over again on an annual basis. It's one of the things about the fixed time and looped race community. You can see, in addition to, a handful of elites showing up at these kind of races, you'll see a lot of the same people at things like this across the years, 6 days at the Dome, 3 days at the fair, like those types of looped races. And a lot of them are masters, grandmasters, and grandmasters who are just, having a good time staying in the game. There's Cody Poskin, our current M3 right now. So not a lot of time separating Cody and Jonah right now. I'm going to see another familiar face to the ultra running community here. Coming up, Ed the Jester Eddinghausen, knocking out yet another loop. Apparently, Chandler is hopping in the chat. Chandler, Arizona. So I see two other people who live there along with me as I call Chandler home. Hey, buddy. Good. Mm-hmm. That right there is David Holt. David Holt has a pretty solid PR. Oh no, I'm sorry. Actually, David Holt, that was David Blaylock. David Holt that just went by. This is his debut 100 miler at the age of 65. I believe one of two making their debut today in the 100 mile distance. The other one, Charles Cotton. That is Walter Orwin right there that just went by. Walter Orwin, 64 years old, PR'd his 100 miler at Canal Corridor last year at the age of 63 with a 1932. Ran a sub 20 hour 100 miler at the age of 63. Pretty amazing. Yeah, I think the runners and the broadcasters are fighting the wind here this afternoon, as it is now the bottom of the hour here at the 100-mile USATF Championships under the Jackpot Ultras umbrella, the fabulous Jackpot Ultras. Chris Warden here with Mountain Outpost in the shadow of the Las Vegas Strip, just a few miles away. So there's Raj right there, Jonah Backstrom. There's Stan the Man Barry in the blue. Stan famously had a pretty dramatic Javelin 100 finish last year, finishing with under 5 minutes to go and collapsing about 15 feet before the finish line and having to steady himself back up. He wasn't the roller. The roller came a few minutes later, but that was one of the more dramatic moments in the day. We also just saw Mark Martin. Mark, somebody we haven't talked about too much today, but Mark is inside the top 10, has a PR of 17:54.26 at Rocky Raccoon 2023. I just got a text message from my usual broadcast partner, Andy Jones-Wilkins, who is currently in San Francisco right now. Long story. We saw Stella Springer go by right there. There's Devon Yanko and Dakota Jones coming up that hill. M2 and F1 respectively. Sorry. Take a quick peek to see who is leading other active races right now. In the 48 hour, nothing has changed. Robert Church and Heather Gothard are your leaders in the 48 hour. In the 100-mile short course, the non-USATF sanctioned race, Joshua Rice is your current men's leader, and Eileen Bloom still leading the women. Of course, we will be covering the USATF 100-mile race today, and tomorrow we will be covering the Mount to Coast 100K. Coming up here, you're going to see current F2 Sierra DeGroff, as well as F6 Leanne Riv. Jonah Backstrom on the right-hand side of your screen in the white singlet, approaching the 39-mile mark of his race. Your men's leader, Raj Panu, has just crossed the 40-mile mark. Dakota Jones, a couple minutes back. Cody Poskin in third, Jonah Backstrom fourth, Jared Gallup in fifth. Your top 5 in the women's race: Yanko, DeGroff, Springer, Rosebow, Carrara. That right there is F7, Taylor Adrian. Taking a bit of a hike break there. Taylor, one of the youngest people in the race, but has a PR of 22:19:08 in the Lean Horse 100 last year. Mark Marzin out of Golden, Colorado just went by, as well as Lincoln Turman out of Montana, whose PR is 19:20:14 for the 100-mile distance. Coming up the hill, Stella Springer. As we mentioned, set her PR at Desert Solstice for the 100-miler at 54 years old, breaking 16 hours, 15:53. Sorry, check that, 15:43. Aerovipa Airlines coming soon. I could only hope. Would have made my life so much easier over the last 24 hours. Yeah, I can definitely tell it was different from yesterday based on the travel. We've got a... Yeah. So Jared Gallup and Cody Poskin coming up together. Jared, was on the left in the black singlet, currently M5, and Cody in the Hawaiian shirt, M3. Now, there's Raj right there. Raj Panu, your men's leader. Coming up in the white tank top, that is Stephanie Rosebow, your current F4. Oh, looks like I might have missed that. I think Devon took a stop here because Sierra is now showing as your women's race leader, and Stella Springer having moved into second. Devon Yanko in third, and Stephanie Rosebow in fourth, as we just saw Jonah Backstrom come through. along with David Holt. Coming in now, Jess Mullen, your F8 as of right now. Jess Mullen's PR in the 100 mile is an 18:51.46 at the 2024 Yeti. Another runner we haven't really talked much about yet, but doing a pretty solid job is 67-year-old Alan Perez out of Silver Spring, Maryland, whose PR in the 100 mile is the C&O Canal from 2015, having run a 21:21. I think we've tried to get everybody their little moment in the spotlight here. See, this is how blimp conversations start, people. I see people talking about Aerovipa Airlines in the chat, and Nick and Jamil flying a 747 painted with the Aerovipa colors. I mean, we do have at least one pilot on staff I'm aware of who actually has flown 2 races. One of our staff members does have a plane, and I believe flew to do some technical stuff for one of our races elsewhere. Somebody's asking about the current records that runners are trying to beat. On the women's side, the American/world record is held by Camille Herron with a time of 12:42.40. That is a 7:38 mile pace. The American record is Zach Bitter on the men's side with an 11:19.13 or a 6:48 pace. And I believe that the Alexander Sorokin number is 11:51. Let me confirm that. Oh, 10:51. 10:51.39. So that Sorokin number, the world record of 10:51.39, is a 6:31 pace for 100 miles. I spoke with Alexander Sorokin during Desert Solstice 2023 to try and lobby him to come to Desert Solstice 2024 to no avail. I really wish that would have worked out, because that would have been absolutely fantastic to have an opportunity to see Sorokin race in the States. Maybe we can make it work. Looks like he's chasing after the 100K world record, or trying to better that one. But I would love to see him take a stab at 24 hours here in the U.S. on a track that doesn't have any weird, goofy hairpin turns. Yeah, I think I'm under the impression that Devon's timing chip is just not registering correctly, because I haven't seen Devon take a stop, and she seems to be moving just fine. I just got a message from my broadcast partner AJW, and apparently his transportation is being delayed. So let's run this down really quick. He and I were originally scheduled for a flight that was to take off yesterday at 1 p.m. in Arizona and land at 1:15 local time in Vegas, so we gain an hour. And it is currently 12:49 locally, 1:49 in Arizona time. So AJW has spent 24 hours trying to get to this race and is still not here. He could have rode a bike here by this point. I mean, it's a 4.5 hour drive. He could have driven back and forth 3 times. I mean, I feel you. I think we're going to exercise maturity and not call out those who might have made our travel as ridiculous as it was. But I'm sure that AJW is relaxing and probably having a good time at the airport in San Francisco. He'll get here eventually. What happened at the airport? Well, let's just say I don't want to hijack the broadcast to talk about it, as I see Trevor, who shared a cab with me from the airport straight to the venue this morning so we could get here on time. It was an adventure getting here. I'll just leave it at that. I will say it was supposed to be a very simple hour flight from Phoenix to Vegas, and it became anything but. Next time I'm just taking a Greyhound. Or they had that, what is it, Flixbus? I think that there's another bus company now that actually does like super cheap bus trips from Phoenix to Vegas. That's a bit of the unpaved area. As you saw, Stella Springer. That's Jess Mullen. You guys need to take Air Vipa Airlines out your mouths. Don't give Jamil ideas. Well, no, Randy, we didn't mean to fly in San Francisco. We just kind of ended up there. It was not by design. It was the only way that our airline of choice was going to be able to get us to Vegas last night, at least supposed to get us to Vegas, but very planes, trains, and automobiles energy on that. Are Raj's shoes illegal? I don't know, but we do have USATF reps here, so I assume they have eyes, so they would probably, I would assume, have said something if they weren't. Travis, you're such a bad influence. Such a bad influence. Shout out Travis Loncar for you Free Trail fantasy fans. The man who makes that engine go. I saw Travis this weekend out at last weekend out at Black Canyon. It was good to see him. as we're approaching the 5-hour mark here at the USATF 24-hour championships as a part of Jackpot. Hey, if you want to come in and have a seat, of course. Hello. One of our members of the Mountain Outpost broadcast team has joined me in the studio. Maya Detmer. Maya, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks
Well,
for being
I'm
here.
welcoming you to your hometown.
Wow.
Welcome to the air.
Thank you. It's good. Yeah, it's fun to be back doing this again with you.
Yeah.
I joined you last year at this.
Yeah,
so-
absolutely. And glad that we didn't scare you off enough that you came back for it. So how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing really well. I've been listening this morning and pumped. I brought extra layers
It's
after
chilly out
listening
here.
to you guys, and I'm glad that I did because I was starting off in the t-shirt and I switched into pants. So
Yeah, no, I mean, I brought, shorts, and I figured that usually I need them by this point, but
right.
I've still got, a jacket on at this point.
No, it's been good. It's talk about timing. When it rained yesterday, our local news, it was 214 days.
Yeah.
It's been since the last time it's rained here. And so Jackpot came right in time for your guys' setup for the first rain we've had in a long time.
I saw that, and I didn't realize. I mean, we went recently in Phoenix in the valley. I think we went 130 or so days without rain.
Okay,
And that was approaching a record for us. So when I heard that it had been 200 plus days here without rain, I was actually really shocked.
Oh, yeah. The cars were slipping and sliding. I was driving the last day that I worked, and it was started to sprinkle that morning. As I'm driving to work, I can see all the cars, just the grease, if it doesn't rain for
yeah.
that long, all the oil starts to rise with the rain. So,
Yeah, but I'm sure as I gathered from talking to people that it was a very welcome sight. So
yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, we don't get it very often, so it's been good. It's definitely been good. Yeah, it's great to have Jackpot back going again.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, you've been out here in the past to crew as well. I believe that didn't you crew Sierra one year out here? Or?
I came out for a bit to support
Okay,
her.
yeah.
Yeah.
She's out here today, looking pretty strong. I'm trying to figure out. We might have a bit of a glitch with the tracker, unless I did genuinely miss an extended break from Devon, as it shows Sierra, Stella, and Devon 1, 2, 3 in the women's race. I mean, I'm not 100% sure on that. I mean, I'll follow it as long as that's what it says. I might have to confirm with but I just don't remember Sierra and Stella making multiple passes on Devon,
Right.
which is what they would have needed to have done at this point. I mean, she seems to be running with Dakota just fine right there.
Right.
And Dakota's been moving really well. Sierra's looking really good too. So
Yeah, she just passed our tent just now.
Do you live fairly close to this park, or do you live in?
So Henderson, there's multiple cities that make up Clark County. I'm actually North Las Vegas.
Okay.
So you have Henderson, which is more southeast, and then you have kind of Vegas in the center, and then I'm more north.
Okay.
So I'm closer to like Mount Charleston area.
Okay.
So my drive here took about less than 40 minutes.
That's not
or
bad.
So it's not bad. Yeah, we were at Coldwater Rumble, was that about a month ago? And my friend who came to come support as well, she lives in Mesa. And I would guess about that time frame is the distance I have.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said you live out by Mount Charleston, or
Oh, yeah.
you get out there and play in the snow at all?
I haven't this year. I've had a slight detour in my training.
Oh.
So yeah, it's I'm on the mend, but and I'm back running. But I've had kind of a eventful end of 2024. So
Are you running Cocodona this year?
I am running Cocodona. So it's non-weight bearing meniscus repair to Coco. So yeah, I injured my meniscus back in October running in the Grand Canyon, and then November had meniscus repair surgery, and non-weight bearing locked hinge brace for a couple weeks, and then been just working PT super hard. But I've been back running 6 weeks post-op, and now it's 11 weeks. So still a little too soon to race. Otherwise, I would have raced this. I had my eye on it.
Have you raced Jackpot before?
I have. I did the 6 hour, I believe it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
And I came in second with 39 miles.
Okay.
I went out for that last loop to get partial credit, because you can do that for those other distances or time. And yeah, so came in second for that. The actually first time I've actually raced this event was in 2016.
Okay.
Which I know you just had the previous RD on.
Ken?
Yeah, and I remember back in 2016 they had Elvis and the Showgirls.
Yeah.
So it was a fun event then. It was cold. I remember it raining on us.
Yeah, Ken was, one of the things that I first took away from this race when I first started covering it was just how much Ken leans into the, being in the shadow of the Las Vegas Strip here. And, it's definitely, he's always, dressing in, outlandish outfits and being very loud and energetic and handing popsicles to runners on the course and, he was riding his bicycle around doing that,
Right.
Like giving ice cream to runners. And it's like, well, he's the RD and he's doing it for everybody, so that makes it fair. So,
Well, I will see him at Coco. So he's
yeah.
going to be at that aid station you guys were talking about, mile 11.
yeah.
So, yeah.
If it's frozen grapes or popsicles or what have you, I wouldn't be surprised if he were to do something like put a sundae bar out there in the middle of nowhere, because it's super remote, like where he stations himself.
So he must have like the generated coolers or something just to keep it that cold for so long, or how is?
I don't know, because he actually goes out there to camp the night before. Oh no, he uses dry ice.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he packs these things in
Yeah.
dry ice. That's what it is.
Yeah, that'll be a really nice treat. I've only been told about the first 37 miles. So I've been training with a 10-pound weighted vest and doing some uphill
That's
runs.
a good
and,
idea.
Oh, yeah, doing all of my weight training with that. So, yeah, go mode.
Well, that's a big undertaking to run Cocodona. So, have you seen the trailer for the chase?
I have. Very excited. Yeah, very excited. I just had Mike McKnight as a guest. He he competed in High Rocks.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he and his wife Sarah stayed with me just, 2 weeks ago?
Okay.
And got to see that event. I've never spectated that before, and I'm super motivated to maybe do that myself. Like, how
Nice.
could you not go? And, it's a combo of aerobic, anaerobic, but...
Looks like we're following Sierra around the far side, as well as a couple of other runners.
Well, and you have a big summer coming up for yourself.
I do. I have, one big race I'm focusing on.
Pretty
actually,
exciting.
The same race that Sierra is focusing on for this summer. So,
Right.
But I like, that's why when I jump off the air here in a little bit, I'm going to actually go for a run. I don't normally force feed myself when I'm here in Henderson, but this year I'm going to get a run in, get a few miles at least. Number one, and number two, try out some brand new shoes.
Oh, the Mount
So the Mount Coast, who is sponsoring this event, figure it's just a good opportunity to try and give those a shot. I've heard good things.
Yeah, their first pair I got. So I have the R1, S1, and the P1. I'm wearing, I think I'm wearing the P1 today.
Okay.
But so Sierra last year ran Badwater I was part of the crew pace team.
Okay.
And we all had matching Mount to Coast.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I lived in those shoes. I actually never took them off for the entire, even in the van downtime. They're so comfortable. So
Good.
now I have those 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I was talking with Tashul Churn earlier, and one of the things that I noted is that it seemed like there were a couple of things that a couple of beneficial things to the Mount to Coast brand in the last couple months. One was Sierra beating the field for to win the 100K outright at the first Mount to Coast 100K, and number 2, Jamil walking and running an insane amount of miles in a pair of Mount to Coasts, with his Chipotle challenge. I believe that he said over 400 miles logged on that street segment in the Mount to Coasts.
Did he say that was his favorite out of all of them?
He said it was his, well, I mean, I would assume favorite because he said that it was the one that he used the most by far.
Got it.
So.
Okay. Yeah. That was a lot of fun to watch, by the way. We watched from Vegas.
It was fun to be out there, I will say that. I participated. I think I went out there 3 days in the last week to hang out. I was actually traveling, so I couldn't make it out for the final day, which was coincidentally Jamil's 40th birthday.
So great.
Yeah.
So great. Happy 40th for that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Masters.
Yes. Now Jamil Curry is a Masters runner, which is just so weird to think about. Because I remember him in his 20s. Known him a long time.
Well, if you ever need heat training, you're welcome. You have a place here
I
in
appreciate
Vegas.
that.
So, yeah.
I mean, I should be okay with where I'm at, but I do want to get out, I want to get out
True.
and about and run more for sure. I actually have been given invites by people up on and near the Western States course to come and
perfect.
stay with them or coordinate runs.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I talked to people who live in Auburn who have told me to come up and stay with them. I'm staying with a couple friends in Auburn for training camp weekend. That's
so much fun.
Also was contacted by Mandy Holmes, who lives in Truckee, and she said, anytime I want to go up there and coordinate, and maybe do like a vehicle, swap or set up to hit sections of the course that I'm, just to let her know. So like, that's one of the things that's been amazing about getting ready to do Western States is the support and generosity of the community as a whole.
Yeah, gotta love the community that we have, making friends everywhere. So I'm just kind of catching up with the video.
Sure.
Who are we watching right here?
I believe I can, my notes, let me take a look here. I think that might be Stephanie Bland. If it is, Stephanie's from Michigan. Her PR in the oh no, that's not Stephanie. That's So that is Erin Carrara rather. Erin was a last-minute registration.
Okay.
So I have next to nothing on her. So, but let me send you an invite to my notes, so you have those at your disposal as well.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So...
So you're going to be. I suggest I just sent Maya an invite to a Google Doc. I would not open the hidden spreadsheets. There's so much, I don't know, like 40 or 50 different races. There's a rabbit hole from which you might never emerge.
And Maya was never seen again.
Yeah.
Well, I was quickly just looking her up on Ultra Sign Up, and it looks like, so she's 37 years old. She has 6 races.
Yeah, I saw the 21 and change for that Hainsport, which is actually also the place where Jared Gallup, bib number 41, PR'd as well. He ran a 16:22 there in 2023, so... Yeah, I saw her pop up into the top 10 and then into the top 5 eventually, and so having a pretty good day so far. But yeah, we're gonna play it as it lies here, and I'm gonna go down the list, and I'm going to take this as gospel here. So I'm not going to dispute the current tracker, but if there are any issues with it, I'm sure they'll sort themselves out. But you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the men's race. Raj Panu, Cody Poskin moving into second, Jonah Backstrom in third, Dakota Jones in fourth, and Nathan Brown in fifth. In the women's race, Sierra DeGroff has taken the lead, Stella Springer in second, Devon Yanko in third, Stephanie Rosebaugh in fourth, and Erin Carrara in fifth.
Stephanie had an amazing showing at the Last Person Standing across the years.
That's right, you were out there.
I was. That was another
That's your
commentary. I do like that race. Yeah, if my injury didn't happen, I was planning to do that Last Person Standing. But yeah, she did an amazing job. She ended up being the last female.
Yeah. Did 143, I want to say, thereabouts.
Yes.
And also won the Saddles 100 miler, which is no joke. Race put on by Michael Versteeg in Prescott, Arizona. Yeah, most of her stuff is either like she's done Cocodona. She finished 6th at Cocodona a couple years ago. I believe she finished on the podium at one of the Triple Crown races as well. But
Bigfoot 200.
Yeah. So kind of curious to see how the flat and fast environment treats her, because she's done the long stuff on the asphalt and concrete out at across the years. Also done some of the rough and rugged stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how this day goes for her.
I was just talking with Zach, and he said that your travel getting here, you arrived just about 10 minutes, or your plane landed 10 minutes before
I
the
think
race started.
Trevor, when did we get here? We got here like maybe 8:05.
Yeah, it was like 8:03 or something.
Yeah. And basically went straight from the airport into a cab to here. And basically, he jumped into producer position and I jumped into on-air position. And so Zach and I basically, I don't even think anybody had finished their first loop by the time I was on the air in the chair. And yeah, we got here. I can even say exactly when we got here because I had the receipt from the ride. 8:04 a.m. is when we got here. Cut it as close as possible. But our travel included a detour through San Francisco, where my travel companion / co-host is still waiting.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh.
Yeah, AJW is sitting probably watching the live stream from that excellent bar that carries Pliny the Elder.
Shout out to AJW in the airport.
But he is going to make his way here as soon as he can get here and then join our broadcast team. But it's been an adventure. I flew from Phoenix to San Francisco, then back to Phoenix last night,
Wow.
then to Vegas this morning.
Okay.
When I got back to Phoenix from San Francisco last night, I figured it wasn't worth it to go home and sleep, so I took a nap at the airport and switched terminals to get here on a different airline.
So you've just been on the go this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit delirious at this point. But you know what? That just kind of puts me on the level with a lot of these ultra runners.
Right,
So,
yeah.
and I know for a fact, I was talking with Andre Lee and Jan Rice, who made the flight up from Phoenix, and we were all kind of talking about maybe we should have just driven and split the gas. Because we, like, in the time that it took us all, because they had a 3-hour delay on theirs, and they were on a
Right.
completely different airline. I mean, like you said, like, everything went haywire here yesterday with the rain, and
Right.
you alluded to it as well, like the fact that the surface, like, it sounds like everything was a little bit dicey, like traction and everything. So
Yeah.
the notion that I mean, we were not alone in our difficulties, so not necessarily a woe is me thing so much as it's like a holy crap, I can't believe this happened thing. So
Well, yeah, just talking about timing with that. Yeah, because I get off of work at 7 p.m. and it was just heavy rain. Everybody on the freeway was going slow. As I'm like exiting the freeway to get home, there was a car in a ditch. So
from
yeah.
rain.
From rain, from the
Wow.
rain. So, I don't know. Many things happen for a reason. Maybe it was a good thing.
Raj over 45 miles into his day already. It's kind of wild at the 5:15 mark. So he is definitely pacing for a sub 12. I think that that maybe the American standard of 11:19 is going to be a tall order. Although it has gotten less windy here in the last little bit of time here. I mean, there's still a breeze, but it's not what it was. I mean, this morning it was
Pretty bad.
pretty windy out here, so.
Well, I believe he's still winning best hair. Also.
Oh, yeah,
We
yeah.
had this vote last year. And I believe he won last year, 100%. He won.
I mean, when you're talking about like the men with the best hair in ultra running, I mean, Raj is definitely in the team photo there. I mean, you talk about Raj, Tim Tollefson. I think that Arlen Glick's hair would definitely qualify
yes,
there.
yeah.
He's got pretty good hair. I don't know who else would round out my Mount Rushmore. Oh, Jamil.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Where they're getting their moment with this wind, the bouncing with the run, with the stride.
He looks like a Hoka commercial.
Oh, and he's
And he
just
passed
passing.
Devon.
Yeah.
On the high point of the course on the far side. It is kind of funny, like, with this course, I wouldn't look at, there's not a lot of, like, difference between the high point and low point, but there are climbs and there are drops. And I know that a lot of runners like that kind of variance because, rather than every single step being the same, but it's still, I still feel like there's, more climb and descent than I would want if I was going for like a big time attempt here. But
Right.
we've seen big numbers come down here over the past few years. Raj running sub 12, Camille running sub 13 out here. So I mean, big numbers have hit here at Jackpot.
And hopefully the wind hasn't been too much of a factor with trying to hold on to their paces,
Yeah.
their ideal paces.
Well, if the wind is kind of calmed down, that is going to be huge.
Right.
Like that's going to be very significant.
It has probably helped with, because this course can get hot.
That's true.
You know, and so which would you prefer, a more windy day or a hot day? Like, where are you going to get your better times? You know?
As me personally, I mean, it's because I've never been fast. I think that from what I've seen, you're more likely to see people be able to have successful heat mitigation strategies as opposed to the wind just simply slowing you down. Yes, there was a Mike McMonagle sighting here. He is here doing photo and video, I believe. Good eye, Parker. We should draft him to come into the studio for a little while, too. He was great on Hard Rock last year. He and Leah together. Oh, they were fantastic. Of course, Parker in the chat referring to Mike McMonagle's Instagram handle. Oh, thank you, Jake. That's a good heads up. Jake Jackson, who has run this race, tracked 3,680 feet, climbed over the 100 miles last year. Yeah, and he says, yeah, it's not ideal for records. That's why I think that if you're an elite looking to set a record, you need to come to Desert Solstice.
There you go.
Like, that's the perfect environment. It's so controlled. Mile and a half, mile and a quarter, you see them every 400 meters.
Yeah, we saw Jake here last year.
Mm-hmm. Jake has kind of become an any surface, any distance kind of guy, too.
Yeah, absolutely. He did Cocodona last year.
I think he's
coming
going back, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's actually a pretty entertaining Instagram follow as well. That with Raj is Nathan Brown, who won this year's Coldwater Rumble 100 miler. Ran a sub 16 on Coldwater, which is pretty legit.
Yeah, he did an amazing job. It was a lot of fun to watch him out there.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend run his Abe Singleton. He ran his very first 100, and it was at Coldwater this year. So he accomplished his goal, did an amazing job. Very proud of him. But saw Nathan just do so well with that. Yeah, first male.
Yeah, that was a perfect example of a pit stop or a crew interaction at the front of the pack for this race. You saw Nathan barely slow down to toss his, it looked like a soft flask perhaps, and then get handed an ice buff that he tucked in. So he slowed down a hair, but didn't stop by any stretch of the imagination. And that's what you can do in a race like this. Like, you can be that efficient because he knows he's going to see his crew in another mile and a quarter.
Right. I believe his wife was his crew at Coldwater, so that possibly was his wife. And he's another member of the Air Viper racing team. They've expanded into California, so yeah, he's part of the California division.
San Diego guy, right? I think.
I'm not sure where in California, but yeah.
Nathan Brown, yep, San Diego, California. So you can see I've got their 100-mile PR as well as what they were wearing when I last saw them. So a little bit of a...
So good. Okay. And I was looking, the USATF winners, there's actually a cash prize.
Yeah.
I was saying that first place, male and female, get $1,200.
Mm-hmm.
Second place, $500, and then third place, $300.
Treat yourself to a nice fancy dinner if you finish on the
A
podium.
nice steak.
Depending on how many friends you have here with you. That's one thing. So whenever I come to Jackpot, I always try and go out and have a nice dinner the night before.
Right.
Last couple of years, I went to Lemongrass one year. I went to Peter Luger last year, and this year I had a reservation for Bacchanal. And
Bacchanal, that is the best buffet.
and I wasn't able to go.
No. Well, you probably don't have time on this trip either.
I fly out first thing tomorrow morning because I'm emceeing a charity event in Scottsdale.
Okay.
So
Oh.
I can't even cover the 100K tomorrow. So
Okay.
yeah.
Gosh, yeah, that buffet. So I ran Grand to Grand, that self-supported stage race back in 2015, and I talked about that buffet, and I had probably half a dozen racers because we flew that race. You fly out of our local airport, and so they joined me for Bacchanal, and we sat there for over 3 hours. After living off of food from our backpacks for a week, we sat there and we had many full plates.
Nowadays they tell you like you got 90 minutes, make them count.
We'll make it count. We made it.
No, that's fantastic. Like I'm still gonna make it there, but I just wasn't able to make it happen this time around. I also was thinking about possibly trying out Lotus of Siam, but I wasn't.
Oh, yeah, that
I've never
place
been
is
there.
super good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, definitely worth it.
Yeah, I figured if I was going to do something a little bit fancier, I'd do Bacchanal, but if I was going to do something like, something else, I was going to do Lotus of Siam, which I've heard very good things about. So
Definitely recommend Lotus of Siam. The wait can be kind of long for Bacchanal.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if you're kind of crunched on time, that may
Well,
not be your choice.
last year I ended up at Peter Luger because I couldn't wait 3 hours to go to the buffet at Bacchanal.
Right,
So
right. Okay.
ended up spending a pretty penny at Peter Luger. So, Gene in the chat says Maya Abe is supposed to take us to Bacchanal.
Oh, he is. Oh, we talked about post Coldwater Rumble. We're going to dinner. We haven't done it yet. So, Bacchanal it is.
Now
I'm
I
in.
really want to go. I might have to fly back just to do that. It's one of the things I actually joked with my son because we used to go to a casino buffet in Arizona that shut down during 2020. And they never reopened, and they basically just put a bunch of slot machines in there. So I told him, I said, I still owe him a good buffet. So I said, maybe one of these times we'll fly to Vegas and just go to the buffet and then fly back home. And I would totally do it. I would totally do it.
It sounds worth it.
Yeah.
It is. It's just endless and like high quality, just amazing. I'm already getting so hungry.
We're hungry as we see once again Air Viper Racing Team member Nathan Brown, currently positioned as M5. And that is Aaron Carrara. That is our F5 right now.
I just see from Turbo X444, Hayden Hawks won Tarawara 50K.
Yeah, when I heard he was jumping into that 50K, and I was kind of curious as to whether or not that might be too short for him, but no, it seems like he did just fine.
He did just great. Congrats to Hayden Hawks.
Of course, the Ultra Runner of the Year for 2024.
Right. Yeah, he had a great interview with AJW. I listened to that one.
Yeah, I did
That was
too.
really good.
I was impressed. I think that there's something about, I'm obviously biased because I talk with him all the time, but there's something about talking with AJW that like gets you so comfortable and conversational that I don't think he's necessarily trying to pry, but sometimes he gets people to open up on a level that perhaps maybe they weren't expecting to or weren't realizing that they would be comfortable to do. So no, I enjoy, I enjoy working with him in that regard. And,
Right.
And, because he's been around the sport for so long and has engendered so much respect that his Crack a Brew pod is just fantastic. Required listening.
Absolutely. Yeah. Last year, 2 years ago when I ran Western, I listened to, it was a great season for his too, because he had just like so many top listers. He always does, but it was
he can get anybody.
Right. It was very inspiring because as I was on the road to states,
Oh, was that the states, the year where he interviewed all of the states legends? And,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, in case you haven't heard, AGW likes Western states. But no, actually, one of the things that I find is that sometimes the interviews are more fascinating and more captivating when it's somebody I don't necessarily think I'm going to enjoy listening to. And there are two that stick out of my mind, and I'm not going to name them because you're going to think, oh, Chris hates that guy. It's like, no, Chris doesn't hate that guy. Chris doesn't really look at this person as somebody that I'd be interested in listening about. But, but for instance, I'll name one of them. Like Dean Karnazes is not somebody I really found all that compelling. But man, that was a fantastic episode to hear the two of them talk. So you can see Raj in the crew zone. I think that's his crew person Brandon.
Oh, watch out for that trash can.
Watch out for that tree.
I haven't heard that episode yet, so I'm definitely going to have to listen to that one.
And a lot of his stuff is evergreen too, because it's kind of like personal story pieces as opposed to like what happened. I mean, other than his, AJW Unplugged, like he is, basically having people tell stories about their career and stuff like that. So it's evergreen. It's not like if I don't listen to this week, it's obsolete.
It doesn't make sense for the next,
But yeah, if you look back through, and some of the best episodes have come from people that I didn't expect to really enjoy listening to. So
yeah, he's definitely been a lot of fun to listen to. He's on one of the main favorites on my podcasts. Someone's asking about the temperature right now. It says it's 63 degrees, partly cloudy.
yeah, it's been low 60s for the last few hours. I mean, it's a windy 63.
It says 16, but gusts up to 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. It does look or appears that the wind should be dying down each hour. Like it'll still be double digits until probably about 5 p.m. It shows on the Weather Channel app. Hopefully that's true.
It's what? I'm sorry?
Hopefully that's true. Goes down to single digits as far as like the wind.
Oh,
it says
that would
it's
be
still,
nice.
Yeah, till about 4 p.m. it's still at 13 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think that if the wind dies down, we might see some people able to sustain their current paces. But if it doesn't go down, I think that just the pushing through it is going to be pretty tough. So, if Jonah moved into second, being 51 years old, wouldn't surprise me because Jonah does very well at this race. Are you familiar with Jonah Backstrom, Maya?
I'm not.
So Jonah has raced this event 4 times.
Okay.
The first time he ran it in about 19 hours. The next year, he ran it in 14:10. So first of all, he dropped 5 hours from his first to his second time. He ran it in 14:10:08 his second time. His third time, he ran it in 14:11:03. Or that was his third time. And his fourth time, he ran it in 14:11:37. So his last 3 times running it, he has an 89-second delta, which is just kind of mind-boggling.
Very consistent with those last 3.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he's got the 45 to, I think he's got the 45 to 49, or maybe the 50 to 54 age group 100-mile U.S. as well as he grabbed the 50K in the 50 to 54 at Desert Solstice last year. So
Okay.
as we see Sierra out there moving pretty well. According to our tracking, she is currently F1.
Go Sierra.
And I am seeing now that that we have our first drops of the day. And unfortunately, it's the 2 who were leading the race in the beginning of the day, as looks like Jared Gallup and Devon Yanko have opted to call it a day here at Jackpot, which is, I'm sorry, that's a shame.
Right.
I was really looking forward to seeing what Devon could do, going after big numbers, and Jared was looking like somebody that was moving extremely well in the early going of the race, actually leading out ahead of that men's pack.
For the first while.
Yeah.
He was
about the
M1.
first 15, 16 miles, I think.
Okay.
Your current front of the men's race, first we've got Raj Panu, second Jonah Backstrom, third Cody Poskin, fourth Nathan Brown, fifth Dakota Jones. In the women's race, you've got F1 Sierra DeGroff, as you can see, our current leader on the screen right now. Stella Springer in second, Stephanie Rosebaugh in third, Erin Carrara in fourth, and Leanne Riv moves into fifth.
What do we know about Leanne?
Let's see. I believe that Leanne is from Spain. And let's see. Leanne is from Spain, and their PR is a 1901 at the Centurion Thames Path 100, which I assume is in the UK, if it's the Thames Path. But she's she can be identified. She's wearing black shirt, like kind of purplish, pinkish purplish shorts, and was wearing a pack last I saw. But when talking about crewing and race strategy, you can see Sierra here carrying next to nothing. I think that she might have a soft flask in her running belt, but she typically does, I think. But
she has it in her right hand.
Okay, there we go. But yeah, you definitely travels light when it comes to racing. So
Our new F1.
Yep.
Yeah, she's had some experience at this race.
Yeah, she won it in 2022, I want to say.
Yeah, I was texting with her this morning, and she just basically was saying, I'm like, what's your goal for the day? And she said, running my own race, trying to keep a clear mind.
Okay.
She's like, the best time I had was when I ran my own race 2 years ago. So.
Makes sense. I know that, as far as a time goal, I've heard through the grapevine that she was looking for potentially a 14:30, which would be an outstanding PR on her part. Her current PR is about 15:59. So if she's able to do that, she'd be dropping,
quite a
90
significant,
minutes. Yeah.
right.
So, but that's one thing that we've seen from Sierra over the years, as she's definitely transformed herself from a 23, 24-hour 100-miler to a, sub 16-hour 100-miler, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, she's been working really hard. She has her eye on hopefully winning this, and so far she's in the right position for that.
She's a regular out at Badwater, I know.
She's going back again. This will be her third year.
And doing a double, as she's got Western States on her docket as well.
Yes, we were chatting about that because I asked. There's not much time between the two.
It's like 2 weeks.
It's less.
Is it less?
It's 8 days.
Oh my goodness.
So there's 8 days. And so she did say that priority is states. You know, she obviously has full respect for Badwater, but that's kind of the game plan. Have a great race at States. And she just passed our tent.
Yeah.
Heading on up. She's looking good. That's the Sierra Gate. I can always say, you know, we've known each other for a very long time. We can spot each other from afar. That's a normal gate.
Yeah, that's one of the things about covering these races in particular, and of course, Sierra being, you know, somebody who seems to be specializing in the fixed time and flatter, faster stuff, is that I get to see a lot of her on the course. So, you know, you get to recognize the gait and, you know, the style of running that a lot of people have in these events. Yeah, and Sierra is one of those people that you can definitely recognize from afar in terms of watching her run.
Right.
Like there are just people that are like just unmistakable like that, like Sierra DeGraw, Camille Herron, Nick
Correct.
Curry. You know, like, well, Nick Curry you can hear from across the track because he is the loudest stepper for a guy who weighs like probably like 140 pounds that we've ever seen. Sounds like a giant, just like, you know, stomping down through the mountains. Another guy in the chat, Jake Jackson. I watched Jake Jackson run many miles. I think I guesstimated that I've like watched Jake probably run like, and I'm not talking about like, oh, I was at a race that I was covering a race. Like, I've literally watched him run like in excess of like 600 miles, like out at Desert Solstice.
Okay,
every year,
right.
Like where he runs 120, 130 miles, and I'm trackside and like witnessing it or filming it, and you know, and then also seeing him out here as well. Like I've seen, like I can tell him like right away, like, oh, that's Jake.
That's Jake. Well, and I believe you guys were talking about Raj too. Like he has a more distinct kind of like butt back kind of.
That's what. That's kind of how Zach Marion was describing it. Kind of like where he runs with his kind of butt kind of high a little bit. I guess is the way he. That's not exactly how he put it, but
You can see him right across from the lake, right there.
You absolutely can.
What's his pace been?
Let's see. Currently, Raj is running a 6:48. So he's holding fairly close to what he would need to do. Let me calculate more specifically. Let's see. 49.7. So as he's hitting the halfway mark, he has kept a 6:48 pace, which is, at mile 50, a 6:48 pace is exactly what Zach Bitter's 100-mile pace was. So,
All right.
yeah, Dakota has fallen off the pace, but Raj is right there, and it'll be tough because it would have to be pretty much an even split or a slight negative split to slide in under. But as we mentioned, the wind is now like a non-factor, and the longer that holds off, the better. And then, and we'll keep obviously a close eye on that. That whether or not Raj is able to maintain that 11:19 pace, 11 hour 1900 mile pace. Because right now he is currently, let's see. Right now he is currently trending for an 11:19.27, which is 14 seconds off of the American standard.
He could
So-
definitely negative split that.
Yeah, he'd have to, ever so
Yep.
slightly. Yeah, I think that at this point the most notable thing that we've seen is that the early leaders on both the men's and women's side, Jared Gallup and Devon Yanko, have elected to call it a day. Was really looking forward to see what the two of them were going to do. Devon, because I've watched her race for so long, and Jared, because I was completely unfamiliar with him, and he was
Right.
seemingly looking like he was gonna go for some big numbers.
Had you noticed this morning anything kind of being apparent with Devon?
No, and that's what was kind of surprising. Like, I didn't even notice that Devon had taken or had fallen off the pace, and it's because from the looks of things, she had a 25-minute lap, whereas most of her other laps are about, were about the 8.5-minute mark. And I guess that's why I didn't notice that she was falling off the pace, because she was moving so well, and when she wasn't moving, she was stopped. And then when she started up again, she looked fine. And then,
Right.
Unfortunately for her, it sounds like just
The
wasn't
decision
her
she had to
day.
do.
Yeah.
She's amazing. She
Absolutely.
does everything from short to long, the flat, the mountainous. She's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and that's why she's done flat and fast before, but never flat and fast 100. I mean, I guess technically you could say Umstead, but
Well, you've had quite a journey yourself. You're going to be going for a run in a bit.
I am. I'm gonna probably take a short nap and then go for a
There you
run,
go.
or go for a run and take a short nap. But but I do want to see how things unfold here, because
Right.
Raj is moving very well, has eclipsed the 50-mile mark. Actually, I wonder if my calculation was correct here. Let's see, 5:37:41. Oh, 5:45:19 for 51.5. Let's see. That is interesting. So my math was a little bit off. At this point, if the tracker is to believe, that Raj is pacing for about an 11:12,
Oh.
which makes things a lot more interesting. I think that, an even or a negative split is a pretty tall order. The one factor making it possible in my mind was the fact that it was so windy here earlier. But if Raj is on the correct paces that I have him on here, he would be pacing towards about an 11-hour, 12-minute 100-mile, which would be a new American standard.
All right.
And
That's impressive. That's
yeah.
very exciting.
And for those that were asking earlier, the current men's world record for the 100 milers, 10 hours, 51 minutes, and 39 seconds. It's a 6:31 pace.
That's so
Yeah,
fast.
it's ridiculous.
That's incredibly fast.
But I mean, you can see Raj right there. He looks like he's moving really well. Okay, so he tapped that cone as he went around it. Last year he was tapping something as he went by it every time. I can't remember what it was. We noticed this, like he does something with his hands, like over on the other side of the track. Like I couldn't remember if it was like he tapped a sign or tapped a cone or something like that every time he went by.
We'll have to keep an eye and see if he continues doing that.
I forgot about that.
or
I
if
do
he does
remember.
it in others. Like,
Yeah.
is it multiple? Oh, he's touching the...
Yeah, he touched the, like, I don't know if that's like just tapping the rail, yeah.
Do you have any races coming up?
Oh, I have all sorts of races coming
Right.
up as training fodder. I am doing Copper Corridor in Superior, Arizona in 2 weeks. I'm doing Mesquite Canyon 30K. I'm doing Crown King 50K. I am doing Western States Training Camp. I'm doing Whiskey Basin 91K in
Okay.
April.
Yeah. Love that race.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a perfect training run, but more than that, I think I'm just going to also do a lot of, maybe not as many long runs in terms of like long, like, 15, 20 plus miles, but a lot of shorter stuff with as much climb as I can beat myself up with. Worked for me the last time,
Right.
when I was training for my first Trail 100, and I have no illusions about like the day I'm going to have if I can finish Western States. Like
When you finish.
Thank you. Like it's going to be a 29 and change hour kind of day. Like it's going to be absolutely bonkers in that regard.
Oh, that golden hour, though.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be out. It's going to be so amazing.
I would love nothing more than to not be chasing the cutoff there, but it's just, in my 6 Western States qualifiers, I've been a golden hour finisher in each one of them.
Okay.
So
All right.
it's just kind of where I hang. It's my neighborhood. Man, Raj is just, he seems like he's moving better now. Maybe it is the wind. I'd be curious to see what his last couple loops look like in relation to prior. Looks like he's doing about an 805, 806 loop now. I guess he was around the 8-minute loop mark, so I guess he's
Pretty consistent.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent. Started out in the 7:57 to 8-minute range, and now he's in the 8:06 to 8:08 range, and that's talking 52 miles into the race.
Still looking effortless.
Yeah, it's the hair though.
It definitely
When you have
helps.
hair that good, it makes it
So good.
It makes things look effortless. And when we asked him about it at Javelina, when we interviewed him on the Shakeout show, he said he doesn't use any product.
All natural? Or he's just keeping the secret to himself?
I think so. I think you're right. I find it hard to believe that he uses absolutely nothing. Like, you got to be using something.
Just the natural oils of just not washing.
Or like the world's greatest conditioner.
Mama's secret. Yep, just passing our tent. Those little inclines on these loop courses do add up.
Oh, yeah.
You know, even though it's not a lot, it does add up, and you definitely start to feel it the farther you're in. Because I was looking for the 100-mile. They have that first, like, half-mile loop, or I'm probably wrong on the distance. And then they have 85 of these loops.
Okay, so Aaron points it out in the chat. I see. Yeah, thank you. He tapped the rail every time last year. When he crossed the bridge, he was tapping it. And yeah, a good point. Yeah, keeping the mind busy. That was one thing that we noticed, halfway through the race last year, was that Raj would do things like that. He'd tap a rail, or like I said, I noticed him tapping a cone over there on the far side of the track. I'm like, wait a minute, I remember this. There's Sierra.
Oh, and there's Mike. He's at all of this. He's wearing the Javelina tank top.
I recognize Mike from across the years.
Yep. Yeah, he and his wife Claudia are at every one of these fixed events, fixed time.
We just saw Amy Maurer go by earlier. A few moments ago, the former U.S. 6-day record holder. I think she hit that across the years a few years ago, about 460 or so miles in 6 days. Had herself a heck of a week that year. There's Stan Berry. He's coming out to Cocodona to join you folks, and
all right.
He DNF'd the inaugural year, but looking to redeem himself. There's Jess Mullen on the right-hand side. Ed Rousseau in the middle right there. Ed, one of our octogenarians.
You said there's six of them?
I thought there were 6. It looks like there's 5.
There was quite a number last year at this event.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking there hasn't been a year where there's been less than 4. Like, it's kind of become a thing. This is the battleground for those octogenarians coming out here. I love to see it, though. I mean, whenever I see people who have been around the scene for a long time or are the latest of bloomers, that makes me happy. Like, there was a gentleman the last couple of years across the years named Donald Jans, who was 91 years old.
Wow.
And earned a buckle 2 years in a row. He wasn't there this year, and I actually got a little bit concerned. So hoping everything is all right with Mr. Donald Jans. Looks like there's some people out for a walk as well.
Oh, there's some locals. That's Natalia, Becky, there's Brian Schreiber, and it looks like Cara. I know those people.
I was like, wow, that's really impressive.
My locals. And I think that the female with the white shirt is Stephanie Rosebaugh.
She was white tank, ponytail, black shorts. Yeah, that's her, I think. Just passing Ed Rousseau, I think.
I'd be curious what she's thinking of this course. It's quite different than these 200 plus mile races, you know.
Yeah, this is not Cocodona. This is this is not the climb up Eldon for sure.
Quite a bit of changes for the course this
Yeah,
year.
you know, necessity of working with Bureau of Land Management and
Those spotted owls.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's going to be now 2 sections that there's no pacers allowed. Well, deep into the course.
Yeah, that's actually a little bit concerning, at least as the way I see it, because to have to kind of push forward without a pacer after having had one
Right.
for a little while. Yeah, that's
You're like, this is all you. You're on your own. Hopefully at that point, maybe you've made some like on the same pace as others, and maybe I'll team up with somebody else, but just paying attention to the navigation and dealing with the sleep deprivation at those different periods. I think it's a total about 30 miles on those two sections. No pacers are allowed. But necessary to keep the course.
All right, you are watching the fabulous Jackpot Ultras here in Henderson, Nevada on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. I'm Chris Warden, and I am being. They went to the bullpen and wanted to get the guaranteed guaranteed out. So I am now joined and being ably replaced by Maya Detmer and Joe Boucher. Of course, Maya was with me for a little bit. Joe, welcome to the show today.
Thank you. Good to be here, and I'm glad we can let you get some rest.
It's been a wild adventure for me to get here for sure, but I hopefully you two had gotten a good night's sleep. You're from North Las Vegas. Where are you from, Joe?
I'm on the west side, so
Okay.
Summerlin. So
Okay.
yes, actually a great night's sleep. Sierra and I are together, so she's running the race. So she we got to wake up and just go to a race right from our house. So
That's got to feel real nice.
it's cool.
And also, you were out there doing us a solid with the camera work as well on the bike.
I did, yeah. I did several laps, so that was me on the bike looking silly out there and taking some cool photos and video of folks out there. So
You've been heading up to heading down to the Phoenix area to do some racing as well this fall.
I have the
This past fall?
Sonoran Cup, especially in the fall. I tried to make as many as I could,
Mhm.
and so I've been making that drive down to Phoenix, and it's been really cool seeing those regional parks.
Yeah,
So
we'd love to see you down there. So,
Yeah.
of course, are you going to be there for the series finale?
I
at the end of the
am.
day?
That is
Nice.
on the calendar. It's locked in for me, so I'll be there for the Cup. I think because I placed in the fall, I think I have a spot
Yeah,
to
you
race.
should have because you
Yeah.
had multiple races in the fall.
I did.
So
I did. So, yep, I'll be back there for the damn good run, and looking forward to it.
That's awesome. Well, I'm going to go and get some rest, maybe a little bit of a run in, try on some sweet Mount to Coast gear that they've got here. They said that I could take them for a spin for the first time.
Yeah.
And you two have fun out there and keep things going strong.
We
yeah,
will.
really
Thanks, Chris.
appreciate
Yep.
you.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
All right, going right back to the feed, we see Raj.
Yeah.
He has been on a pretty steady pace. We were just talking about his consistent pace all day, 7:58 to 8-minute.
Yeah,
So-
can you catch me back up? Can I be the person that doesn't know what's going on? Tell me what's happened in Jackpot, because like Chris said, I've been out there on the bike as the video cam.
Right.
But that means I haven't been using my phone, and so I don't know where everyone's at. So
One of the most recent biggest developments is that we've had our first 2 drops.
okay.
And so Jared Gallup, who was he was in the front with Raj, has called it.
Okay.
So
Okay.
he has called it at 39.1 miles. And then Devon Yanko
Okay.
actually called it as well. I didn't arrive to the park until just before 1 p.m. So I haven't seen Devon out there. And so I asked Chris if he's noticed any kind of change in gait or anything that kind of showed anything that was going on, and he hadn't seen anything, but we just saw moments ago that she called it as well. So
Well, having been out there, I did see Devon stop for a moment and start talking to one of the Mount to Coast reps.
Okay.
And I think he actually got her to try some shoes and just keep going. So, so just the allure of trying out a new pair of shoes kept Devon in the game a little longer.
okay.
But I think that was about an hour ago. So
So she actually changed shoes.
she actually
during.
changed
Okay.
into the shoes to go do a demo and stayed in the race just a little bit longer. That's what it looked like. So,
Oh,
which is
right.
kind of a funny.
Change, yeah, adjustment.
Yeah, exactly. But
if you go farther, maybe you can keep these.
that's right. Yeah, anything to stay in the game. But
Well, that was one of the biggest events. But currently, as far as what's showing, Raj is first male. He's M1 at 54.3. Jonah Backstrom 50.8, and Cody Poskin 50.8.
And-
At first 3 males.
that's amazing. And do we know the American record pace? And I'm sure my live stream folks, you guys know that pace for the American record 100 mile. But how far off is Raj? we're doing calculations on the air, which is always a danger.
And Chris is so good with knowing these on top of his head, So we do apologize. We're
pulling the stats.
Yeah, we're doing the best we can.
It's been really interesting though, and listening to the runners as they kind of turn that far corner. This weather has been really interesting out there. You can see in the live stream the overcast clouds and even some wind out there. You see people's hair is a little bit windier than maybe previous or than last year at least.
Right. We've had a lot of conversation about Raj's hair, that he's definitely going to be winning the best hair.
He always has the hair game on lock, and then I feel like the wind just like adds to that.
Oh,
piece,
he's got the air with that. Oh yeah,
definitely. But it seems like temp wise, folks look cool. I do see people using ice bandanas, and on that far corner, like I was saying, that's where it's particularly the wind is. The runners are slightly groaning as they make that turn and fight that wind in that corner. But besides it's this far. So
the southeast.
Yes, southeast corner of the park. And but then they said as they turn that it feels actually a little bit warmer than once they get out of the wind.
Okay.
So just kind of interesting.
Well, it makes sense, yeah, because the wind is kind of heading south.
Right. Yes.
Do I have that right?
Kind of like heading in a southeast direction, maybe.
Right.
Let's see. What else do we have as far as our
field?
The
females. So with Devon Yanko dropping Sierra DeGroff, she's F1.
I've heard that name before.
You have heard that name.
Sierra's my girlfriend, so of course I'm biased in my
rooting for
her.
Sierra.
But
and one of our locals. So
yes, our local Vegas runner out there, and we have several local runners out there as well. I saw Tim McKenzie. He's in the 48-hour race.
John Music.
He's in the cowboy hat, and he's also in the 48-hour race.
He's training for Cocodona.
So, we got a Coco.
Yeah, he's a Coco training.
Good.
So I'm sure there's a lot. These longer time races, distance, it's so good for that. Time on feet.
Absolutely, and just managing like that, drinking enough, eating enough for 48 hours.
Right.
That's in a normal 48 hours, that's at least 6 meals, right? So, and 2 sleeps if you're normal. And
that sleep is going to be something. Yeah, that's something to adjust to. I'm still figuring out that plan.
I was asking some of those 48-hour runners out there on course today if they were planning on sleeping. I've never done a 48-hour race, so it's kind of an interesting idea. And I was like, are you going to sleep? And the response I got, at least from Tim, was that he's not planning to sleep, but he's willing to do like a little power nap as he needs it. So that's his strategy, not a planned hour or anything. He didn't say anything. He just said, I'll just take a power nap if I need it. So.
Okay. All right. So did you see anything about his setup? Like, does he just sleep in his car, or?
He didn't mention his setup. I don't know, because I know they have tents that you can have set up, or some people bring their RVs, but
right.
I don't know if he had one of those setups. I think there might be a Vegas tent where they have a cot, and so he might have a makeshift. But I didn't see or confirm that. So
I did see Brian Schreiber. He's another local. We call it the Taj Mahal. When he has his setup, it's at least 3-4 pop-ups.
It's like 3 or 4 pop-ups, and then, with
walls, couches, 2-burner stove. It's like very comfortable. Fire pit, and so if someone would want to take a nap, I feel like if the Taj Mahal is here, he has a home.
If Brian ever offers a cot in his Taj Mahal of tents, you take it.
Right.
It's very comfortable and warm in there. Now, if you want to keep moving in the 48-hour, it might be dangerous to go. It's just
it's a little too comfortable. It's like beware the chair.
Exactly.
Just to finish off the female top.
So our podium, or our top 3?
Top 3 so far. So Sierra DeGroff, F1. F2 is Gian Springer.
Oh, yes.
And then we can look her up because
Gian is the one that has been doing really big in the 24-hour efforts. I believe at Fat Ox, I believe she won Fat Ox.
Okay.
And Fat Ox this year was the 24-hour race where you could win a position on the team if you make the qualifying time. And I believe, and correct me in the chat, but I think for female, the 24-hour team, it's 135 miles, and I believe she passed that mark. I can't remember the exact mileage, but she is a crusher. So if she's in second, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, she has I just pulled up her ultra sign up. So she just had Desert Solstice back in December. 100 miler. She finished in 15:43.
Wow. Okay.
And then was also part with the 24-hour, which in the 24-hour she did 141.9.
Yes. Okay, so that definitely cleared the mark then to make the U.S. 24-hour team. And because I believe it was Fat Ox, then she secured a spot. So that's pretty neat. So I believe she'll be on that U.S. 24-hour team.
Very exciting.
Who's our third place?
So then F3 is Stephanie Rosebaugh. We saw Stephanie at Across the Years. So she was the last female at the last person standing.
That's right.
So she has the new course record at that event with 142 miles.
That's fantastic.
Let me just look up really quick what place, because Wesley Smith, he came in first, or last person standing. Let me just see so she was third from last person standing.
Okay.
Yes. So 142 miles. She came in third. And then Nicholas Mullen, he had 153, but he didn't finish that last loop. He didn't come in because it's a last person standing. And so he didn't come back within that time frame. So Wesley Smith, he won it.
Okay.
Exciting.
I'm just seeing Sierra pass us here in the booth. She's wearing the red shorts. What's the mileage, if you still got it pulled up, for our females? How far are they at?
Yeah, sure. So Sierra, she's at 44.5. Gian is right on that same marker, so 44.5. And then
Fantastic.
Stephanie is 41.5.
Okay.
So 3 miles back.
Okay, so
Stephanie.
First and second are just basically on the same loop, or one or maybe one loop off, so right together. They're coming up. I mean, pretty soon we'll be getting close to our halfway point on the female race.
Right.
Raj, I'm depending on your tracking, Maya, but Raj is getting very much closer. 47 miles.
Oh,
so
no, so he's actually past it.
That's the lap count. I'm already messing this up. So he is past the halfway point.
Right. 55.5 miles. So him, and then Jonah Backstrom, he's second. He is at 52. So Raj is 3.5 miles ahead of him. And then Cody Poskin, he is 52 also. So Jonah and Cody are on the same loop currently.
Fantastic.
And then I'm just looking on Raj's splits. He's been very consistent, 7:55 to around 8:11 paces. And then let's look at Jonah was basically around the same, like just sub 8s. And then he's been kind of going back and forth between like 850s, 840s. The last couple of laps was a 912, 913. So slowing down just a little bit.
And Jonah is no stranger to Jackpot. I know he's won it in previous years. He is very speedy at this 100-mile type of course.
Right. We, Chris and I were just talking about him not too long ago, and I believe this is his fourth time at this event. And the last 3, he almost had the exact same finish times. It was off by seconds, minute.
That's amazing. To run 100 miles and to be that like almost consistent to come down to minutes or seconds.
The 2024 last year, he came in second at 14:11:37. The year before that, 2023, he won it at 14:11:03. So it's still 14:11. And then let's see. Do I see a 2022? Oh, there you go. 2022, fourth place male, 14:10. So 1 minute, just shy of 1 minute faster. And then 21, eighth male, 19:08. So that was the first year. And then he basically just dropped 5 hours. Went from 19 hours to 14 hours multiple times.
Something clicked. He figured it out. And he's been on that game then ever since.
He has been, and so we'll see. Let's go back on him. Oh, we did look at that to his split. So his average pace is showing 7:13.
Okay. I'm pulling up our chat. Thanks everyone for being here with us on the live stream. We're looking at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. Beautiful day here. We're chit-chatting about Jonah, but just different runners in the 100-mile short course. We also have the 48-hour race. We have 2 100-mile races actually taking place. One is the USA Track and Field short course, and then just also a open 100-mile race field.
That's correct.
So a lot of action happening here today.
Yeah, the 48-hour, the USATF 100, as well as the short course 100-mile today. They all started at 8 o'clock. And then tonight they have the fixed time, so the 6-hour and the 12-hour. So we have some evening race start. So 6-hour, 12-hour starting tonight. Tomorrow is going to be a lot more events as well. So Chris was kind of talking that the estimated time for some of the top finishers for this USATF is going to finish around midnight tonight.
And I'm looking at our chat, and we did get a little help from our chat. Thank you all for chiming in there. So somebody, Patrick, you said, so Raj is dead on pace if it's a 6:48 pace that he needs to hold for another 45 miles.
All right. That hair can do it.
Yes, indeed. So hopefully Raj's flowing locks carry him these 45 as he flies towards that American record pace. So I think everyone here is cheering for that. We also have a question about did Dakota Jones DNS. Dakota did start. He was running right there with Raj for the first third of the race. He did drop back though in pace.
Right.
We haven't seen him, so let's keep our eye out for Dakota and get a time check. But he did slow down and he fell off with Raj in the front of the pack.
He's currently M6, so 46.1 miles. It's showing that his average pace is an 8:11.
8:11.
So
okay.
Yeah, initially he was on lap pace of a 7:58, and then the last couple. 12s, 14s.
12s and 14s.
Yeah.
So yeah, a significant slowdown. We didn't really hear what it was exactly, why he rolled off pace. I did know that he made some earlier pit stops and then he was catching back up to Raj while on course. I noticed that, but verbally or from the video cams, I didn't see anything particular for Dakota. Just that maybe he wasn't feeling like it was something he could hold and just slow down, right? Sometimes you can't always troubleshoot every problem in an ultra, and especially when they're going that fast.
Oh, so impressive. Very impressive.
We got a question about what happened to Devon. And she did officially DNF, that's what I heard.
She did. So she ended up calling it at 36.8 miles.
Okay. And similar to Dakota, we didn't really get that intel on, the whole story.
Right.
But maybe we'll hear through the grapevine. It's hard to tell what's going to happen in these loop courses because it's a relatively flat course, and I know that Devon and Dakota are strong ultra runners and have done the gambit of different types of courses. So
Right.
sometimes running a flat concrete type course like Jackpot is something totally different, something new that they're exploring. So
you're correct. I was just looking up on Ultra Sign Up some of Dakota's previous races. So in August, he ran CCC. So he was at UTMB, ran a 11:12, came in 9th male. Very impressive. He ran Western States last year. He came in 18th at 17:41.
And it's so fascinating because like CCC at like in Europe, that is like so dramatically different than Jackpot in Nevada.
I feel like there's zero in common.
There's very little. We have like a small mountain in the background here, but compared to like the Mont Blanc, it is like such a different
Circumnavigating mountains and
Right.
no paved courses.
I
Maybe
don't-
just going through the cobblestones of the towns and
I
stuff.
don't think Chamonix, France has an impersonating Elvis or
Probably not.
showgirls at the start. The scene here this morning was pretty fun. There's definitely showgirls that I was like ignoring as I was like setting up Sierra's table. Like there's girls with like big like feathery things.
Okay, you're fine.
And
Yeah.
then there was an impersonating Elvis too, and he was singing this morning. So that was pretty entertaining.
He may have some competition tomorrow. I do have an Elvis costume I plan on wearing all day tomorrow. So maybe I'll get a photo with that Elvis.
Good. So we will have Elvis Maya here.
Elvis Maya.
Good.
Yeah, I'll be out here. Any locals, anybody who's out in this area, come on down. It's a open park, so it's not just racers that are out here. It's Henderson. It's southeast part. It's just another city that is right next to Las Vegas. Closest airport is Harry Reid. This event has been going on for some time as well. I'm not sure exactly which year Aravaipa picked it up, but it's been going on for some time. The previous RD, I participated in it in 2016. And even then they had Elvis and the Showgirls and brought in the whole fun of Jackpot and, Viva Las Vegas.
Thank you for our chat in the live stream. Do we know, Maya, just looking up other racers, are other DNFs you mentioned? We had another drop on the male side.
Jared Gallup.
Okay.
Yeah, if anybody has any intel on, we currently don't, on what happened.
Yes. When Ken Rubley was the RD. I remember when Ken was before Aravaipa, Ken running it. I feel like I've seen Ken out too as well. Hey, there's Corinne in our chat. Nice to see you
Corinne.
in our chat.
It's Joe Boucher. He's joining me. Yeah, thanks for everybody for listening and keep on chatting away with us. Relatively new to this commentating, so appreciate any encouragement and feedback. Our Joe's debut was at Across the Years, so just back on New Year's Eve. That was a lot of fun. We commentated the Last Person Standing event, and my first commentating was at this event last year. So it's a fun thing to do. I know it's a bit different. I know Chris was kind of talking about just last weekend was Black Canyon. You know, it was a very exciting to watch from afar. Just all of the events unplaying and watching those finish lines, and just so exciting to watch.
Well, it's just like such a diverse sport because, you know, we're here at the Jackpot Ultras, and to see like such high action octane trail racing at Black Canyons last week, and then this week we have Raj and Dakota going for an American record here.
Right.
But then we also have our age groupers. So I was videotaping several 80-year-olds on course, and it was so funny to listen to them discuss like their strategy of this race.
Oh, okay.
And
what was their strategy?
I mean, just, you know, how they prepare in the morning. Like they were talking about like rolling out of bed so then they don't like crank their back, and like it's funny because like they're setting foot on the same ultra course, and one of them was like 82 and the other was like in his 85, I want to say. And they're just
octogenarians.
And they're just chatting away just like you and I chat when we're on our trail runs. And it's just kind of cool to see them participating just as lively.
Well, and that's the thing with this. I love this community. I won't be racing these events forever, but I 100% plan on participating. So, you know, future octogenarian Maya, you'll see her out there.
Yes, can't wait. All right, I'm trying to pull up more stats here as well. But looking, I see Raj here coming up the lane. His hair's still flapping in the wind. He still looks like he's going steady.
I feel like we can't help but not talk about his hair. You know, it's pretty amazing. I was looking up, so M4, we haven't talked much about him, Braden Regau.
Yes.
So he is fourth male, second in his age group right now, 32 years old. His average pace is a 7:43. His ultra item is pretty limited. He has 2 races on there, and Broken Brain Backyard, which I'm not familiar with. He did win it though, and that was of last year. He got 70 miles, and he was a hare at the Run Rabbit Run 100, and he finished 24:12.
Okay.
So he's got some legs on him.
Does. And I was not running 100-milers when I was 23.
I was not either. Well, he's 32.
Oh, 32.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was at 32.
I was
Not 23. I was still in college. Partying.
I see, so kind of from our drone footage, I see Sierra. She's moving well, it looks like, kind of on the far side of the course here.
And I believe that's Stephanie Rosebaugh. That's just behind her.
Just behind her a little bit, yes.
And their distance right now, Sierra is at 46.1 and Stephanie is at 42.6. So Sierra's ahead a couple loops. Yeah, the course is a 1.17 mile loop. There we go with Raj.
Oh, I see we have a trail gangster.
More stats, cheaper beer. I actually was, so Joe and I were spectating at the High Rocks competition. Was that just last weekend?
Now it was 2 weekends ago.
Okay,
now.
2 weekends ago.
So Las Vegas had the High Rocks exercise. Is it called exercise competition, right? Or is it what do we call this?
I believe came from England. Someone on the feed can correct us on this because we're still mostly ultra. So, but it's very similar to a lot of CrossFit. So they do like a kilometer run, and then they have an activity, and it keeps going like that, like wall balls and lunges. And the top elites usually finish within just short of or around an hour or so. And so our friend Mike McKnight, he was in town, stayed with me, and just supported him and spectated. That was my first High Rocks competition, but they had a NA beer, so the non-alcoholic beer competition. And so while we were there hanging out, Joe and I participated, which was a lot of fun. So we chugged a NA beer and then got on a treadmill and ran 1/10 of a mile.
Yeah, it was such a weird thing to be at everyone, first of all, looks really jacked at High Rocks.
Very muscular.
At these CrossFit High Rocks events. So we had to only show off with what we could, which was running. So when they're like, here, you could have a free non-alcoholic beer and run on this treadmill, we did.
We're like, sure, why not? Let's do it.
Yes.
So I ended up racing it, and at the end of the weekend, I actually came in first. And the company, Go Brewing, contacted me and said that I actually won, like overall. So I just got in the mail this morning a 6-pack of free NA beer, a t-shirt, and like a hoodie thing.
That's so cool. Okay, so I didn't realize this. I did not win my I did not receive anything, but that doesn't surprise me that you won.
It was a fun thing. I was
That's
like,
awesome.
oh, I'm glad I did it.
Going down our list, we also have Nathan Brown, who's our M5 right now, and he's at 49.7. I got to ride the bike a little bit behind him. He's wearing that orange cap. He actually just passed on the screen. He's looking very strong. He's out of California. I believe he's just a new member of the Air Viper race team.
Yes.
And he's looking very strong. He had a really good performance out at Coldwater.
He won it.
He did.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's he seems like a happy runner. Every time when I was filming him, he was very positive. So he's looking strong. He's one of the guys I saw put on an ice bandana. So he's using all those cooling protocols and all that. So
we saw an exchange with, I believe it was his wife, is his crew chief at this event. Just a quick drop off. He dropped off, I think it was a bottle. He picked up an ice bandana and he was off again. You know, very, very quick exchange. He finished first, at Coldwater. It was a 15:50 finish time.
Oh, and we are getting updates. Thanks, Joseph. High Rocks started in Germany, it looks like.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are,
We're learning.
I am very new to the whole High Rocks
We're
thing.
learning.
I really enjoyed watching it, and I'm like, maybe after Cocodona, I can maybe think about doing one of those, but...
You know, I'm such a running ultra nerd that I congratulated Mike, and I said, good job on Hard Rock. I mean, High Rocks. Because I'm a nerd, and there's only Hard Rock, you know.
Right,
not
right. Would you say Hard Rock? Hard Rock? I don't speak that High Rocks language yet.
Not yet. No wall balls yet. On the women's side, just kind of going down, our F4, Erin, she's doing great as well. She's at 41.5. We'll have to keep an eye out for her on course. It's hard to get everyone's bib numbers.
Right.
But she's rocking 201 bib. It looks like, thanks, Maya.
Yeah.
It looks like some of her recent ultra sign up. She got first in the Stroll in the Park 12 hour, and she did 68 miles, which that's very solid. She also had Bad Beard events.
Oh, that one right there. That was Erin Carrera.
Oh, right there in the pink?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. I also chatted. I didn't realize that was Erin. I chatted with her. She's also she's really positive. Like,
you gotta be that way.
Outlook. Like, it's shocking. They're just cruising along, and, you know, like, she's at 41 and she just flipped over, like just about to cross the line here. So 41 and a half plus miles. And so congrats to her, and you're doing great. Keep it up. In F5, we have Leanne at 39.1 miles. She, let's see if we can spot her too. She's bib number 17. So we'll be on the lookout and point out our F5 female. We'll also look her up here on for some stats. But there, we're looking at the drone shot over our aid station lane runway here.
Right.
This is the part that people's crews are setting up right by the sidewalk there, and
I believe they're calling it pit row.
oh, pit row. Okay. Yes. So this is another thing Maya and I really like to do in these type of commentating. We like to come up with like nicknames for things.
Pitville. Crew
Haven.
Crew Circle.
Crew Drive. No. So wait, what was the official name that people are calling this?
Pit row.
Pit row. Okay. I thought we'll try to stick with pit row there.
Here goes Sierra.
I'm hearing Dakota's in the casino right now. He just put 50 on red. Okay, Pete. Yes, we don't actually have eyes on Dakota. So, Pete, are you there? Can you confirm if he is in the casino or not? Because we don't see him on course, but we'll keep our eyes peeled for Dakota.
You're about to get the visual. We're just seeing Eddinghausen.
We just had the Jester
just past
pass
our
us.
tent, so he's going to be coming up to the finish line right there. Not the actual just yet for them though. Leanne Rive. I apologize for your last name. So her last race wasn't. It was 2023, which was Western States. So it's been a minute, but she's also ran Badwater. Arc of Attrition.
Oh, yeah.
Spartathlon. Lavorado. Oh, gosh. Very impressive. Tour de Jean. Mozart 100. Very impressive.
Those are the big races.
Let's keep an eye out for Leanne. And we were just talking about Ed. So he is M15. He is currently 32.1 miles in. He's over 300 milers at this point. Is anyone aware of the actual total he is at this point? I know he has multiple world records or Guinness records.
Ed
Eddinghausen.
Yes, in 2024, I think he went for the most 100-mile races in one calendar year, which I think was over 50. And at least today he confirmed with me. He said he got the 50. I thought he might have gotten 52, but he got 50 100-mile completes in 2024. So
wow,
he's a special guy. He really can go the distance. Like with people that are into ultras, he can really go the distance. So.
And he started later in the game. I believe he was in his late 40s when he started racing ultras. And since then, it's just been one after another. Just incredibly impressive. If anybody who's ran 100, you've 100% seen him.
Seen the Jester.
Yeah. He'll actually also even have change of his wardrobe, too. We saw him last at Across the Years. And for each of the hundreds that he raced at that, he had a different outfit. So
that was really cool.
Keeping it fresh.
So today when you see the Jester on the live stream, he's wearing his kind of traditional green Jester costume. Mm-hmm. But at Across the Years, he had a Christmas Jester.
Oh, he did.
So he had like a red Santa Claus hat Jester.
And then even he had the split hat.
Yes. He had the blue Jester. So he had and then he had
Wasn't there like a nutcracker?
I think so too. Yeah,
There's a nutcracker.
it was pretty impressive. He's got his jester costume game down.
They had what did we call the row where all the RVs were at across the years?
Oh, gosh.
He had his van and table set up with all of his buckles.
Yes.
It's very heavy. The amount of buckles that he owns, it's so impressive. So I did look up what this lake is called, and it's called Railroad Lake. If
so
anybody
this
is
water
actually,
we're looking at.
yeah,
Okay.
that water right there is called Railroad. Why is that word so difficult to say? And then in the center, you can kind of see all that grass. I believe that's what they're considering Garfield Island.
Okay, so the tall what do you call those? Like cattails or what do you call that? In the middle of the water, that tall like brown stuff.
We'll call that there. I believe that's what they're considering Garfield.
Okay, that's
Garfield Island.
Okay, Garfield Island. Well, and then behind that, the mountains over there. There's radio towers, and that's not Black Mountain though, is it? Behind us, that's a little bit
That's
more
north facing.
Yes.
Because that's facing that way.
Okay.
So then that would be like Mount Charleston. Like that looks like maybe Mummy.
The stuff we're looking that straight away, yeah, I think that's North Vegas. So that's going to be the Mount Charleston Mountains. So yeah, maybe Mummy or the North Vegas. Believe it or not, there's more to do in Las Vegas than gambling.
As locals, we never do it.
We don't gamble.
I've probably gambled. I was born and raised here. I've moved many years and come back, but I've less than two hand full time, like less than 10 times I've gambled. It's just not a thing. But it is abnormal for people who come to visit, and it's totally normal for us to see slot machines in your local CVS, Walmart, grocery store, pretty much where you do any shopping. It is normal to see slot machines.
It is pretty strange. Like you can run and even at this race, you can go to the grocery store and hit the slots right before you come back. You know, you normalize it, right? So
you do. You absolutely do. You kind of hear the sounds, you know. You will have to go to a casino, put that 50 on red though, Dakota. There's Erin Carrara.
Yeah, she's looking
in the
strong.
pink with the white.
I don't know if we were able to discuss the those fellas that are older. I have the list now pulled up. So we have I see an 85-year-old. He's wearing blue shorts. Ed. He's from Park Rapids. 85 years old today, or young. And man, it looks like he has 99 results. Wow. So
will this be 100 then? This is going to be the lucky hundo.
His 100th ultra sign up event. So Ed, congratulations. But he's not alone in his age group in the 80. Yeah. We also have David from Draper, Utah. And we have, Martin, 81 from Cincinnati. And
are they all males?
I'm sorry, but these are all males so far.
Okay.
We also have an 86-year-old Jim Barnes, fantastic.
86.
He's wearing a black hat with dark sleeves, so we need to keep our eye out for Jim, 86 years old. Now, we also have some. Let's see, on the female side. I don't know if we have any 80-year-olds, but we do have some other folks. Jill Hudson from Seattle. She is extremely experienced. She has 288 finishes on Ultra Sign Up.
Wow.
So she's a fantastic runner.
Absolutely.
And makes it out to all these events.
Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, Washington. Shout out, Jill.
And then it has her fastest, so that's 23:08 at Hennepin.
That's really cool.
Are these all for the U.S.? No, that's not.
These,
It's just,
this is for everyone today, I think.
Got
The
it.
participants for
Okay.
today. But yeah, if you're just tuning in now, I'm Joe Boucher. I'm here with Maya, and we're commenting on several races. We have the 100-mile USA Track and Field short course. We also kicked off a 48-hour race. And this is the Jackpot Ultras in Henderson, Nevada. It's going to be going today, Saturday, and into Sunday, right? I
even
believe.
into Sunday.
Into Sunday. So
Yeah,
this is
Sunday has just one event. It's at 8 a.m. It's the last of the 6 hour.
Okay. So, yeah, it's great to have so many events all happening on this weekend. Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
We brought out the heart glasses, so people really like that when I was passing them. Like, I was earlier on the bike cam, and so I was rocking the heart-shaped glasses. Shout out to MK Sullivan. I feel like that's her look that I'm taking for today on Valentine's Day. But it's a great activity to come out and run, get outside. On screen, there's our jester. He's wearing kind of his traditional garb in the full jester suit.
There's Sierra.
We have Sierra, and right behind her, Aaron.
Aaron Carrara. There we go.
And they're just passing us here in the booth. Give them a
So
wave.
JC was just asking, Sierra is running Western States this year. Joe and Maya, what are your best memories when you ran Western States?
Oh.
So we got in, both of our names were pulled the exact same year. So Joe and I got to run states the same year. It was pretty
That
awesome.
was really
It
cool.
was
Very, very
We
cool.
always have a watch party here in Vegas, and we definitely do feel like we have better odds if you go to the watch party. Like this year,
I think it's scientific now.
I
Like,
feel like it is.
if you come to
you come-
our
yeah.
Vegas watch
Your
party
name's
for
gonna
Western
get
States
pulled.
Lottery, your odds are way better.
Sierra's name got pulled.
did.
Our friend John Saboteur. I'm sorry, John. I've never known how to say your last name. And then our buddy Bryce Murray also.
So in a little bar in Las Vegas, there was like, you know, our odds were like at least 10%, like that's pretty good. Tim Smith, thank you. Yes, in the pond, those bushes, he's calling them cattails.
Oh,
right?
cattails.
That's what I thought. But yeah, Western States, really good fond memories of Western States. I really thought it was neat. Western States, you hear all about like getting to the river and running on the cool trails like Auburn Lakes trails and all that. But what was really special for me was running the first part, running up the escarpment and then into the high country, because it's just this like wonderland of like ultra running mystery, because like no one runs back there unless you're in Western States. And
Right.
so that was really special to get to run that part. I mean, the whole race is special, but that was a neat, very memorable part.
And our year was a lot of snow. I would say there was a lot of the aid stations or the crew did not have access to because of the snow. So we really only got to see that our crew pacers, our team at Robinson Flat, so mile 30.
That's right.
And yeah, I would agree. Like the anticipation, because we got to Olympic Valley a little early, and just all the events leading up to it, and then it being race morning, and just being at that moment at the start line, and it's about to start, and then it begins, and just people like lined up the trail, and then you getting up to the escarpment and just screaming, cheering for you, these complete strangers and people who recognize you, and it's happening. So all of it.
keep running those Western States qualifiers.
It's worth it.
It's very cool. It might take 10 years, but it's a
Right.
worthy journey to step foot on that course.
Yeah, it took me a long time for my name to get pulled. Like my first qualifier was in 2014. I then had to start over because they didn't have a bye year. So I had to start over in 2016, but been trying since then. So your name will get pulled. You just may have to wait a while.
Yes.
Or win a golden ticket.
Yeah.
And then let's see. Let's go back to the leaderboard. Just refreshing. So Raj is at 61.4, M1, M2, Jonah Backstrom 56.7, Cody Poskin 55.5, Braden Regau 52, M5, Nathan Brown 52.
I just saw Nathan on the live stream there. He's moving really strong. Like I'm a little biased because now he's an Air Viper Race team member, but he is just running really happy. I know I mentioned that earlier, but I feel like that mood can really help you when things get tough. If you're already in a positive mindset, it can kind of carry you just that extra bit until you get that food in you or whatever is going to get you out of that low point. So it's nice to see that, that extra pep in their step when they're running happy. So
I think absolutely. There's so much with this sport that is mindset. You can do all the training and everything like that, but if you're having all this negative talk in your head, it's just you're not going to excel. You're not going to do as well as you could do if you had that positive, fake it till you make it, have that smile when you're feeling absolutely miserable. Mm-hmm. It does go a long way.
There's Raj, there's Jonah passing us on screen. Erin in the background there with the white shorts and the pink top.
Right, so she's at F4 right now. So still currently Sierra DeGraff, she's F1 at 48.5. So she's just shy of the 50-mile mark. Gian Springer, F2, she's at 47.3. Stephanie Rosebaugh, F3. Oh, excuse me, apologize. F2 is Gian Springer, 47.3. F3 is Stephanie Rosebaugh at 43.8. Erin Carrera, who we just saw, is at 4 at 43.8. And F5, Leanne Rive, is at 40.3. And someone was just also asking about Dakota Jones. He's still currently sitting at M6. He's at 47.3. So overall, he's in 7th place.
And we haven't seen him on screen, so he could be in pit row. We just haven't had eyes on him yet. So we are looking for an update.
Right.
So if we have eyes on, or if anyone can confirm if they've seen him at pit row or in the casino, the comment section might have hinted at, maybe a joke, but oh, I see. We haven't called out Mark Marzin, but I recognize his name as being a real strong mountain ultra runner. It's good to see Mark's name out there. He's at mile 47, it looks like.
All right. Yeah. So he's been very busy also. So last year he had Rim to River 100 miler, finished 1902, came in 2nd place with that. Devil on the Divide.
A 2nd place at Rim to River.
Rim to River 100.
And that's the one in the East Coast, right? Or is it Pennsylvania? That's an East Coast race, I believe, right? Rim to River. I'm making Maya do all the searching, but I feel like I have heard
Ultra
rumors.
Sign Up is not letting me hit the back arrow.
Rim to River. Tell us if you know in the comments about Rim to River. But that's fantastic. So we got 2nd there. Mark, I know he's done really well at other big mountain races too.
Okay.
So it's interesting to see the crossover. Take your mountain athlete and put him in Las Vegas on a concrete loop. What's going to happen? We want to see. That's why we're here, right?
Yeah, amazing times. He also ran Cascade Crest 100 miler last year at 23:01.
That's amazing. So
That's a
Cascade
really
Crest
great
is a
time.
toughie, a hard rock qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive.
In 23, he ran Wasatch 25:37. Old Dominion 19:31.
West Virginia. Thank you, Bryce. Rim to River is a West Virginia race.
Ah, thank
That's
you.
right. My buddy Chris Z would be very disappointed that I forgot that because he loves that race. He's done it. He's a big fan.
Oh,
of
Chris Z?
Chris, yeah.
Oh, awesome. He was in the feed a bit earlier, giving us accolades.
Vips. Yeah, Cody is looking really strong. He just bopped along through the start finish there, and he's right now in third position at 55 miles. He's just looking super steady and just, I called it bopping along, but he's moving.
Bopping along at an average pace of 7:31.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my hands would be like flailing at this point.
56.7. Yeah, that's impressive.
It is.
Let's look that up. He ran Leadville last year, 1928. Came in 11th. He was 22 years old.
20 years old?
22.
22. Okay.
And then he ran a last person standing Queenie Backyard Ultra last year. He came in 4th at 134 miles.
That is a stout last person standing. If 4th.
Especially your first.
And your first.
Yeah. Black Canyon 100K. That was the first race of last year, and he finished in 9:09. So, relatively new to ultras, which is just populating on ultra sign up. The very first race was only in 2023, and it was a 50K, and he won it. The Big Turtle in 3:59.
Pretty stout to
Yeah.
just started, get into ultra running and win your first 50K. So shout out Cody. Congrats.
And he was actually at one of our local races 2 years ago. So trail.
That's a Triple Dare
Triple
racing?
Dare.
Yeah.
Triple Dare. His second race is Sawmill Ultra, which actually takes place in our northern mountains up in Mount Charleston. Pretty difficult course for even a 19 miler, but yeah, he won that.
That's awesome. I'll need to, maybe one of us can go grab some intel or something, but I still see the trees moving. So the wind is not dying down. I don't know if that was just a rumor to make the runners feel better about running in the wind earlier, but they're like, it's going to calm down in the afternoon. But there's still, and you could see the trees moving. It's not wild wind.
Right.
But
well, what time did you get here? You got here for the start.
I was here for the start. So at the 8 o'clock start, and it wasn't windy per se, wasn't gusty winds, but when you make that turn, there's a persistent wind, level of wind, and I know as a runner, you would definitely feel that. So
right.
It's still moving. I wonder if that plays into how they feel, if they feel a little cooler having that breeze, or that's being that's being positive about it.
Right.
They're fighting a headwind thinking, no, please stop.
Well, that's the thing though. It's as long as the wind's not too heavy, to have a wind versus the heat, because we are in the desert. You know, it's still winter time, but we can still get some heat. And this event has had some heat in the past. It's also more often on the cooler side. But yeah, that wind, people are pretty surprised how windy Las Vegas, Henderson, our local city area is.
Definitely. We definitely get wind.
Most people who live here don't own trampolines, because when the winds come, you're no longer going to own it because it's down the street or in your neighbor's backyard, just completely mangled.
Yeah, the trampoline becomes a torpedo.
It does, and creates property damage. So trampolines are usually not too much of a thing locally. Welcome to Henderson in Las Vegas.
Well, we're here in the shade. I feel very comfortable in this light jacket, though. And so, like, I think from a runner perspective, though,
it's probably perfect
I think it's
temperature.
pretty perfect temperature.
Yeah. Like low 60s.
It does make me want to get out there and move a little bit more. Now, I did the Mesa Marathon last week, so
Oh, I wanted to talk to you about that.
my body
This
is
perfect
still-
timing. How did it go?
Well, not good, but it wasn't bad, but it wasn't, it's the life of an athlete, or as somebody that likes to do sports stuff, where it was good. I
Okay.
did better than I have at a flat course before. It's just I set a really big goal. So
Okay.
I didn't make the really big goal, but I made the other goal, which I got a Boston qualifier. So
Well, congratulations on that.
Thank you. So that's very exciting.
A goal was to get a new PR.
A goal
I'm
was to get a new
assuming.
PR, yes.
Okay.
So to go sub 245, which I did not do. And then B goal was to get a Boston qualifier, which I did get. So, but my legs are, I was out there running a little bit, feels good. So
Shake it out.
time to get ready for the trails. So do that little yearly marathon just to spin the legs. And I'm looking forward back to trail running though.
Right. So
I felt like a fish out of water a little bit at the starting corral.
You mean you didn't have your pack on?
I didn't
and
have
your
my
trail shoes
vest, and I had, well, everyone had singlets, and I had like a short sleeve shirt, and but it's fun to change it up and jump in a road race here and there. So
It would be a totally different. Yeah, I can't even think of the last one I did. Easily over a decade ago.
But you got into marathons, right? That was like kind of your entry.
There was yes. Over a decade ago, I was more of a road runner, and then transitioned into trails. And my first ultra, I was still running mostly road, and then during that transition, got it more into ultra trail races, and then never did another road marathon ever again.
Never looked back.
I never looked back. I did only a couple of those, and I was like, oh, the trails. I have eyes for only trail. It's easier on the joints. Oh, we just saw our friend John Music in the cowboy hat. He has Cocodona coming up. So he's another local. I believe there's 3. There's Lori Bowen and John Music and I that are
3, yes, Cocodona.
good going for Coco.
You're finally dropping your hat in the 200s. 200.
This is a new distance for me. Yeah, the farthest I've ever gone was at a last person standing event. So a multi-day 250-mile race is definitely going to be something new. Good thing I have some friends that have raced these many times, and kind of getting some race strategy as far as like sleep plan and all of that. So,
well, yeah, like when you start going to these long distance, like we have folks out here doing the 48-hour, and I was like asking him about, is there a sleep strategy? And I think everyone kind of approaches it differently in the multi-day events. So do you plan an hour nap? Do you plan just to go when you need to go to sleep? Do you plan that the plan is no plan? I think that's sometimes the ultra runner plan, which then your body figures it out, right? Like, it's like, I need
Go to the
sleep.
point. Yeah, right. I go to the point till you can't go anymore. No, yeah, it's still work in progress, but since I haven't done it before, I'm kind of leaning on people who have had this experience in the past, and they're more on skipping the first night. Just keep
okay.
going through and then getting sleep on Tuesday. So the race
Gotcha.
starts on my birthday. So very exciting, 250 birthday miles. And, but yeah, Monday it starts, and then probably first sleep is on Tuesday.
Okay. That kind of makes sense with the, I mean, just, I've never done that distance, so I have no experience or knowledge to contribute there. But intuitively, it makes sense to wait a little bit, build up some fatigue and tiredness.
Right.
So when you do go to get your sleep, you just fall
Should be
right
out.
asleep, just knock out tired, take your fast nap, and then get back at it.
Yeah, they kind of said it was between getting enough time for one REM cycle or two. So 45 minutes or 90 minutes.
Okay.
I guess that'll depend on how tired.
I'm looking at my list here.
You got some people looking for Dakota.
Yeah. I would say it's fair to, start being suspicious where Dakota is, if he's in or out now at this point, because we just have not had eyes on him on course. Actually, that might be his crew right in front of me. All right. We'll see if we can get an update there. Oh, there is Dakota. He's just coming up. We'll see him through the start finish cam here in just a moment. He's walking with his crew right now. I don't know if that's his brother, but he's with his team there. We'll see him come up the start finish ramp here. They're just
You
after
actually
this.
just see him right there in
Yeah.
the white hat, wearing the black long sleeve. And there comes Jonah Backstrom still running. You'll see him in just a moment. Along with the jester, Ed.
This type of a race is, when it's a loop course, I don't have as much experience, Maya. Have you done this format, like loop, roadish type format before?
I've done this race before.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was 2 years ago. I did the 6 hour.
Okay. So you actually know exactly how this course feels.
First time so I've done it 2 times. The first time was back in 2016, and the original course, so on the south side we can see it from our point of view, but there's that hill that goes all the way up to the top of the road. Mm-hmm. You used to have to go up that hill and then back down. So it was a pretty significant climb you would have to do every loop. So I was hoping that they got rid of it when I did it back in, when I did it 2 years ago, and luckily they did. But the loop courses have a huge benefit on just not having to get weighted down. You don't have to carry much. You can have a table pop up, whatever your situation, and have like your pre-filled bottles, your gels, your food, whatever. And so you just drop and go, and not have any extra weight. So you can have a potentially like even faster race. They all usually tend to be pretty flat, just because they're short loop courses. So trying to get those best times that you're trying to get, those PRs or records, definitely beneficial. Jake Jackson was talking about the total vert gain he had when he ran the 100 here last year, and I believe he said it was like 3,800. So not completely flat, you know.
Just checking in with our chat here. Some of the latest. Raj is still going. He's still going. It looks like he's still going strong. There he is on the live stream. Still has that flowy hair, and he's hydrating really well. When he goes through pit lane with his crew chief, kind of runs alongside him and sprays water with a bottle and
yeah,
swaps.
He doesn't slow down at all.
He does not slow down at all. He is a man on a mission. I think he has the American record in his mind, and I think he's going for it. And we see that, like, he's
swinging. As long as he's continuing with this pace, it's still in his grasp.
I think the only in-person American record I've seen attempted was Raj last year at this event. I've never gone to one of those track meets to see a world record or American record go down. So it's kind of cool to see the ultra version of that go down here today, having people attempt such a lofty time.
Right. Well, and Chris was kind of saying, like, one of the best events to do that is just because it's even a shorter course is Desert Solstice.
Oh, okay. Right.
Which you've been at with
have.
Sierra.
Yes. So, and Desert Solstice is a track 100-mile race, and it's even a limited field, so then you don't have to pass many people. So it really makes it ideal for record setting. So that's Desert Solstice is an invitational 100-mile race that Air Vipa does, and that, yeah, we see a lot of fast times happen there. Camille, I think Zach Bitter are some names, but then also other 24-hour record holders. They go up, they throw down at Desert, but it's Jackpot though. Raj is making it a thing by now 2 years coming back, so I'm excited to see what happens.
He's gunning for it.
I mean, he's gonna like potentially, finish in daylight. Like, I mean, maybe not daylight, but it kind of boggles the mind. If you've ever done a 100-miler, for most people, the experience is
a sunrise, a sunset.
Exactly, and a second sunrise. That's very normal. So it's just kind of mind-boggling to have somebody do it in one like true daytime effort. So
with a hard push with that pace, though, he's doing it. So the distance on the course, it's 1.17 miles. It's a loop course. So they had to do initially like a half-mile partial lap, and then 85 of these loops. So
85, 1.17. Okay. Am I listening to Maya? Well, thank you all for tuning in, watching along with us. We are commenting on this ultra. It's beautiful here. We have a really nice view, and you can see the cam. We have a nice clouds. Most places have clouds. Vegas doesn't have kind of like these big puffy clouds very often. We had rain for the first time yesterday. It rained.
We did.
All day, which is like, I know for people from the Midwest and elsewhere, they're like, yeah, that happens every week. It hadn't rained in Las Vegas for over 200 days.
It was 214.
214
The local news
days.
was very, yes.
And it rained like all day.
It was bad. Yeah. It was I got off of work at 7 p.m. last night, and driving home on the freeway, it was very difficult to see because of the heavy downpour. And getting off of my exit, there was a car like nose in the ditch. So.
Okay, we just an update for Ethan. He just joined. Can you give us a recap of leaders? Is Raj and Dakota on pace for the American record? Raj is still very close to on pace for the American record. He's still charging towards that. Dakota has not. He's slowed down about 30 near the 40-mile mark, Dakota has slowed down. So the last we had eyes on Dakota, he was walking with his crew. So we're not exactly sure why, but
Right.
probably because he's going so fast. But
He's still on the rankings though.
He
so
is.
he's showing as M6 and
Yes.
48.5 miles down. So we'll see what's going on. We'll go through another recap right now. M1 Raj, he's at 64.9. M2 Jonah Backstrom at 59. M3 Cody Poskin at 57.9. M4 Braden Rogau at 54.3, and then matching on that same loop, M5 Nathan Brown 54.3. And then our females, Sierra DeGroff holding tight at F1, 49.7. Gian Springer, F2. So she's actually catching up a bit. So she's on the same loop now, 49.7. Stephanie Rosebaugh, F3, 46.1. So 3 miles back. And then F4, Erin Carrara, 46.1. And then F5, Leanne Rive at 40.3.
all right, so the front of the lead ladies, Sierra and Gian, it seems like they might be duking it out here coming up, or maybe it will be like the quiet pass. I don't know if Sierra will recognize the pass if Gian comes up like on a loop. I don't know what that psychology is like.
Hopefully just she continues to race her race.
Yes, exactly.
I texted her this morning and she did say, running my own race, trying to keep a clear mind. She said the best time I had was when I ran my own race that 2 years ago. So,
Yeah. So 2 years ago, Sierra won Jackpot, and it kind of was a breakout race for her. Just
what was her time on that?
it was just under 16 hours. It was
15.
15:59.
Yep, there you go.
And it was a big breakout performance for Sierra, and I think she's coming back to, taste a little bit of that again. But like she said, she's looking to run her own race. So, and that's usually how we all get our best performances. Not usually when we go too fast for ourselves.
Darren Ramdan, he's actually saying Raj said no headlamp.
Yeah, that's right. No headlamp. Sierra didn't want to bring a headlamp either.
For the mojo, just setting it out there.
Because but they have lights on course.
Right,
And
right.
so, maybe you don't need the headlamp because they have lights on course, but it's still a funny thing. No headlamp.
No headlamp. I have no choice.
Brianna asked about Devon Yanko. It does. Devon did drop out of the race about 30 to 40 minutes ago. We didn't hear why, but it just looked like she slowed down for a little bit. Then she hopped back in. She demoed some Mount Deco shoes for another, few miles, and then it looks like she called it a day. She looked happy on course. I saw she was chit-chatting with other runners.
Okay,
She looked
yeah.
happy, moving. Like, it didn't look like she was any visible pain.
Okay.
So it's hard to know. Yes, 36. Thank you. It's so interesting to see like the Dakotas and Devon jumping in like a jackpot type of race, because
Just a different from their normal.
yes.
But Devon does
She's
everything.
She's like super versatile, right?
She so is. From the road to the trail, the flat, mountainous.
At a high level too, like just like.
Oh, she's amazing at all of them.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'll dip into this and
Oh, and I'll win it.
yeah, exactly. Crush. That's so cool though. Ooh, I like the headband this guy has.
He's got a whole vibe right there. So more events will be starting tomorrow. So a bit more. So starting tomorrow, there's an early start for the 100-miler. They start at 6 a.m. And then at 8 a.m., you have pretty large number of people starting. So you have the 24-hour, the 12-hour, the 100K start than the long course on the 100-miler. At 8:30, so just a half an hour later, you have the 6-hour and the 50-milers begin, and 8 p.m. then you have the night hours, the 12 and 6-hour. So you got the option for day hours or night hours. And then I was messaging with another Aravaipa Racing Team member, Alyssa Jones, earlier, and she's going to be racing the 50-miler tomorrow. Her boyfriend's running the 12-hour tonight, and so she's going to join us for just a little bit for a quick chat.
Yes, that'd be fantastic. Just as more stats as new folks join our stream here, so just so we kind of have an idea of the target, in the front of the men's pack, I know that Raj and Dakota were going for an American record. Zach Bitter has that record, I believe, at 11 hours, 19 minutes. That's a 6:48 pace. So, which is crazy fast. That sounds like a marathon time, not a 100-mile pace. So that's the time to break an American record there. Raj is passing us right now. He's going to go through the start finish here. He's still on track. Dakota has slowed, but he's still moving. He's still on course. We have the world record, just to put things in perspective, was Sorokin. And that's a 10:51 100-mile time. Sorokin. Wow. That's a 6:31 pace. So just to give you an idea of these unnaturally fast runners. But yep, the American record, a 11:19 by Zach Bitter, and Raj is on the hunt. So we'll keep checking in. On the female side, American record holder and world record Camille Herron, and she ran a 12:42 at Tunnel Hill.
All right.
And that's a 7:38 per mile. Wow. It kind of is just
100 miles holding that pace, and that includes everything.
I know.
The stops if you have to go to the bathroom, that includes everything.
Yeah,
so,
all the calories that your body requires to move that. Like, you have to somehow be given that.
Right.
And then eat it and drink it. So, very cool. And just even outside of the record, it's just neat to see people go 100 miles to do any of these ultras. It's always inspiring.
Yeah, and these kind of events, these say the fixed time or the distance, it's people going out for something new. You know, maybe they've done it before, or maybe this is like stepping out of their comfort zone. You know, we have two of the locals, Tim McKenzie and John Music. They're doing the 48-hour.
First time, right?
First time.
For both of them, I believe. So.
Yeah, and I was texting with Tim, and he was actually saying, it's my first 48-hour event, and I have a goal of 200 miles.
Let's go, Tim.
He's like, the farthest I have run is 100 miles. It's exciting, embarking into the unknown. When I have expressed my goal to some, they say it's not possible. I say, let's find out what's possible. Cool. Shun the naysayers,
Chills.
I say.
Chills.
Don't tell me I can't do something. I'm going to prove you wrong.
Tim is a very cool guy from Las Vegas area. He does a group run called Trail Time with Tim, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And it's a weekly run or bi-weekly run that Tim gathers people to go on. So I've talked to him about it. He wanted just to host. When he first got into trail running, you don't know which trailheads to park at. You don't know how long they are, or which turns to take. So if you're ever in Las Vegas, look on Facebook for Trails with Tim, because he likes taking people on their first trail runs. So it's something really cool he does. All right.
So it looks like the first F1, F2, Sierra and Gian have passed the halfway mark. They're both at 50.8.
Yes.
So F1, F2 passed 50. Stephanie Rosebach, F3, she's at 47.3. And then Aaron Carrara, F4, just a little bit behind on 46.1. Raj is actually 6 miles ahead of Jonah Backstrom. So M1 Raj at 66 and M2 Jonah Backstrom at 60. Cody, he is at 59, so not too far behind Jonah. And then Braden Regau, 55.5. Nathan Brown's holding tight with Braden at 55.5.
Nathan Brown, I think you probably already mentioned this, but just to shout him out again, his cold water performance, 1550 on a trail. So
it's not a flat course.
It's not a flat course. So I don't know if he's done one of these flatter 100-milers. So it's kind of neat to see him out there. We'll see.
Right.
And
it was pretty bad weather too. We were out there supporting our friend Abe Singleton at his 100-mile debut, and it was pretty windy. It was pretty cold. It also got hot. It was kind of like multiple. It was the highs and the lows, but he held strong. It was amazing.
Yes. And I see in the chat we have Zach Bitter leaving us some good advice for Raj to stay in touch with his splits. Thank you, Zach. You would know he is the American record holder of the 100-milers. So thanks, Zach. Appreciate that. And we're all rooting for Raj.
Yeah, way to support. Yeah. It says negative splits possible. Zach Bitter's, mine was 540 and then 538. Very
that
fast.
That is so cool and unbelievable. There's Sierra DeGraff on screen, and Jan's in the hunt. I don't see her yet, but they're on the same loop. So
you'll have to point her
out. Just like an ultra, commenting, you need to hydrate. So I learned that last time.
The sound of a spindrift.
Okay, I think this is Jan in the USA Blue.
Bib 5054. I think that is her.
Oh, I forgot to say, when I was videotaping Raj on the bike cam, he said to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. So I also saw some really cute, would you be my Valentine? And, Devon asked Raj that. He said, yeah. So
getting in the spirit.
The runners are getting in the spirit of some Valentine's Day love and cheering each other on. So happy Valentine's Day, everyone out there.
Well, and then we're seeing on the video right there, there's Mike. He's at all of these events. His wife, Claudia, she's out here as well. Love seeing them. They're spending their Valentine's Day out here doing loops. First time I met him was at Across the Years 2 or 3 years ago. But yeah, we chatted away, and they love going to these events. They'll finish one event and then start a different event. So at Across the Years, they're there every single day, just switching it up. As soon as they finish one, they join another.
That's cool.
I was like,
they're
I want to do
multi-day altering couple.
And they go their own pace. They'll share some miles together, and then they'll, separate and do their own thing. They do it a bit different, though. At Across the Years, I believe, I don't remember which events they were doing, but he is cruising. Look at Raj.
He's cooking. Let him cook. Let's go, Raj. We got a little hand wave from Raj in the booth. Let's go. Here he comes under the.
He's checking
doing
the
a little time
time
check. What's his split? Let's see if it logged that one. We're all checking screens, checking the time splits.
So 7:40, 7:32, 7:40.
Oh yeah, I just. Okay.
Raj is rolling. No looks of slowing down.
I noticed his shoe choice too. Just nerding out a little bit.
Yeah, what's he wearing?
It looked like he was wearing this. It's a bigger Hoka shoe. It's like a Sky. Is it the Sky Flow? Help me out in the chat if you guys recognize the Hoka shoe. But it's not the Rocket 2. So last year I thought he wore the Rocket X2, like a carbon plate shoe. And this year I think he's wearing a carbon shoe, but it's like a thicker type shoe. I think it's the Sky Flow.
Let's see.
The Sky Flow X maybe, because I think it's like the plated thicker shoe. So
Jake Jackson had commented previously that he wore the Hoka Skyflow primarily because it's just under 40 millimeters, which was approved by the RD. Just trying to look back and see.
Skyward. Okay, thanks, Aaron. Oh, Hoka Skyward X. Yes, thank you guys.
There you go.
So the Skyward X. So he's still wearing a plated shoe, but maybe not the lighter like racer. The last year I remember him wearing the Rocket X2. So yeah, and I'm in the chat. I hear like a bit heavier. Yeah, it's a little bit more beefy, but maybe he was like going for a little bit more comfort cushion, just so those later miles aren't as agonizing on the feet. I don't know what that would feel like pushing those paces. So yeah, will be interesting to see. I'm sure Raj has done the full testing though in his training.
Oh,
so.
I'm sure, with all the shoe options.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. They're asking about millimeter drop and all that. I believe that's a great question. Maybe we can get the USATF folks are here. They have a representative here, and they did a shoe check of most of the athletes.
Oh, okay.
So I would be interested to know what. I'm assuming they gave him the clear to use that shoe. They just standing next to Sierra at the start, they went and they checked her shoes, making sure that she wasn't wearing like prototypes or anything that's not available to everyone. And I think the 40 millimeter drop, that's generally the rule. I think I'm not 100% on that, but that's generally, at least on the marathon side, the 40 millimeter drops usually the max stack height you can have. Oh, we're getting stats. Thanks, Kevin. We all love that stuff. Yeah, there's something about the runner mind that really indulges in stats. I don't know if you do, Maya, but I think it's pretty common for runners to love that stuff.
Absolutely.
Like, we love our splits. We love like our times. We like our technology.
The progressions, the changes. You're paying attention to that. Oh. Post Chipotle challenge, we're about to see Jamil running through. He looks like he's moving just fine. The winner of 52 Chipotles for the next coming year. That was a lot of fun to watch.
The Chipotle challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Every day
that was
checking
great.
YouTube for the latest Chipotle challenge video from Kevin and Jamil.
He sent it out to the racing team. He posted one about Vegas. It was a pretty low-hanging fruit. I didn't follow back up on it at the end of January, but it was only like 40 miles, something like that. I know that you went out a couple times.
I did. So Vegas also had the Chipotle challenge, but it wasn't quite as dramatic and as many miles. I think we had a local lady that I didn't recognize take it, and she ended up with 200 miles plus.
Oh,
so she did end up getting a lot more miles, and she was a regular. She was putting out, 15, 20 milers a day for the Vegas Chipotle route. So
did other competition come out?
There
Is
was.
That what happened?
There was.
Okay.
So she had to show her dominance with the 15, 20 milers a day. So she ended up taking the Vegas Chipotle segment, which is kind of fun to watch. In our chat, why are there two different 100-mile races? So, if you go to the tracking, there's a link at the top of our chat, the Mountain Outpost. There's a live tracking link. And if you go, there's a USATF 100-mile short course. And then there's also just a 100-mile. And so one is a USA Track and Field where I think you have to be registered.
You do have to be registered.
So before the race starts, I think you can do, I don't know if you can do it same day of, but before the race starts, you need to be registered as a USA Track and Field athlete. And then you can compete. And in that course, I think they have certain rules too. So there's a few things as the USA, like they can't listen to music, so they can't have headphones, and they have to follow all the shoe rules and all the things, because any records or anything that happens in that, if you win, then you win the USA Track and Field race. So they have special rules. So that's the difference that I understand it as. And then the other one is just an open field, so you don't have to be a USA Track and Field member, and you can run the short course as well. The next day, tomorrow, I think they also have a long course?
Long course 100.
The long course 100. So the short course is that 1.17, and it truly is just the circle around this body of water at Cornerstone. And then the long course it's basically you go all the way around the body of water, and then you do like a little horseshoe, and then you go all the way back around. So you kind of
a little bit longer.
You don't do a full circle. You do like this, I'm calling it a horseshoe, but you kind of just like go all the way around, loop, and then go all the way back around. Right.
Well, and it does add up a bit more. So, because like the short course is 1.17, and then the regular course is 2.3. So you're adding a bit more.
Okay. Oh, here's Cody on screen here. He's
Looking
got the
festive.
He is. Got that button up.
Here goes Raj again.
Speaking of shoes, those look like a different color. Oh, nope. They're still the Skyward. That's red heels.
Here comes Jan. Looks like she's also wearing Hoka.
I know. Now I'm looking at everyone's shoes.
So sponsor of this event is Mountain to Coast. So they are allowing people to test out their shoes. Mm-hmm. My first experience with it was last year when Sierra got into bad water, and all of us, it was 4 of us, you, me, Megan Eckert, and John Willman. We paced her and all wore the Mountain to Coast shoes. I absolutely love them. Now I own 3 of them.
They're super cushiony. They don't have a carbon fiber plate. And I think their claim to fame is they're designing like a road ultra shoe, I think is their R1. That's what they're kind of designing it for. And for Sierra, it worked really well. She wore the same pair of shoes. Here's Sierra on screen right now. She's wearing same model, the R1s.
Looks like she just did a handoff also.
Yeah, she just did a water handoff. And that's Jonah that's peeling off there on screen right there. It looks like Jonah's doing a shoe change right there.
We're getting in. Looks like he has 1 crew.
I think Jonah wears Saucony shoes. We're on the shoe kick now. Sorry everyone.
We may be on this for a moment. But quick exchange, he's back off again.
Yep, there goes Jonah. He's back at it. So what was that, like 10, 15 seconds just to do a shoe check, you know? Those little bits of time that you take as a runner to fix something early, like if something's rubbing on your heel or a rock goes in your shoe, and to fix it early and not let it become something.
Makes the difference.
It does.
You can,
It does.
if you don't pay attention to it early on, and then it's just going to be a big old problem later.
I am agreeing with Jenny. I hope I can also run that well into my 80s. We have several 80-year-old runners out here. Here's one of them in the blue shorts coming by. He's moving great. I saw him at the start line, and he was like, he almost looked like a spring in his step, just like, and I was like, and I like didn't believe how old he was until I saw his like age group bib, and I was like, I can't believe it.
It's very impressive. We should look up and see how many of these events that they do in a calendar year. And yes, Aaron Reese, we do need new shoes. All the shoes. I been cleaning out my closet, and unfortunately, though, the more you run, you kind of start to lose your arch. And I've actually gifted or sold more than a dozen shoes that I'm no longer a size of because I've lost my arch. So I was at some point, I think, actually an 8.5 to a 9. Now I'm a 9.5. They went to good homes.
All right, I'm looking up some of our 80-year-old runners. Do we want to look up Jim Barnes?
Yeah.
From Alabama. It looks like he has 81 results on Ultra Sign Up. And just interacting with our chat a little bit here. Someone's asking how many shoe changes do they usually do in a 100-mile race? And it's different for everyone. Sometimes it's no shoe changes. Like if it works, don't break it kind of a thinking. And so if you start with a race and nothing particularly stops people run the whole race with the same shoe. Some races, like if you get your feet wet a lot,
right,
it's more normal for people maybe to do a shoe change once or twice even if wet feet causes blisters or issues for you later. So some wetter courses, sometimes shoe changes become more normal. And then of course, sometimes something's just not working for you. Last year, I remember the front of the field, I remember Raj changing shoes last year. I think he did one shoe change. And then, I know it happens. And then there's other courses like, what's that one? JFK that starts on the Appalachian Trail. And then it switches over to this bike path. It's not a 100-mile race, but they run the first part on this technical trail. And so they wear trail shoes. Then they like a triathlete, they like flip their shoes off and then they pop on road shoes and then they take off on
keep on going.
So
yeah. Makes sense.
So I guess to your question, it depends.
Rio de Lago's like that as well. Like the first after 20 something miles, the first section is mostly road and then you hit the trail from that point on. So a lot of people will start that race in a road shoe and then transition to a trail shoe.
For sure.
Yeah, so I looked up Jim Barnes, so 86 years old at this event, and he had 2 races that he did in 2024. So he was actually at this event last year. He did the 100-mile USATF, and he finished 39. Oh, excuse me.
That 39:27?
I guess so. It's just weird because it has the colons.
Oh, yeah. I think it's 39:27 hours. Or 39 hours.
Oh, yep. Okay. Yep.
So he must have been in the 48 and
then Endless Mile, 72 hours. And then for the 72 hours, he did 122.6.
Okay. Wow. And that was Jim Barnes?
Jim Barnes. He actually really loves Endless Mile. It looks like he does that every year.
That's awesome.
He's also been at 6 Days in the Dome.
Looks like, what's up, Pete in the chat, also chiming in on the Skyward X. He's a beast of an ultra runner. Good to see you in our chat. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, I shared some miles with him at Mogollon Monster. We were in one of the sections and actually kept kind of leapfrogging, and then we ended up sharing some miles, and then Joe came to pace me. It was at mile 42, I believe. And the three of us with Pete, we shared some miles, and
It's always good.
yeah,
It's always good to have that camaraderie.
right before the night hours.
That's right. Pete scraped me up at the top of Leadville.
Oh, okay.
I was
There you go.
bonking and we ran together. So it's always a good time. Okay, yes, more shoe nerdum. Jonah is confirmed he's a Saucony athlete, so rocking the Sauconys. They've got a lot of great road shoes out there. I like they have the speed. I am nerding out here. They've got the speed and their endorphin line. I love those shoes. Shout out San Francisco. Okay, so it's the track club out of San Francisco. Let's go.
Yeah, if anybody wants us to call out any of your friends out there that are racing.
West Valley Track Club. Let's go, guys.
All right. Let's do another update.
Check in on some mileage with our front of the field.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So M1, Raj, he's at 68.4. Jonah Backstrom, M2, 62.5. So 6 miles ahead. I believe that's where he's been, though. 6 miles.
Okay.
Separation. M3, Cody Poskin, 61.4. M4, Nathan Brown, 57.9. And then M5, Braden Rogow, 57.9. Females, Sierra, adding a couple more miles right now. So F1, 53.2. Gian she's actually made some headway off of F2 now. They were on the same loop for a short bit, but so Sierra 53.2, F2 Gian is 50.3, or 50.8, excuse me. So making a little bit of a separation at this point. F3, Stephanie Rosebaugh, 48.5. F4, Aaron Carrara, 48.5. They seem to be really close to each other. And then F5, Leanne Reeve at 45 miles. We're still listing Dakota Jones. He's in M7. He had been M6. Current M6 is Mark Merzen. He's at 53.2, excuse me. And then Dakota Jones, M7, he's at 49.7.
Hey, we have some shout outs. We hear Stan Barry, let's go. We also have Brandon, let's go. We also have a shout out to a first ultra goer, and it sounds like she's doing her first ultra marathon tomorrow. So Erica, have an amazing race tomorrow.
Yeah, you go. All right. Erica, I hope you have an amazing adventure.
Okay. 8:40. So he's picking it up.
I love that there's also a shout out to Scott Jurek. Shout out. It was great that he went out for the Chipotle challenge as well.
That's right.
He did some commentary.
He came in like as the reinforcements to Jamil getting
Him and Jeff Browning. Oh, and I know no Andy Glaze. I believe his name was on.
He was signed up, and he usually makes it out to Jackpot, but you know, some years he can't make it.
Right.
his streak is still alive. I think everyone was worried because Andy had he hurt his leg there for a week, and he needed to take some time, and everyone was worried about him getting his 100-mile week done. But the man does not fail, and he got his 100-mile week done. So shout out, Andy. Congrats. Keeping a 5-year 100-mile training per week streak. So, all right, here we have Raj coming through.
Looks a little breezy on that side.
Yeah, he's on the other side. The far side, like that windy side, everyone was talking about it's the slightest hill, but the wind, you can see those flags moving, so a lot of wind on that far corner from us.
So I'm just looking at the weather, and it looks like it's supposed to start dying down around now, 4 o'clock, but it's still saying 14 miles an hour, gusts up to 24 miles an hour.
Okay.
But by 6 p.m., it's starting to drop more. So 9 miles an hour, the gusts, it's actually not listing.
Okay.
So hopefully by 6. So just a couple more hours, and hopefully the wind dies down, because hopefully it doesn't get too chilly tonight. The temps don't seem to get too bad, especially if the wind is going to be dying down. The current temperature is 63. By 6, it says 59. And then overnight, it should be just staying in the 50s. It's not until 4 o'clock in the morning that it starts to hit the high 40s. You know, but cooler temps are better for running. Most people can handle that.
Yes.
Most people prefer the colder temps.
Good for better performances. Less your body has to do to cool itself down. And we still see cooling techniques. Some ice bandanas were out there. That's Raj's crew we're looking at. They've been spraying Raj with some bottles as he passes. I don't know if they've still been doing that. Let's see. Let's see what they do on this round. I'm going to try to get a new lap of Raj this round too. Have you been tracking the laps or just that last? Is it trending up or down?
I did the last one.
Okay.
I was doing the first ones at the beginning. Oh no, well I was tracking.
Oh, okay. Okay. We're gonna try. Oh, okay. We're gonna try to take a few laps.
So, and I just got the update, saw it on the feed and confirming it. It looks like Dakota called it.
Okay.
So, yeah, Dakota Jones, he's now out. There's a total of 4 that have called it a day.
4 drops.
4 drops.
Okay.
So there's still 29 people still in.
For the
For
USA track and field course.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a total of 21 males and 8 females. Top 5 are the top 5 male, and then first F1, she's Sierra DeGraff. She's in overall 6th place.
Okay. And just having tracked so closely last year, Sierra, she went out very fast last year with Ashley Paulson.
Right.
Ashley won the race last year, I think in a sub 15-hour time. So a very quick time. And together, Ashley and Sierra, their first 40 miles was so fast last year. It was scary to watch. It's like, as someone wanting Sierra to do her very best, I was like, that's so fast.
Is this sustainable?
Yes, exactly. Like worrying that it's not sustainable. And for Sierra that day, it wasn't sustainable. So she still finished really well last year with a 16 16-hour performance?
16:38.
Thank you, 16:38. And Ashley's time, what was it?
So Ashley finished first female at 14:04.
Blazing.
Yeah. Lauren Jones, she came in second female at 14:46, and then Sierra at 16:38.
Okay. So this year, though, it's a big difference because she's not starting out that fast this year. I know her initial miles were way more controlled. Just the race didn't go out that fast. Oh, okay. Starting a timer for Raj here, so he just passed our booth. We're gonna track his loop time.
And then let's just talk about, while we're timing Raj, just some of the other events that are going on. So there's the 48-hour. First M1 is Chris Bellows. He's at 43.9. F1, Heather Goddard is also at 43.9. Third overall, which is another female, F2, Regina Pierce, 39.3. And then fourth overall, which is second male, James Nally, 39.3. There are, 48-hour, looks like there's a total of 72 people that are in this event. And then also the 100-mile short course, so not the USATF. There are a total of 35 in it. And the first, so M1, Joshua Rice, he's 45. M2, AJ Juarez, 43.8. M3, Sean Greener Jr., 43.8. Thomas Jackson, he's M4, 41.5. And then M5, Brendan Smith at 40.3. First female, Eileen Bloom, 37.9. F2, Nicole Telford, 34.4. F3, Araceli Beardsley, 26.2. And Tessa Hunt, F4, 23.9. F5, May Sisson, 23.9.
Congrats, y'all. I think that's super neat, people getting out there.
Absolutely. Well, and then maybe finishing up. They started at 8. What time did they start
Our
this morning?
12-hour. So we have 12 hours. So if they started at 6, they'll end at 6 p.m., right? So we had a 12-hour race start today, right? Is it this one?
Hold on.
That purple one?
It's the 6 p.m.
Oh, no. So no 12-hour race has started yet. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
Tonight.
Ooh, starting a 12-hour race. That sounds tough.
At least the winds will be dying down for them, but they are gonna hit the 40s, the temp.
Which is good. Good running temps. And for folks all around the country, you're probably a little jealous. 40 degrees, no snow.
We don't deal with snow. Well, until yesterday, we don't. Yeah, we usually don't deal with rain.
Oh, we're getting some good waves from our runners here. The atmosphere's really positive. I see a lot of smiles, a lot of waves. I have seen a lot of heart-looking shirts.
They gotta celebrate. Happy Valentine's Day.
Ooh, look at that wind on those flags. So that's the back corner of the course, and we see those flags just, man, they're rippling now.
Oh yeah. It does seem to be dying down though. Like where we're at, which is on the opposite side of what you guys can see right now, our view of the lake and the plants surrounding, they don't seem to be moving too much. So as I say that, then the tent starts to move.
Can you all see that on the live stream? I see like a playing card of like Raj. That looks pretty cool.
Let's see if he touches the cone. Oh, he's touching the strip of flags.
He has
again.
been doing that with his hands as he that's that far corner, and he kind of touches it. Maybe it's a good mental achievement note that.
Right. Apparently he did it last year too. He was touching the bridge.
Okay. Like a high five kind of to the bridge.
Appreciating this drone coverage. Yeah, you were on the bike earlier, getting some closer footage, following people. So you got here for the start to support Sierra, and then kind of jumped on the bike since then?
Yep.
You've had a busy day.
Well,
and now you're on the live feed.
Yes. It's been a very busy day.
Well, if you're in the area, we're going to be out here also tomorrow. If you guys want to come on out. Lots of events starting tomorrow. 6-hour, 12-hour, 100-miler, 50-miler, 100K.
All the things happening. I saw somebody else say in the chat, Las Vegas is a foodie town. So if you're eyeballing this as a future race to do, definitely leave time to go check out some good restaurants here.
Lots of great restaurants. Chris Warden and I were discussing Bacchanal buffet. Ugh, yes. So part of our conversation post Coldwater Rumble is we're supposed to go as our team, Abe's team. So we're still pending to go. We got to go to Bacchanal, but it's definitely, I think that's the best buffet.
Which casino is that at?
Caesars.
Okay. There we go.
It's really good. It's worth it. It's a little bit of a longer wait and it's a little pricey, but it's, you're getting great quality with the quantity.
So you're getting quality and quantity.
Yes, it's worth it.
Well, it's probably the perfect combo with an ultra, because then you're a little depleted too. So you can
100%. Yeah.
fill up.
I was telling him after I ran Grand to Grand back in 2015, that was our post race celebration. A group of us, maybe half a dozen, went to Bacchanal, and he was saying that there's time constraints now, how long you're allowed to sit there. I swear we sat there for at least 3 hours, and we just kept getting more plates,
Gosh.
which was an assault to the gut when all you've been living off of is dehydrated food and gels and whatever you're carried for the last 7 days. So it was still worth it.
Well, this feels like an ultra, Maya, because we have talked about shoes. We've now talked about food.
Oh, we just haven't talked about poop.
You're right. The trifecta of ultra running talk. If you are a trail runner out there or just an ultra runner, you know. I have the clock up for Raj here, just kind of tracking his loop split. So I think he's about to come by us here.
Looks like it.
So we'll give the time here in just a moment. Now you can see in that drone shot there is a mini tent city. It's just a little one, not quite like Javelina. Oh, here's Raj.
Raj and...
Okay.
There you go.
All right. I had 8:41. And we got Sierra right behind him. She's looking strong.
Oh, let's go back to USATF.
I'm not kidding that we had 20 bottles, 20 run bottles, because I'm
For her table?
Yes, for her table, because I'm commenting, and she has some help, but normally I'm her crew person.
Oh, right.
And
right.
so we're
you're the crew chief.
So we needed a lot of bottles. So didn't have to fill any bottles up, just grab new ones, right?
So I gotta ask then. So you've been here since the race start. Then you cheered her off, and then you were on the bike, and then now you've been on the live commentary. We're done at 6, which is just shy of 2 hours. Are you then going to be crew chief?
I am. I'm gonna
There you go.
Yeah. So today
There's
is
the other hat.
It's a lot of hats of the crew.
All right. Yeah, I'll definitely stick around and
We should
cheer
hang
her
out.
on.
I have a canned coffee for myself to stay awake. So that's my plan, is just to power through till Sierra's finished. So
I do have a Celsius. Do you want to split? We can split one right now.
Yeah. Time to caffeinate.
Here.
Oh, thanks. Cheers. Well,
I'll just have a little
if you're
sip of
just tuning in with us, hi everyone. I'm Joe, and I'm here with Maya. We're both trail runners from Las Vegas, and we're just adding a little commentary and color to this live stream. Beautiful stream. We have drone operators, and we have a lot of stationary cams that you could see our runners out there. We're commenting on both the USA Track and Field 100-mile short course. There's also just an open course, non-USA Track and Field, and we got some 48-hour runners out there. So thanks for being
Quite
here.
a mix-up.
Yeah,
Yep.
quite a mix-up. Just trying to add the commentary of what it's like for an ultra runner. This is a unique course.
It
It's
is.
a loop course, 1.17 miles, and folks are taking on an ultra distance. It's impressive. It's neat to see.
And it's kind of nice, even though it's a short loop, they do have some nice views. They have the lake on, you can see Raj is crossing a bridge right there. From the distance, you can't see in this view, but we're in the city of Henderson. It's just on the outskirt of Las Vegas. We're all part of Clark County. And you'll have views of Mount Charleston, Las Vegas, the Strip, I mean. This little section that's more on the south side, you'll see people going 2 different directions. It's part of the other course, the 48-hour, along with the short course of the USATF. And they had to deal with a little bit of heavier winds this morning, some gusts. Hopefully it'll be dying down soon. It's honestly not too bad, but we're also sitting comfortably in this tent. Oh, let's watch. He's touching the...
Okay, so that's his...
He touched the cone on that one. He didn't
Okay.
touch the flag rim.
So Maya and I are we're tracking the fact that Raj is high-fiving that back corner flag.
He's
or
got
post.
it's his thing.
That's not a bad thing. Some
No.
people wear stinky socks as their good luck charm. I think high-fiving the back of the course is...
I think if you have a
good
partner
move.
and that's your thing, you're gonna you have unnecessary arguments on that one.
Yes.
We were curious if he touches only those flaggings or cones, or if he touches multiple. Oh, he's touching it again. There you go. What a fun game we're playing. Some of the enjoyment of a 1.17 mile loop. You kind of notice these little details. And then actually, what time was that start time? So 6 p.m., you have the 6-hour and the 12-hour start. So in just shy of 2 hours, an hour 40, we're going to have a lot more people on the course. It doesn't break it down as far as who's starting tonight versus tomorrow. But as far as the 6-hour, there is a total of 73 people. So pretty significant number. 42 of those are female. So more female, actually. 42 female and 31 males in the 6 hour. And then the 12 hour, let's see. Hour, you have 35 total. So
That's awesome.
16 females and 17 males.
Just to interact just a moment, our live stream chat, thank you all for keeping it alive. Yes, there's I see we have people discussing Andy Glaze. He's a normal, like, regular of Jackpot, but he's healing up because of a quad injury. And
so still doing his 100-mile weeks.
Still doing his 100-mile weeks,
push.
but only he can rest and recover doing 100-mile weeks. But I think he's saving his legs for another race, letting his body heal a little bit. And then we had a question, is Raj sponsored? I believe he's a Hoka athlete.
I believe Hoka, yeah. Well, let's look really quick. So Andy Glaze, I know he's not racing today, but he's got quite a lineup. He's doing the Arizona Monster 300. That is his next big race. And then just a month after, he's also going to be at Coco again.
Oh, funny. Just interjecting, somebody in the comments, they also have a tick at Across the Years where they were grabbing the handrail at Across the Years loop course. So maybe this is more of a thing than we realize. Like, you have your lucky part of the course that you like high five or you tap every loop. So I feel you. I think that's going to be my strategy next time I do a loop course, is I'll have my little,
I
cone
guess
that I'll tap or something. Just extra motivation.
I feel like it's something I don't think I've ever done that. Or if I have done it, I'm not self-aware.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I have a weird tick that I am not aware of that I've been doing. If you see it, let me know.
I will.
Like, Maya does this really weird thing. You can usually see people's gaits, though. Like, it's not necessarily a tick or a obsessive thing, but like, we can see that that's Raj right there. Like,
right.
I've gotten pretty comfortable seeing like how he runs, and very fluid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost like a hand signature or something. It's like a tell. Like, they would have to purposely run really differently to disguise them. Like, if they were approaching you, you'd be like, there he goes. You would be like, you can just tell. That
right.
person running across the field, if they're somebody you run with regularly, you can tell. You can
right.
be like, hey, I'll be like, that's Maya coming up on a trail. And I'm sure you can recognize me approaching.
Yeah. I can 100% always recognize you and Sierra on the trails from afar.
Sometimes I have funny hand carry. That could be my tell.
It's a little tucked in. You have kind of like like a little T-Rexy,
Yeah.
But
I have heard this.
I get Bobby, like the head's like a bobblehead sometimes, I guess.
Yeah. It's hard to even describe. I don't know why you can recognize your friend's running gait and form, but.
Because we all run a little weird.
That's true. Oh, we got another shout out. Rove Runner, aka Brandon Rugal.
Rove Runner.
Is there a story behind Rove Runner, or is that like a club? Just checking out the nice drone shots here in the lower corner in the blue singlet. We have Raj. We think he's still on track with his splits. Like we heard, he needs to basically stay on top of his splits, though, if he's going to stay in contact with the American record attempt. It's a 6:48 pace. So very quick
Right.
running.
Right now, it's showing that he's averaging 6:53.
Okay, so maybe just slightly on top of, just slightly over it. Wow, that's so fast.
It's so fast, and he's already almost 3/4 done. What's marked right now is 73.7 miles. So 3/4 done, almost. So on that, yep, another recap. We'll do M1, Raj, 73.7. M2, Jonah Backstrom, 66. M3, Cody Poskin, 64.9. And then F1, Sierra DeGraff at 55.5. F2, Gian Springer, 54.3. So still holding pretty close. And F3, Stephanie Rosebaugh, 50.8. There's your top 3 for the USATF 100 mile. And there is actually a cash prize for the USATF. The first male and female, they will win $1,200. Second place, $500. Third place, $300.
And you're in Las Vegas, so you could put it all on black.
Oh, there you go.
And you could double
Not
your
red?
money. Well, I don't know, red or black.
Yeah, you can go home negative. Yeah, like, oh, I just win all this money. It's still in Las Vegas. Helps our economy. Thank you.
That does help the local Vegas people when folks gamble, go to casinos. But we're both from Las Vegas, and we don't gamble.
We don't. You have questions about the local trails, we'll be happy to share the trails with you. Yeah, it's an interesting community because most of the time you run with all these people like our community and you don't even know what most people do for a living. You know,
that's right.
That's how it is. Like we share trail miles and you talk about life and this and that, but what do actually people do for a living? It doesn't come out until much later.
Right. You have like this shared experience. So if you're running in trail, the uphill's hard. You can instantly get along with people because you're doing something hard together.
Right.
And then, yeah, you're just trying to get up the hill. You don't care if you're, doctor, lawyer, mechanic, teacher. It's like we're all just trying to get up the hill.
We're in the
all
pain cave
surviving.
together.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what we do on Monday. What matters is what we do right now.
Right now.
Oh, shout out to Francisco. Thanks for being in the chat. Definitely one of our pals in our local running group. And good to see him.
I love it. Go Francisco.
Francisco runs with Sierra on the Tuesday runs.
Yep.
Kind of the OG of the Tuesday run. Cody's passing me right now. He's looking really strong. Young fella. He's still holding third, I think.
He is. Yeah, he's at 64.9.
He's looking really good.
He's looking good.
He's looking really nice. Here he goes through the start finish right now, wearing that button up.
He's got to look good. He's got to dress up for the part.
Right. No shoes, no shirt, no ultra.
We just got a Aravaipa post, Blaylocked in. You know you're locked in when you've got 2 watches on and one of them is over the sleeve. David Blaylock, 82 years old, just passed the marathon mark.
That's awesome.
So 82 years old. Let's look at this. He actually hasn't had a race in some time. Last race posted, at least on Ultra sign up. It could be that he's ran, others posted elsewhere. But North Fork 50K in 2013.
And I see his like PR was at 24 Hours of Boulder in 2012. He's from Utah.
Another octogenarian.
So cool.
Absolutely love it.
It's so strange. I'm looking at the monitor right now, and we have cloud. And then it's one of those like funny things where I'm like looking at a TV screen of the outside that's right next to my outside, and we have these beautiful clouds. So that might sound lame to everyone on the live stream, but we don't get like these nice big cloudy days very often. Like
The rain was definitely unique. We have not had that in a long time. 214 days.
yes, yesterday was our rain for the year. Hopefully we get more rain in 2025. So.
Well, apparently it had caused like just true havoc on the mountain outpost this morning. That was part of the delay this morning. It was just heavy winds wind and rain yesterday, which affected the setup, and the outpost had actually 2 pop-up tents and completely destroyed one of them, and the winds just playing a major effect on the electronics. So luckily they were able to get it all worked out, but made some issues this morning. Great job to the team, because we're rolling now.
All right, we got drone footage of Sierra de Graaf, and we've got her like baseball card. What is that? That player card? That looks really cool. But she's moving. She's doing great. She had a bit slower of a start this year, which I think is starting to pay some benefits if she can keep that steady pace, right?
Right.
And I know that she's going for PR, which would be sub 15:59. So any of that, I know it's gravy.
Okay. Yeah, Chris was saying that he had heard through the grapevine 14:30.
Yes.
Do you know anything you want to add to that?
Well,
Is
yeah.
that true?
This is a true rumor.
Oh, it is a true.
So
Okay.
her and her coach had the goal of, a 14:30 like a goal time.
Okay.
And she's very fit. So
Yeah.
I think she's always excited to be able to try to show up and show the fitness, right?
Absolutely. She's
So.
been putting in the work. She's been working very hard with this. So,
Yep.
yeah, her average pace right now, so his average pace is 8:49.
Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah, just this past year, across the years, she had the Mount Tacos 100K. She came in first overall at 9:06. There was also a local race, Red Rock Canyon 17K by Desert Grown. She came in first on that. It was an hour 20, the 17K. And then I know she didn't have the day that she wanted at Javelina. She did finish just a little over 24 hours, but you probably have more to know about that.
The fun story about that was, so Javelina is a fantastic race, super competitive. And it just, she started having the issues of like throwing up, and that leads to other problems, but she stuck it out, which the coolest part of this story is that she got her qualifier to put in for Western States because she didn't have one for that year, and even though it wasn't the race she wanted and it was the time she didn't want, that finish led to her getting into Western States this year because she got selected. So it was just kind of a cool story that the life works out weird where, things that don't feel like victories
Right.
are victories. So
She didn't have the race that she wanted that day, but she got that qualifier, and now she's in States.
yeah, which
It's
is
a great end of that story.
yeah, it is. Yeah. So
Yeah, and then that's happening this year. She has
Yes.
Western States, and she also was pulled for Badwater again.
yes, so she's doing the Western States Badwater double. So she's got the big races this year. So
Big
we're very
races
excited.
with a little time in between.
8 days.
8 days.
Great drone footage here. Question in the chat: what happened to Devon? She ended up dropping at mile 36. We don't know exactly why. She looked okay. There didn't look like there was any anything we could see, but she did pull the plug at 36. I did see her chatting with other runners, so she looked in good spirits. Great day out here. I saw that she demoed some of the shoes, Mountain Coast shoes, so she got to demo some of those and got back out there for a few more miles, but she did end up dropping.
Yeah, there's some Western States talk in the feed.
Yes.
It's going to be very exciting to watch both the men's and the women's field.
Indeed.
Just watching even the finishes at Black Canyon from last weekend were very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, every time new people get golden tickets, you think, wait, they've got to be the one that's going to win Western States. You always think that, like, every golden ticket race that happens, I'm always like, oh, this person's unstoppable, right? Like,
right. Very
will be exciting. And then, of course, I do, never count out Jim. And now we can basically never count out David, too. Like, so what happens when two unstoppable forces meet?
I think that's the Taj Mahal.
Oh, yeah, the tent camp. Just a quick update for those just tuning in. Our front of the pack, we have Raj and Dakota started the race. They started the race going for the American record pace. They were all on pace. Dakota ended up slowing down a bit. He's actually officially now dropped out of the race. Raj is still in shot of the American record. He's holding maybe a few seconds off the American record pace, but he's still very much in it. On the female side, we have Sierra DeGroff leading the race. Devon Yanko was also up there in the race as well, but she at 36 also ended up dropping out of the race for unknown reasons, but she looked okay. But the female race is actually pretty closely contested with, let's see, where's the, Stephanie, and, actually,
There's been some movement.
there's been movement. We got to do these mileage updates sooner. So it looks like Jeanne Springer has passed Sierra. They both are.
Sierra looks, we can actually see it on the screen right here. She is with her crew right now.
She's sitting on the blue cooler. It looks like she's getting some liquids down. She's with Trishul and Karin. There are Mount to Coast folks. So yeah, some movement on the female side. Looks like Sierra's getting that liquid down.
Right.
So Jeanne takes first, and then we have in third Stephanie, and Aaron in fourth, and Leanne in fifth. And the split between Sierra and Stephanie looks like it's 3 miles. So first and second are a loop apart, maybe. And then it looks like second and third on the female side are 3 miles apart. But we'll see how Sierra's doing. Of course, I'm biased. Sierra's my girlfriend, so she's going to pull back.
Yeah.
She's going to come back.
There's still lots of miles.
There's still plenty of time.
It's only the halfway mark.
Yes, plenty of time. So it's good to see that she's hydrating.
But also cheers to Jen. Like,
Yes.
it's amazing. You know, she's holding a strong
been doing
pace.
super well, and she's very positive as well. I honestly haven't bumped or talked to anybody in the race yet that have been negative. Maybe it's because it was early, but she was really positive, and she's been cruising. She's in the blue jersey with the USA, I think.
Yeah, her average pace is at 8:53.
Fantastic. And not a lot of dips. Like, you see like one little dip, like one little break there.
Right.
Almost like pop, 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 even splits. A lot of the folks are really good at grabbing and going. You don't see too much. We did just see Sierra kind of sit there for a little bit, but most of the field in the front, they do the whole grab and go.
Have we seen Jen's crew set
I
up?
have not seen her crew. I
Okay.
don't know who's with her. If your crew is on the live stream, let us know what's happening.
I was just looking at Jen's past race history. So we said a little bit of this earlier, but she was at Desert Solstice 100 miler. 15:43 was her time. And she came in 6th for that. The 24-hour, 141 miles, 6 days in the dome, 24-hour, 112 miles. Leona Divide, she won that at 12:49.
Crushing.
Yeah, she
races.
did the Spartathlon in 2023. Yeah, long list. Very long
And the
list.
Spartathlon's 135 miles, or
245K.
okay. Wow. Oh, that looks like it's Sierra moving again. She's buddied up with another runner, and so she's out of the pit crew.
Pit row.
Pit row.
Yeah.
Get the nicknames right. And she's moving again. That's great.
Yeah, not sure who she's running with. But great aerial shot.
Oh, coming from Jake Jackson, so you know this is coming from experience. He said, Jen, aka Stella, is one of the most consistent runners he knows.
All right.
Sierra gave on because
Game on.
it sounds like they are both going to have to push and stay consistent for that female F1. And then we have Stephanie, too. Like, and
Yeah, she's not too far back.
No, she's not. And so if anybody has any issues, Stephanie could get right back in there.
Well, and Raj has just got 3/4 done. So he's 75.4. So still holding strong to that M1. Raj 75.4. M2, Jonah Backstrom, he's at 67.2. M3, Cody Poskin, 67.2. So M2 and M3 are on the same loop. M4, Nathan Brown, 63.7. M5, Braden Regau, 62.5.
And thank you, Jake. So Gian is being crewed by Roberto, SoCal legend. Let's go, crew.
It's going to be exciting to watch. Yes, currently on the tracker, they're both on 57.9 with
Okay.
populating. Jan she preferred Jake saying Stella.
Stella, okay.
I don't want to continue to butcher her
Yes.
name, so maybe we'll just call her Stella. But Sierra 57.9, F3 Stephanie Rosebaugh 53.2, and matching the same loop is Aaron Carrara at 53.2 for F4. Making some moves.
I can't believe that Raj has less than a marathon. The man has gone 75 miles.
Moving.
Woo.
Yeah, still averaging pace 6:55.
Okay, so that's Sierra. She's like turned, so she's like past the half point of this loop, and we're looking for Stella to come through. We'll see I'm pulling up my timer. We can do an. Are they running together? Is that Stella? I don't know.
Well, that person
did Stella put a jacket on?
Stella was wearing the
she was wearing
blue
blue.
USA.
I know, but I think she might have a jacket.
Oh, that might be. They might be running together, everyone.
Well, Jake, you are aware
Jake, if you're
of
watching,
Stella.
tell
Is
us,
that
is
Stella?
that Stella with Sierra? Sierra's in the red shorts. Is she wearing that gray jacket?
Are they currently joining forces? And then how is this going to play out?
I think that might be her. I think that might be Stella. I think
Who she's running with, they're at the same pace.
I
Like
know.
they're running
And-
really well together.
And like she was wearing a blue USA shirt, but she has that gray jacket on now. So I think so too. I think so too. Cool. Okay, they're going to be running by us here in a little bit, so we'll confirm.
Quite a turn of events. Now they're running together. Potentially. It's not confirmed yet.
Thanks everyone for being tuned in. Coming from Henderson, Nevada, just in Las Vegas. It's Maya and I, Joe, just adding a little entertainment to the beautiful drone shots. We are enjoying ourselves. It's a really nice day. I think it's easier to sit down and watch an ultra than run an ultra, but but it still feels like you're a part of it when you get to tune in and watch. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for being a part of the Jackpot Ultras.
Yeah, absolutely. It's feels like it's starting to get a little bit cooler too.
It did. I feel.
With I just added a couple layers. And what is this? Still saying gusts could go up to wind gusts 23 miles an hour. As far as the other races that are also happening right now, while we're kind of waiting to 100% confirm the two ladies heading this way, 48 hour, the top F1, she's actually first overall, is Heather Gothard at 48.5. M1, Chris Bellows, 46.2. Let's see, 100 mile, not the USATF. M1, Joshua Rice, he's at 48.5. M2, Sean Greener at 47.3. M3, AJ Juarez at 46.1. And then first female is Eileen Bloom, 41.5. F2, Nicole Telford, 36.8. And F3, or RS Sully Beardsley, 27.4.
Congrats, everyone. And I think I'm 90% sure that is
Like
Sierra
99%.
and Stella. Yeah, 99. So Jake, I think you're right. She was in that blue USA jersey earlier, but she put on a gray jacket. And yes, they are. Yes. So Stella's wearing a gray jacket, Sierra's in the red
Yep,
bottoms with
that's
the
her.
white top. They're running together. So
All right.
they're leading our female race. And Raj is just coming up our chute as well. So he's going to be coming right behind these two ladies in just a moment.
So
there's-
F1 and F2.
And then there's Raj right in the background.
M1.
Exciting.
All by each other.
I noticed the runners, they'll, like, Raj occasionally will give somebody a fist pump. Like, it's kind of cool. They're all, like, cruising, and occasionally you'll see a fist pump here and there. He also, I heard Devon Yanko was like, will you be my Valentine? And Raj was like, yeah. So the runners keeping things fun. And we see the handoff, water bottle handoff. No stopping from
No
Raj. He's got to stay on his
His
mark.
pace. Yeah, he's still currently holding a 6:55 minute pace. And F1 and F2 are holding tight together. They are at a 8:59 pace.
Good.
Currently both at 59 miles.
So this is why sports are cool. Like, I was like, Sierra and I are talking about this, but I just think, like, when you have other people, like, with you, you can dig a little more.
Right.
Because, like, you're together digging, right?
It's a good distraction at times too. You know, instead of getting only in your head and processing everything alone, to have a conversation and distract you for certain periods is also a huge benefit.
Yeah, the team up. Like, I wonder if, like, Raj having Dakota with him for the first third of the race, like, just, I wonder how that changes this event for him. So maybe in a post race, Raj will debrief us all on how what it's like and what that's like to have people around you.
Right, like, was he holding the pace that what he was intending to do initially?
I would guess he seems so good at, like, what he does, you know.
Well, and kind of looking back, he looked very consistent. It was like a 7:57, an 8-minute, 7:58, a 7:57. Like, he is like clockwork. Here's a view of pit row. You're seeing various people.
That was Erin, I think. So she's going to come through the start finish here. She's in 4th or 5th.
Erin Carrara, she is F4 right now.
She's
so
looking good. She's looking.
she'll cross that timing mat and then should have, if it's a 1.17, 54.3.
We got a question from Tyler. Is Raj on world record pace? And he's not on world record pace, but let me run through what the records are. So the world record 100 mile is by Sorokin with a 10 hour 51 minute 100 mile, and that's a 6:31 pace. The American 100 mile record is by Zach Bitter, and that was 11 hours 19 minutes. That's a 6:48 pace. And then on the female side, the American and world record is by Camille Heron, 12 hours 42 minutes, or a 7:38 pace. So Raj is going for that American record. I think he's just maybe slightly above. It's a little hard for us to tell with the splits. And then Zach also mentioned in our chat earlier that when Zach did it, he negative split his 50 mile half, his split. So it looked like he was a couple minutes faster on his back 50. So I think Raj is in this, everyone. Still hunting for that American record. Shout out to everyone that's wrapping up their work day today. Jake, Joseph, hopefully you guys are wrapping things up. Going into a weekend on Valentine's Day. There's our drone footage of Raj. He's I don't know how many times I've said this, but his hair's flowing. He's looking good. He also is doing pretty good at, see him take those corners where he's really trying to cut close to the cones as possible. In this race, the distance is, you have to do the amount of loops. So it doesn't matter if you take wide turns, like that's just extra running. So I think Raj is very intentionally trying to take the most direct path wherever he can. So I think he's probably going to, let's see, he's going to take the left shoulder of this guy. Just again, trying to take the straightest path possible. I know if you don't take the straightest path, then you just add mileage. And so for him trying to set a record, every little bit counts and it adds up. So, hey, shout out to our New Zealand friends. Thanks for watching. Oh, that's cool. Yes, Jonah, if you're tuning in to see Jonah, he's been doing awesome. He is our second place male. He's cruising. He's looking good. Jonah is a previous winner of Jackpot, and I might have to go check this stat. This might be his 4th time coming to Jackpot, so correct me if I'm wrong. Thanks everyone for watching. Here comes Raj. Just holding steady. That's what he has to do. He now has less than a marathon to go. And if he can stay on track and just slightly negative split this, we might be watching an American record. We don't, we're all rooting for it.
Oh, pretty exciting. Alice Leeming. She's watching from New Zealand.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
so
did
cool.
you just comment?
I
So
did.
sorry.
No, I did, but it's awesome. Thank you all for tuning in. And we had Jake and others commenting that they're just wrapping up their work. So in the States, on the West Coast, it's just turning 5 p.m. So hopefully everyone's now getting off work. Maybe you're getting home, just listening to the live stream in the car or your truck. Thanks for tuning in.
I think you were still on the bike filming, but did you get the update that Hayden Hawks won the 50K?
I did not.
At Tarawara.
Oh, that's
So,
fantastic.
yeah, congrats to him.
Shout out to all of the athletes around the world taking on ultras. That is so cool to hear. The Americans doing well.
Yeah, doing absolutely amazing.
That's
I
awesome.
think he had been over there for some time too, acclimating. Because it's their summer.
Yeah, it's
you
their
know?
summer. Isn't he and Dan Jones are friends? And I feel like they always like run together. And he's I think he's from New Zealand. And so, anyways, another solid ultra runner out there. Shout out Dan Jones. All right, we got somebody tuning in to the live stream. They're doing a 100-mile first 100 tomorrow. We'll see you out here. This is Jackpot Ultras. Ultras, plural, because we got our 100 miles starting today, but we got 100 milers starting tomorrow. And we have fixed time events. We got a 6-hour events and 12-hour events and a 48-hour event. So all the events, and 24-hour.
Right.
I can't leave out any of the events. So
Yeah, there's a couple more events that are starting in an hour from now. You have the 6-hour and the 12-hour starting at 6 p.m. So they're going to be going as the sun is setting.
we just got an update that Dan Jones is about to win the 100K. So
All right.
love to see that. And Jake, I am sorry you still have to work, but hopefully you can listen in to a Raj record or something exciting. So we'll try to maybe ease the workload. Okay, here comes Raj by our booth. So he's coming up to the start finish.
Still moving extremely
He's
smooth.
looking good. He's 9:03. Okay, so his split is a little bit slower than other ones we've been tracking his time, but not by a huge amount. And we don't have eyes on him all the time, so we don't know if he had to take more food in this loop. So we'll keep monitoring his splits just to kind of get that sense of, is he still on track?
He's still on track,
I know,
doing
the
extremely
tracker-
well. Like the
yeah.
average pace for him still is 6:52, and the American record is a 6:48.
And what? Well, I guess we'll wait till
So-
it clocks. But what mileage is he at on the track?
So he's at 77.2.
77. Okay, so, oh man,
Oh, do you know what?
did it just bumped it? We're refreshing.
76.6.
76.6. Okay. Crushing.
Looks like they're still together, so it's great.
Yeah, and then we're just seeing in the distance coming up Sierra and Stella, F1 and F2 right there, hanging tight together, joining forces. I believe she did that 2 years ago too. She shared some miles with another USATF female.
I think so too. I think. All right. Yeah, they're looking strong. The ladies.
Nathan Brown coming up from on the left with the bright hat. Nathan Brown,
He's looking really well. Like he's looking
yeah,
really good.
fourth male currently. He just crossed the timing mat, so this will need a moment to update. But what my screen is showing me right now is 66 miles for M4. M3, Jonah Backstrom, 68.4. M2, Cody Poskin, 69.6. And then you got Raj, M1, still holding tight. So he's 77.8.
Okay.
All right, there's a close-up of Stella Springer. And then they're just going on. But then Sierra looks like she has stopped. So she's sitting on a cooler. She's with some of her crew. Looks like she's trying to get in some food. Maybe just take a little regrouping moment. Stella going off into the distance. So now creating a little bit of a distance between the two of them. So now Stella Springer is F1. We see F2 right there, Sierra DeGraff. Just refreshed. So they're at the 60.2 mile mark. So 51 times they've gone through this loop. A total of 85.
It's 85 is the goal. So they got to do all 85 to be a finisher. Whew. We're
Yes.
just seeing the lighting change. You can kind of see it on our live stream as well. The back mountains, it's really pretty out there. But you can start to see, like, we're starting to lose our direct sunlight.
We are
We're,
starting to get some of that sunset.
yep, that sunset.
Views.
Yes. I think we'll get some pretty colors as well for our sunset. But the runners are probably enjoying this, like the reprieve of the sun going down now. No direct sunlight, at least.
Hopefully they haven't been cold. We know that Stella did add a layer, so
She did.
She
yeah,
was getting affected by that, and I think I even saw Stephanie Rosebaugh, F4. She had added a layer, so some people are starting to feel the cooler temps.
I'm going to guess with Sierra sitting, she's going to put her jacket on too. So let's.
Okay.
I'd put money on that Sierra's going to have a jacket on when we see her next.
Do we know which color?
I think it's going to be a black. Black. She has a black Mountain Coast jacket.
There you go. All right.
I have inside knowledge. And I just looked this up. I wasn't sure this USATF race that we're watching, but this is the track and field 100-mile road championship. So not only is there the prize purse, but you also can have the bragging rights of the USA Track and Field Championship. So there's always that. So again, we have Raj, Jonah, and third male is
so actually Cody there's been movement again.
Okay.
So Raj still holding tight at 77.8, but M2, Cody just passed Jonah. So Cody Poskin 69.6, and Jonah is at that same loop, but got passed. It's showing. Nathan Brown holding on to M4, 67.2. M5, Braden Regau, 63.7. And Mark Marzin at 60.2.
I mean, Cody's latest PR, and we mentioned this earlier, he's from Missouri. He just ran Leadville in 1928.
That
which
was
is
his first 100 as well.
It's really impressive. So
believe.
he's moving really well on this course. So maybe him and Jonah are going to duke it out a little bit more, though. So we'll see if Jonah responds or if that just keeps him moving fast. On screen, though, we have our F1, Stella. She's moved to that jacket now, so we see folks putting on some jackets as the direct sunlight has now gone down. So now they're in the shadow.
I do have to correct myself. So Cody actually so Leadville was his second.
Okay.
Mid-State Massive Ultra was his first 100-miler.
Still impressive.
Still impressive. Just had to correct us.
Stella's moving really, really well.
Very smooth as well.
Super
yeah.
smooth. I know Jake mentioned that she's like one of the most consistent, and we're seeing that play out right here. She, the way that she's fueling is very efficient. It looks like she's getting in and out, not having to do much stoppage time. And that all adds up. It all helps. Especially when you move that well. This is like an 850 pace or 840 pace. Her splits, so she's just consistent.
Yeah, average pace 8:59. Holding tight at 60.2 miles. Great aerial shot. If you guys can hear, there are a lot of birds at this lake. Beautiful view, but we got some commentators in the backdrop. Yeah, Stella's moving fantastic.
Love hearing the shout outs. Cody's getting some love in our chat. Nathan's getting some love. Jonah's getting some love. Let's go, guys. That men's field.
I think I just saw Stephanie walking. She was in the corner right when it went to the screen.
Okay. And there goes Raj is passing us.
Yep. So F4.
And she was wearing a jacket as well.
There
So
you
we're
go.
seeing a lot of people start popping on jackets. Not heavy looking ones, but like a shell or something.
I will say. It is getting pretty cool out.
It is.
I've added all the layers that I brought. I have more layers in the car.
We're waving. One of our friends are popping in. Shout out, Bria.
Thank you. Thank you for the shout.
On screen, we're looking at Stella, and she's just cruising right now. She's our F1. We're getting some intel about Sierra, though, who's F2. She just had to take a little bit longer of a pit stop. It sounds like she was getting some food down. She's doing well, though. Is she doing well? I'm getting some head nods that Sierra's doing well, just getting some food down. So it's going to be a good race, everyone. Love it when we get insight from the crew. So if anybody's crew and they want to come talk to us in the red tent, you can come by. We like guests. Yes.
We do like guests.
We love it hearing people sending the love to their runners. Cody and Nathan. Yeah, Nathan just crushed Coldwater a few weeks back. It's
Yep,
awesome.
first male, it was sub 16. It was a 1550, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yep. And then Cody's bringing his Leadville legs to the flat course. He's also doing great. Like to see those guys. We'll see how this plays out. Raj, if you're just tuning in, is leading the men's field. He has been on American record 100-mile pace today. I'm just going to review this just because it's a cool stat. The American record is by Zach Bitter at 11 hours, 19 minutes, and that's a 6:48 pace. So Raj has been tracking very closely to that. And in the words of Zach, he needs to hold tight on those splits. And when Zach broke the record, it sounded like he did it with a negative 50-mile split, so he was slightly faster in his back 50, just slightly, which is super impressive because you got to have the legs.
You do have to have the legs for that.
And you have to do everything right. All the drinking, eating, pacing, cooling, crewing.
Well, and it sounds like that was just that momentary break that Sierra had. Our friend Bria, one of her crew, just came by and said she didn't like what she was eating and switched to some other gels and ate it all up very quickly, and she's on the go again.
We're getting some intel from the comments about Cody trying liquid nutrition, liquid calories. So he's trying nutrition plans to get more calories, and we're in the age of this might be the age of the high calorie is like super popular. Like
it has definitely made a huge growth in this past year. You know, that we've kind of gone more in depth with that and just finding out like how many calories, not just calories, but calories and carbs and the differences it makes once you up that.
Yeah, I know. I think David Roach and other popular elite runners, they're bringing in higher calories, like 100 carbs an hour type of numbers, which is just higher than I think we're used to seeing. So anyways, Cody, keep doing it. It looks, whatever he's doing today must be working because he just moved into second place. He's doing great. He's looking really solid out there.
Well, and it looks like from the feed that Cody has improved since his Grand Canyon R3 run. Apparently he had done it with just 3 boxes of raisins. So we'll have to hear more about that. That's quite a distance to just go off of some raisins.
Jonah's getting some love from Boston. Let's go, Jonah. He's been really solid today. He's in third right now, but he's close. I think him and Cody are duking it out. So I'm kind of curious to see if Jonah will surge back or.
Right. It's pretty close on M2, M3, and then F1 and F2.
Jonah's won this race, though. Like, he knows exactly how to push, when to, he knows this race.
He has the experience. He's done this 4 times.
Oh my goodness. We're getting into calorie carb talk in the chat, which I love. Thank you all for nerding out with us. But apparently Roach did 190 grams per hour. That's wild. I didn't know that.
That's very impressive.
I just remember saying he was like slurping it. But that's wild.
Well, I don't know if you've watched his Road to States, and he's doing gut testing with that. He's doing his runs and then just filling his gut and still going out for a run, which is what you do when you're like crunched on time and you got to get in and out refueled. You're like assaulting your gut to a degree and then running on it. So it's good practice, not just on race day.
Well, you have to be kind of ready. Well, it's kind of funny. As an ultra runner, you have to be ready physically. Your feet have to be ready. Your legs have to be ready. Your lungs, your cardiovascular system, but your stomach. It's a funny aspect of ultra running that we have to practice eating. Here comes Sierra.
It's an eating contest.
She's looking good.
She looks concentrated.
She looks focused. And
yeah.
I lose the bet. She was not wearing a jacket.
We should have put money on it.
We should have put money. Red.
I thought it was black. It is an eating contest, though. 100%. Most time people are slowing down or having some kind of major issue. It's usually, most times, it's the gut. The gut rebelling, from not taking in enough or taking in too much, or the electrolytes, things like that.
Yeah, there's how your gut responds, but it's also just having been in an ultra when your blood sugar drops and your mood drops.
Oh.
It's such a funny low. Like, you're like, maybe I'm not very good at running because and then somebody hands you a Pop-Tart or somebody hands you a gel and you eat the thing and then you think, oh, I was just hungry. Never mind.
It was just a hangry moment, or you just have these amazing lows and you just take in some calories. Like the quickest rebound I feel like I've had before with just like taking in anything, it's like a Coke. Like a Coca-Cola. Like you just drink something like that and it's like, oh, I was just crying a second ago.
Yes.
Now I feel like I'm like powered up. Let's do this.
It's true. It's true. On the flyover cam, we're looking at our female one. This is Stella.
Stella Springer. Yeah.
We got intel. She was wearing a blue USA. And we got a little tricked when she moved into first place because she put a jacket on, so that kind of confused us.
Incognito.
But now we know.
Yes, she's recognized. We recognize her. And we thought Sierra was going to add a layer, but she's from Michigan. She can also handle, it's not too cold yet, and she's used to the early morning runs where it's pretty dang cold here, well, for our standards. We totally understand people who run in the snow. We're not running in the snow here, but it's cold for us.
Yeah.
What would you say, 30s?
30 degrees is the coldest. There goes Raj. Is the coldest we really get, and I know for people elsewhere that's nothing. You're like, that's a nice day. For us, that's our bitter cold. Okay, we're just getting intel that Raj's latest loop was 20 seconds quicker. So I think he's back on his American record pace. I think his last loop was maybe slightly slower. So he's moving. The man is moving.
He's moving. Yeah, let's do another refresh.
We're going to do a check-in here.
All right, so M1, Raj, 80.1. So average pace, 6:57 as far as that. M2, Cody is holding on to M2 position at 70.7. So he's 10 miles behind Raj right now. But Jonah's not too far back. So Jonah's M3 at 69.6. M4, Nathan Brown, he's at 68.4. And then M5, Braden Regau at 64.9. And then we have been seeing Stella. She's still on the screen now, wearing that gray windbreaker. So Stella Springer, she's at 61.4. Sierra DeGroff, she's F2. She's on that same loop, so 61.4, just slightly behind. F3 is Erin Carrara, 56.7. F4, Stephanie Rosebaugh, 55.5, and F5 is Leanne Rive at 50.8. But we can see Stella. She's moving smooth. She looks like she is just cruising.
Mm-hmm.
There goes with that consistency. And definitely the sun is setting. You're starting to get these like beautiful sky colors. The purples and blues are coming out, and the course is well lit. So on their course, they shouldn't have to wear a headlamp, I don't believe.
I don't believe so. They've got those lamps we see. So they got sidewalk lamps, like street lamps. But then there's a couple places, like there's a little dirt section. And I think they set up, if it's not lit enough, they sometimes put an extra light in the back corner.
Okay.
So
they try to make it so they don't have to wear a
I don't
headlamp.
think they do.
If
here goes Cody. He's dropped his sunglasses. Oh, he gave us a look.
He
heard his name. He's with it, everyone. He's alert. He's
So
moving well.
there's a couple of back and forths as far as David Roach's how many grams of carbs an hour, and so people are kind of saying like 120 to 140, so 131 average. It was saying actually 131 grams an hour average on a 22-mile run with 3,800 feet of climbing. I would say for myself, I've definitely been trying to take in more carbs, like after all of these newer developments than what I had been before.
Yeah. I think it's like that old running thing, like don't try something new on race day.
Which
So-
we do.
Which we all do. You're like, these are new shoes, no problem.
Oh, yeah.
But practicing the eating thing is always, practicing eating more carbs an hour or something. It's always a good thing. So I know just living and training with Sierra, she's been practicing eating a lot more with training runs.
Right.
It's been something she's been incorporating the last year to eat the fuel that she's going to race with, which, sounds obvious, but sometimes you don't do it because you're like, this is so expensive, or like
I gotta save it for the race.
Or sometimes I'm like, I don't want to eat sugar on the run. I want to eat something sugary after the run. So,
Well, there's some talk about Pop-Tarts,
right. Maybe that's what
Yeah.
I did. I'll totally go away from mainstream nutrition and just go to Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tart, if you're listening, Joe Boucher would like a sponsorship.
Yeah, come on, Kellogg.
It has to have the frosting, though. You can't go without the frosting. Then
Right.
it's just bland. My own preference.
Have you ever had the bland ones with just butter on top? That's pretty good. It's not as good as the frosting, though.
That's the Pop-Tart or
Yeah,
another?
there's like a bland Pop-Tart. Have you guys ever had that? And you
Oh.
put butter on top. It's okay.
I've never done that. I'd never buy the bland ones.
Don't buy the bland ones. Get the frosted ones.
Yeah, you got. Have you had the s'more? The
I have,
s'more one
yeah.
is pretty dang good.
Yeah, it's good.
S'more for the win. Look at the lake.
Oh,
Look at those
we got a
beautiful
team
colors.
team unfrosted Pop-Tarts. Oh, and team Uncrustables. Loving
There
the
you
food
go.
talk, everyone. As runners,
This is Ultra Talk.
as outside people, we like our snacks. All right, we have our F1. She's going to be passing us here in just a moment in the booth, and she's
Moving smooth.
moving great.
I do wish I was not allergic to nut products, because the Uncrustables seems like such a major win for so many runners, for you guys, and I cannot touch them.
I always
Sad face.
forget. Maya, I'm glad your safety isn't in my hands, because I always forget that you're allergic to nuts. So we'll be at an ultra race and I'll be like, here, have a
Here,
peanut
eat
butter and jelly.
nuts.
And you're like, don't kill me.
That's death.
All right.
All right.
Here's our
There you go.
start finish line.
Jonah Backstrom, he just passed us. You'll be seeing him in the screen in just a moment. And then Stephanie Rosebud just passed us as well.
Oh, we're getting other race updates. Kiwi Jones looks like he just got a course record in the Tarawara 100K.
Course record. Amazing. I feel your pain, Christian Fitzpatrick. My mom forgets I'm allergic to nuts and tries to kill me every year.
At holidays.
Usually Thanksgiving. Just
If you're tuning in or just repeating information, we're at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada, just in the Las Vegas area. This is the Jackpot Ultras. It's Friday, the first day of 3 days of Ultras kicking off, and this is our USATF short course that we're following, at least, is more closely. But we also have a 48-hour race, and we have 24-hour and 12-hour and 6-hour races all happening this weekend. So
50 mile,
50
100K.
mile, yes,
So
yes.
100K is a new distance. Mount to Coast is the sponsor for this event, as well as they had just been the sponsor for across the years.
They're putting on this 100K series, so I think it's a group of different 100K distance that Mount to Coast is putting on. So several new 100Ks out there.
Yeah. It's a fun distance. It's just slightly longer, than the 50 mile, which I do enjoy, but then you're not going into the night like a 100 miler.
Oh, here comes Sierra on screen.
Sierra and Raj.
She's going to be passing us here in a moment, and I took the splits. Here she goes. Go, Sierra! And so she's 2 minutes, 30 seconds behind Stella.
There
so
you go. Okay.
They're close. They're right there in
Less than 3 minutes, too.
less than 3 minutes. It's a race.
2:27. It is a race.
Well, it's still early. I guess we still have
Right.
just a few miles. What was his split? Yeah.
I didn't even see him until the finish.
Oh, okay.
And it was 8:47, so he's
Okay.
going down.
Okay, we're hearing that Raj is his split is even a few seconds quicker this last one, so he's picking it up. It seems like
He's going for that negative split.
yeah,
He knows that he's close.
He's locking into what he needs,
Right.
probably. He does have the same crew chief that he had last year, and I know that they take manual splits and they're tracking it real closely. So he's a man on a mission.
Right. And I heard Chris saying that he is definitely like a numbers racer. He's paying close attention to all of this, Raj. On that note, Raj is at, M1, he is at 80.1.
What?
He's at 80.
How does this happen?
He's got less than 20 miles. 80.1, M2, Cody Poskin, 71.9, Jonah Backstrom, 70.7, M4, Nathan Brown, 69.6, M5, Braden Regau, 66. And then, actually, let's update this again. So, it's actually now saying Sierra is F1.
Okay.
So Stella must have had a stop at some point, but Sierra DeGroff, F1. So she is at a little bit past the 100K mark. She's at 62.5. F2, Stella Springer, she's 61.4. F3, Erin Carrara, 56.7. F4, Stephanie Rosebaugh, 56.7.
All right.
And then it just updated again. So now actually Raj is at 81.3.
Let's go, Raj. Send him the good energy, everyone. Send him the vibes.
61.3. Yeah, still average pace is a 6:58.
Stella's getting some love in the chat.
Oh,
Cody's getting some love. Let's go, guys.
I love it. Somebody just got, so Andrew Cook, he just ran his 10K personal best listening to the stream.
Let's go.
That's awesome. Nicole Sandford, yay Cody, we're cheering for you from freezing Seattle. We
Cold
can't wait.
Seattle.
We can't wait to have you back for a run. STL would be Seattle, yeah.
Or is that St. Louis?
St. Louis? STL? Sorry.
Midwest. Yes, we need Matt. We need all the good energy here. On screen right here is one of our 80-year-old fellas. Let's see if I can catch his bib number. Orange or blue shorts. I think I've got the shorts. Blue shorts. I think that's Ed. He's from Park Rapids, Minnesota. He's 85 years old. Oh, there comes Raj. Back on screen.
Rolling.
I noticed his hands. He had his palms open a little bit, a little different than I've noticed. So maybe he's trying to open up his stride a little bit. I don't know how you relax, but he's doing something slightly different with his hand. Go blue shorts, Ed.
The night race, the 6-hour and the 12-hour, they're actually going to be starting soon. They have a 6 p.m. race start. So 30 more minutes, and then we're going to see more runners out tonight.
We're looking on screen. We have Sierra. She's moving.
And then there is Stephanie Rosebaugh right there.
In the black jacket.
Mm-hmm.
And
there is Stella.
I'm all kind of confused on the order now.
I think timing must be messed up.
Okay.
So I think Sierra must have been a lap ahead of her.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah.
Because on timing here, it's showing that.
Gotcha.
That Sierra's ahead.
Sierra ahead by 1.1.
So maybe she was okay. So
I don't know though.
we have a hypothesis that Sierra might have been ahead of Stella, but then Stella might so we're a little bit confused. So we're gonna just visually tell you who we see first,
Right.
and then we'll have to double check with the timing team.
We'll just keep refreshing and follow up.
We'll incessantly refresh.
It's as far as what is showing is currently F1 Sierra DeGroff 62.5, F2 Stella Springer 61.4. But we will keep you guys updated. Here we see Raj. $81.3. There's multiple timing mats. I believe there's 3 on the course. And then just kind of looking overall, there looks like there's been 5 drops as of yet. So there's still 28 people in, but 5 people have dropped. That was a while ago. Yeah.
It's starting to cool off though. Like here sitting in the booth, we're definitely now in the shade and we have our coats on. And our hands are in our pockets now.
Yeah, it's getting
so
a
it's
little
cooled off.
chilly. Getting a little chilly.
We're seeing some runners throw on little shells jackets, but not everyone. Raj still has his singlet. Sierra's still in her white
It's that
shirt.
Michigan blood.
Oh, she just did a time check. She's looking good.
You know, when you're moving consistent like that, you sometimes just don't need that extra layer because then you'll start to overheat.
Right.
Like if she's feeling good, if anything, you know, her hands get cold, she may just add the gloves.
Sometimes there's that weird temperature outside where it's cold and then you put a jacket on and then you start sweating and then you take it off and then you're cold again.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But still warm enough to just wear short sleeves. There's the overview of our little tent city here.
Yep, that's where we are, and you're about to see Stella. We are commentating from that red mountain outpost tent. Stella's heading
up to the start finish. That should be her. Wow, look at how much darker it is, everyone. That happened so fast.
And then nighttime. We got a comment from Silver Horton. Ed Rousseau is actually 50 years older than he is and kicked his booty at his first ultra. Go Ed Rousseau. Great job, Silver Horton, though.
Raj just passed us, so he's going to be coming through the start-finish shot here in just a moment. 8:45 loop time, so he's still just right in his same zone. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. This
Yeah.
is Joe and Maya. We're just adding some fun commentary on top of the Jackpot Ultras. We have Raj leading the race, still in range of the American record. We have Stella and Sierra kind of first and second, very close.
Very
leading.
close.
We're a little bit actually not sure who's leading the race. I think Stella might be visually, but we're not sure if Sierra was a loop ahead. So they're really close to each other. But in the next 25 minutes, we're going to kick off a new race distance, a 12-hour race starting at 6 p.m. So
Right. The 12-hour and the 6-hour.
12-hour and 6-hour, that's right. And so we'll see the sidewalks get a little bit more crowded here in just a moment.
You see Raj just handed off probably his bottle?
Yeah,
Handed off something to his crew, and he did not slow down for any of that. Man on a mission.
Look at him split right through those people. He's like, perfect distance. Raj is still just cruising though. He is making this look way too easy.
Yeah, very effortless. Oh, he's touching the handrail. That must be the handrail of the bridge.
Okay.
There you go.
That's his like high five every loop. He touches the bridge handrail, and then in the far corner he also touches the flag.
The things that we noticed, yep.
Hey, when you tune in to watch an ultra marathon,
You know, there's not a... We're seeing Sierra just past our tent. She's looking amazing. There's the other corner that's on the south side that there's no camera. So I wonder if on that corner he potentially has a touching point. Yeah, Raj, M1, 82.4. Cody Poskin, M2, 73.1. M3, Jonah Backstrom, 70.7. Nathan Brown, 70.7. Braden Regau, M5, 67.2. And then just refreshing again. Let's see. F1, Sierra DeGroff, 62.5. Stella Springer, 61.4. So still very close. F3, Aaron Carrara, 56.7. And then on the same loop is Stephanie Rosebaugh for F4, 56.7. And so we're kind of seeing now that they don't need the headlamps. So no head torches required. You can see that the lighting looks more than efficient to see where they're going. At least on this section. We'll continue to watch on the aerial view.
we see Raj really kind of hugging the corners of the sidewalks, trying to reduce any extra steps.
Right.
No extra distance.
It does make a difference at the end, though. Oh, there he touched the...
He high-fived the flags.
It continues. The moving smooth.
How far are our 48-hour runners? What distance do we have in?
Let's go check up on
farther
them.
race?
So 48-hour, it's a overall right now is F1. So Heather Goddard, she's been holding on to the overall and the F1. She's at 50.8. F2, Regina Pierce, she's at 43.9. F3, Amy Maurer, 41.6. F4, Stephanie Robinson, 41.6. And F5, Gina Grimm at 41.6. So those last 3, 4, and 5, they're on the same loop.
So our 48-hour, again, they have a group that are pushing miles together.
You're doing the same loop.
That's awesome.
They don't have as many restrictions, though, like the USATF, because there's just so much more with that than, no music. You're kind of talking about, there's even the stack height on the shoes, very specific.
Yeah, and then I think because they're going for it's the 100-mile championship, so they're just trying to keep them to a certain standard. But there's other distances that, don't have, like, you don't have to be a USA track and field member.
Yeah.
You can do the 100-mile short course. We're getting some questions in the chat, though, about Jackpot Ultras. What is it all about? So just for those just tuning in, we're coming from Las Vegas, Nevada, on the east side of town, Henderson, Nevada, and we're at Cornerstone Park. It's a 1.17 mile loop. Mostly it's concrete, a little bit of dirt in the corner.
Right.
And it's a 3-day ultra festival of sorts. Maya, tell us about it, because I've actually never officially run this race. What is it like to run a Jackpot race?
Right. It's been going on for many years now. Ken Roble was the original RD. I'm not Air Vipa's owned it for a couple years now, but it's always been the fixed distance and the fixed time. I've just done the shortest, which is the 6 hour, but it's a fun event. There's a Railroad Lake, which is the lake that we continue to loop around. That's right in the center. There's geese and birds that I'm sure you guys can hear in the background. And as far as like crew and pacers, people that are here to support, there's tons of options for food. So if you're doing the long haul, there's lots of options for food around here. But yeah, we're just in Henderson, Nevada. It's another city that's right next to Las Vegas. Pretty easy access, probably only 10-15 minutes from the airport. So, and then plenty of lodging options as well. And then the USATF winners, they actually do win some money, the first, second, and third. So they're in the city of gambling. They can just gamble it here right after they win it.
You could take the money, but you could bet it too.
You could bet it all. They may want to hold on to it, though. They did have to run 100 miles for it.
That would be kind of tragic. You run a super fast 100-mile race, and then you lose it in 3 seconds. Yes, we have a lot of geese. I think because it's getting dark, they're all settling down for the night. So, but
yeah, there's a lot of geese. But yeah, they have multiple events. Races start today, Friday, and then continue on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday is a bit limited. There is the last is a 6-hour event, but tomorrow morning we're gonna have a 24-hour, 12-hour, 6-hour, 100-mile, 50-mile, 100K starts. So they all start at various times, and then there's also even night hour starts. The 6 and 12 also have an 8 p.m. start. And then just 17 minutes from now, we just saw Raj past our tent. He's heading up to the finish. You can see his beautiful stride. 8:56 on that loop.
So just slightly slower than previous loops, but not much. Like we're talking 5 to 10 seconds difference. Question. So there's actually, I think, 3 races officially going right now. But we're about to start 2 more, so I think there'll be 5 races going today.
There's 3 races already happening right now. So they have the 100-mile, and then they have the 100-mile USATF and the 48-hour. And then in 16 minutes, so starting at 6 p.m., you have the first of the 6 and the 12-hour.
So we're about to see a lot more people on screen or on the sidewalks with our 6-hour group and our 12-hour fixed time group venturing into the night to run an ultra.
It's interesting to choose the night hours. It is a good idea maybe if you've never ran at night. You're prepping for your first 100-mile race. So, yeah, that's something interesting to see, like how you're going to fare when usually you're settling down for the evening.
I think this would be a fantastic way to prep, because sometimes if you don't have experience running at night, it's a little overwhelming to run an ultra and have to do the night part.
Right.
So this you could sort of section this part off if you just did 6 hours starting at night.
Exactly.
And then you have friends around you. You're not by yourself. So it's a good way to kind of break the ice.
I know some people are nervous about the night hours too.
It is a thing
and so it is a controlled environment. You're in the middle of the city. There's a ton of people. It's well lit. You can see sections of the course. Even on the other side of the lake, you can see the lights. So it's kind of nice that you don't have to require a headlamp or a waist belt or anything like that. Those geese are very talkative. All right.
I just took a quick peek to see if you can see downtown, the strip, and everything. You can't, or at least from my view, I can't see it. But we're very close to the Las Vegas Strip. Like it would be like a 15-minute probably Uber from Cornerstone to get
not far
to the activity of Las Vegas. The new Sphere. Maya, have you gone to the Las Vegas Sphere yet?
I actually haven't.
I have not.
I've seen it from afar, but I have not gone to it. The closest I got to seeing it was at seeing my financial advisor in the business center, and I'm trying to pay attention to him talk to me about my finances, and there's a Sphere with the yellow face, and he's looking around and everything, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is such a distraction. How does anybody get any work done?
I think there'd be just car crashes all over the place from people staring at the Sphere. But in our chat, we have some jester sightings. So the fella that's wearing the checkered color green suit with the full jester hat, that's Ed, and he is a
legend.
He's a legend. He's approaching his 300th 100-mile event finish. So I think he's at 295-ish, and he said, he mentioned he might get a couple hundreds this weekend. So he's very strong, and he's good at doing multiple 100-miler days, events back to back. So
he's currently at 45 miles, so he's almost at the halfway mark for today. And then somebody had a comment. So Jan Rice, she made a comment at Nardini. I do the 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. because of the Arizona heat. That makes sense. Well, and also you guys were you and Sierra were at Hotfoot Hamster. Wasn't it high 90s or triple digit?
It was triple digit. So we did well. So Sierra wanted, because of bad water preparation, she wanted the daytime. So we did the daytime, and it was triple digits, 100 degrees the whole, most of the race. But Jan, I think that's really smart though. To if you're in Phoenix area, or you're going to Phoenix for Nardinia race, take that nighttime loop. Those are fun.
Yeah, if you're not heat training and you want to get in the hours, the time on feet, that's a great way of doing it.
Okay, I see in the chat we have some questions about Dakota. Just an update. So he actually dropped. He was running with Raj at American record pace for the first third. So about, was it 36, or it was in the 30s? It was
36. So Dakota. You're talking about Dakota Jones. I'm so sorry. I was looking at 49.7.
49. So he actually stayed in the race to 49, and he ended up dropping. So we didn't get any confirmation of any reason for the drop, but it did look like after about a third, so after in the 30s, it seemed like he slowed down off the American record pace, and then I think he did end up dropping. But it was really cool to see him out there. I was on the bike cam riding behind him and Raj, and he looked like he was really smooth. He is such a strong ultra runner in the mountains. Like, if you look at his ultra sign up, he might have done other big races, but the one on his sign up is CCC, so in Mont Blanc, and that's a huge international race, and he crushes it out there. So it's cool to have like world-class mountain runners like Dakota come out to a flat, fast course like this.
Right. Strong competitor. You know, not every day will play out the way you want it to.
Yeah, and also on the DNF side, Devon Yanko also dropped. Kind of a similar story in the sense of we don't really know why she dropped. It didn't look like anything, like no visible pain. She was talking with other runners. She did a few other additional laps, I think, after she decided to drop. I saw that she tried on some Mount Dakota shoes and did some shoe demoing. But yeah, ultra marathons are weird, and especially one that's flat and fast like this.
You just don't know. Day of, you know. Just an update again. So, just refreshing. Stella Springer, F1. So she is now, Stella Springer has taken the lead, 64.9. It's showing. F2 is Sierra DeGraff at 63.7. F2, Sierra DeGraff. F3 is Stephanie Rosebaugh at 57.9. F4, Erin Carrera, 56.7. And then F5, Leanne Rive at 53.2. So we've seen a flip again. So Stella is in the lead at 64.9. It's showing 1 mile, 1.2 miles ahead.
She's very, very consistent. Stella, Jake in our chat said that earlier. He's one of the most consistent runners he knows, and it's playing out that she's just keeping it going. Same pace, same fueling. We can't see the fueling always, but we hear that her crew is legendary from Southern California, so shout out to that team and group of runners. Raj just passed us.
Raj just passed us again. He's looking amazing.
He actually is looking better than the last loop. Here he comes through the start finish. Oh, he's giving a wave. Same split. Okay. So he's maintaining. Seems promising.
We'll let the tracker update.
There he's going down pit row, and Sierra's passing our tent as well, so she'll be crossing start finishes and going down pit row as well here. She's just trailing Stella loop for loop now.
She's close. She's still really close.
You know, and it's gonna like everyone's nutrition strategy and pacing, how it starts to play out. And
well, right. Did they play it smart early on? You know, is this everything that they've been doing sustainable for this second half? You know, Raj is pretty close to being done though. Like so I'm up refreshing again. It's still reading 83.6.
It's wild. I can't believe it.
He is getting close. So, as of right now, at 9 hours and 54 minutes have passed since the race has started. Raj is holding a 6:59 pace. Cody Poskin, who's second male, is holding a 7:50 pace. Stella's holding a 8:56 pace, and Sierra a 9:09.
And we're about 5 minutes away from the start of the 6-hour and 12-hour race, so we're going to see a nice surge of new runners joining the course.
Yeah, it's going to be starting pretty soon. Hopefully they have a pretty good view. It looks like we do of the race start for the 6 hour and the 12 hour.
And I think that they line them up right in this main course, right? The other 100-mile course started slightly off the main course just to get that perfect 100 miles.
Okay.
But I think this one starts right at that start finish. But we'll see.
Well, and I believe it was only the USATF that had to do that extra half mile also.
And that's John, the race director that we're looking at on screen. So he's getting the mic out, probably getting everyone
Getting warmed up.
lined up, ready to go.
He's like, where is everybody?
John's going to get everyone going. We got to make sure the microphone's working though. Oh, there he goes. We hear him in the background. Okay.
There's Erin Carrara.
She's moving great.
Yeah, she looks good. That was, I believe...
That's our F4?
F4. Yeah, and just to refresh, Roz is at 84.8. And then just you're going to be seeing at the finish line passing through soon.
That's
Stella.
Stella, our F1. She did put she's the first person with a headlamp on so far.
You know, it does look a bit dark on the
That
south
back
end.
corner's not lit right now, so
maybe they do need a headlamp.
Yeah, so you could probably do it without, but I could definitely see wanting the headlamp just to, as you fatigue, you want to make sure you don't have any messed up.
Visual of pit row. Is that...
That's Stella with that headlamp coming through.
Okay.
She's our first with the light. Man, she looks so smooth.
And then to the left over there is where Jonah has his table set up, I believe.
Do we have anyone in the chat from Southern California? Do you all know Stella? Give her some love in the chat. She's looking really strong.
Oh, there's Mike. He's added a layer. I'm not sure which event that they're on. Oh,
So we're looking, that dark screen is actually the south corner of the loop. So you can kind of see that there's a few lights, very light lighting off to the right. Oh, and this long strip of lights, that's the north side of the course. So it's mostly lit.
Right. It's just more...
95%, I would say, is lit with lights.
Just the south side
there's
is
just that little
bit
corner
dark.
that looks a little dark.
We'll see if more people deem it worthy to put a headlamp on. Do you remember if Raj had a headlamp on last year? I don't think he did.
No, he never put one on. I think somebody joked that he didn't even pack one. Jake saying he's betting Raj is counting down every single digit of the lap.
He's getting closer.
He looks focused.
So you want to read the records again?
Sure, yeah. For those tuning in, just Raj, our male front runner, is chasing down the American record, which is currently set by Zach Bitter at 11 hours 19 minutes, which is a 6:48 pace. The female record is by Camille Heron at 12:42, and that's a 7:38. So Raj is trying to break a record here. He got some encouragement from Zach in our comments earlier, which was cool. And Zach was saying he needs to stay on his splits. And when Zach broke the American record, he had a slight negative. So his 50-mile split, he was 2 minutes negative in his back 50, I think, is what Zach put down for us. So anyways, it will be a nail biter. We're going to see what happens. Oh, and there's the runners.
There is the 6 hour
Our
and
6
12
hour,
hour.
12 hours are starting. So these guys are going to have a few more bodies on course, but I bet that will be nice to have that energy.
Yeah,
fresh
absolutely.
folks.
I saw some familiar faces as well. Some of our locals. There's Stephanie Rosebaugh, F4.
I'm seeing a lot of people start out with jackets, so starting warm, bundled up.
Quite a number of packs as well. I wonder if once they do a loop and realize it's a 2-mile loop, they'll drop it. Unless they're training for something else, they want the weight.
And if you're cold, the vest is also a little warm.
It is an extra layer. Yeah, so that is the start of the 6 and the 12 hour. So everybody has started for Valentine's Day. Here comes Raj.
Oh, this is a nice lit shot of Raj coming
Great
up to our
shot.
start finish.
You can see Ed Eddinghausen in the back.
So for the 6 and 12 hour races that just started, so they're a fixed time. So there's no set distance. So it is truly how far can you go? So those 6 hour folks, they will be done in 6 hours. If they go really far or if they go however far they want to go. So
Right, yeah, the 6 hour, so they're done at midnight. Easy math on that one, 12 hour, they'll be done at 6 a.m. And then it's actually the early starts is 6 a.m. tomorrow for the 100-miler, the early start people. The rest of them are starting between like 8 and 8:30, I believe. 8 seconds faster.
we're hearing that Raj was about 8 seconds faster in this last split, so he's moving good. Jake, the fixed time events, they're funny. One time, Pete Gosselneck was telling me, he's like, if you're sitting, you are progressing in the race as much as if you're running, which is kind of a funny thought. That even when you stop, the race is still moving you forward.
So Dora's asking how they measure the distances. So you have to go with the official with the timing mat. Doesn't matter what your watch says, because you could have added some extra mileage going to the bathroom, whatever. It's what the timing mat says. So even though you may have gone, say, to 50 miles, it goes with what is official. And then it's still kind of, so Raj is just updated again. Raj is at 86 miles. M1, Raj, 86 miles. M2, Cody Paskin at 76.6. M3, Nathan Brown, 73.1. M4, Jonah Backstrom, 70.7. And then M5, Braden Regau at 69.6. Stella, she's holding on to F1. She's at 66. F2, Sierra DeGraff at 64.9. F3, Erin Carrara at 60.2. F4, Stephanie Rosebaugh at 59. And then F5, Leanne Rife at 54.3.
Thank you, Maya. We're also getting questions in the chat about the timing mats and timing just generally. You can go to live.airviperrunning.com. It's pinned in our chat. Like all timing, sometimes there's some delays as well. So if what we're commenting is not matching up exactly, sometimes there's some delays. Also, sometimes the timing team has to update something because but the runners are in their bibs, their numbers on their person when they run over those timing mats, and yes, there are multiple timing mats on course. So when they run over those mats, there's one at the start finish, and there's one on the back side of the course that they have to run through, and that should log in their times. So the race is all about making. It's based on those timing mats. Your watch,
Right.
even if your watch says you ran an extra, 2 miles, there's no extra rewards for that.
You get nothing extra for that.
No, just some
Yeah.
laughs from your friends.
At across the years, last year I was in the last person standing, and my watch had me at 142 miles, but that also added all of the bathroom back and forth and aid station and what have you. So the timing mat had my finish at 136, I believe. So, but my watch, I still go with that as my
Personal
longest,
distance.
my personal distance PR. So.
I would count that.
I would count them. That's what the watch says.
I see another runner with a headlamp on, so we're starting to see folks opt for some headlamps as they kind of transition to their night running mode or night ops.
Yeah, it looks well lit for the most part. It's just on that south side. From our point of view, you can see some headlamps in that section, but for the most part, everywhere else looks pretty well lit. Yeah, if I see the 103.1, you gotta, if it's on your watch, you can totally count it, but you're not done until the timing mat says you're at 100.
Don't stop the race
Yeah.
until you cross the finish line.
Well, when was it? 2 years ago, I did the 100-miler there, and I lost track.
And across the years?
Yeah, because I did the 100-miler 2 years ago, I believe, 2-3 years ago, and my watch said I was at 102 or 100 and something, and they're like, no, you have to do one more, because I thought I was done because I didn't look at their screen, and so I ended up with I think you're right, it was 103. I was not done.
We just had Nathan Brown pass through by us. He's looking really strong. Yeah, I think actually maybe the transition to nighttime, slightly cooler. Some runners are gonna like that change
Yeah.
of temps.
Nathan
And
Brown, he's M3.
That's a change.
It is a change. So, Raj 86 miles, Cody Poskin at 76.6, and Nathan Brown, M3, he's at 73.1. So he's new this year with the expansion of the Aravaipa going into California. They now have a couple new races.
So he's part of the race team now.
He's part of the race team now.
And he raced out at Coldwater. Right? A fantastic time.
Yeah, he came in first overall, just shy of 16 hours, 15 hours, 15 minutes. So he did an amazing job with that. And then as far as the trackers going, we just keep hitting refresh. It's kind of going with Stella in the front, and it had me just a moment ago that they were at the same mile, but I hit refresh again, and so Stella's at F1 still at 67.2. Oh, we saw our friend John Music. He's wearing the cowboy hat. He's another local that's going to be training for Coco. I'm going to have to be hitting him up and doing some training runs together. I wonder how heavy his pack is he's wearing right now.
Some Codona warm up at Jackpot.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm becoming very familiar with the 10-pound weighted vest. I've been doing shorter. I work 12-hour shifts. I'm a trauma nurse. So I wake up at 4 a.m. and I hit my treadmill, and I've been doing these 10% inclines with the 10-pound weighted vest. And so I've been working on that and the speed on the power hikes, because it's a good power hike day, practicing, trying to get faster with that, with the weight.
All right. That's awesome.
New incorporation.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I just spotted some nice heart-shaped running gear out on course.
Oh.
And here comes Raj.
comes Raj
Maybe
again.
he's our Valentine today.
Raj is my Valentine.
Yeah. Here he is.
We're sending some love to Raj as he's chasing the American record here.
That was a 9-minute split.
A 9-minute split.
Wow.
Okay, so we're trying to track just manually his splits, just slightly, maybe 10 seconds slower this last loop. But
He's still moving strong, though.
he's still got it.
Rajing it out.
Best hair in the game.
The jackpot 2 years ago for the USATF, the Sierra was also, well, she's been part of it the last couple of years, but when I was on air, I guess it was last year, I was on air with Chris Warden, and we were talking about best hair game.
Mm-hmm.
And Sierra was like, well, who had the best hair? And I was like, oh, Raj. And she's like, even for the girls? And I was like, oh, ooh.
That's funny.
I think I may, kind of tough. Because she had pretty amazing extensions going on. And Ashley has, like, the hot pink hair.
There was a lot of good hair
There was a lot of good
year.
hair. So, I was like, he definitely wins best hair for the male side.
Question about if Cornerstone Park is closed. It's not closed, so the local neighborhood walkers and groups can still come through, be on course. I did see a lot of dog walkers. I see a dog walker right now. So it's still an open park, Cornerstone.
Yeah,
Plenty of
completely
space,
open.
though. It doesn't look like it's too crowded. There's also sidewalks that go through the park that the short course doesn't. So I see a lot of people kind of take the middle path.
Or they realize a race is happening, and then they just exit.
Yeah. They
Honestly,
walk into the park, and they're like, there's a lot of people here.
What is happening? Yeah, there's honestly, there's a pretty wide sidewalk. Even with the new addition of the 6-hour and the 12-hour, there's still plenty of space. All right, just hitting refresh again. Raj, he's getting each step closer. He's at 87.1 miles. So, yeah. Cody Poskin, 76.6. Nathan Brown, holding tight at 74.2. Top 3 females, so Stella Springer is still holding tight to F1, 67.2, and is showing that she's a loop ahead of Sierra at 66. And then there's Erin. Was she F4? No, she was F. She's been F3. So Erin Carrara, she's 61.4.
No, I think actually Erin and Stephanie have swapped. I think Erin was 4th for a while. 'Cause
Okay.
She was wearing the... Well, now everyone has jackets on, so that's changed the game.
Wardrobe change.
But both those ladies are still moving well. I'm just doing a quick mileage check, but moving well.
Yeah, and...
Hey, we're back here. Just chit-chatting about our racers On the female side, just the back and forth between Stella and Sierra in the front of the female race. It looks like Stella now is by the tracker and by the look of it on the course, it looks like she's slowly made a loop ahead now.
She has made a loop ahead. Yeah. But it's been fun to watch. They did share some mileage together, at least one loop, maybe two, that they were
together for a little bit there. And then I think Sierra just had to pull off. Observing, and Sierra's my girlfriend, so I know her race style well. She likes to do like the full like pit stop, like reset and all that. So on the men's side, Raj is still chasing. So we're gonna be watching very closely his splits as he comes close to the sub 10 miles. He's getting close there. It's at 87.8 miles.
All right. Well, we've had a great time with all of you. This is Maya Detmer and Joe Boucher. We are just going to be wrapping it up right now for Jackpot Ultras. We've been watching and commenting on the USATF 100-mile race, and we're going to be switching streams, so stay tuned. You're going to be joined back with Chris Warden and AJW, so some exciting
Thanks for
times
tuning in.
ahead. Yeah.
Thanks, y'all. Been fun.